Chapter 376. For a moment, Thales thought that Tormodin was about to cry. Under the firelight, his upper and lower lips collided back and forth. His small eyes, which rested on his cheekbones, blinked in a daze, and the greasy hair on his forehead swayed slightly. But the master of the merchant group sucked in a sharp breath and stabilized his shaky image. Tormodin's cheeks curled up, and he squeezed out an extremely ugly smile. "All right, do you know what this reminds me of?" Tormodin coughed, and the necklace around his neck swayed continuously. "During those war-torn years, my great-grandfather once fought under the command of the virtuous King Mindes III. His Majesty told him during the banquet that the more difficult the situation is, the more confidence we have." Quick Rope covered his forehead in pain and mouthed, "Here we go again." Thales noticed that quite a number of people in Dante's greatsword made similar movements. But Dean continued to stare at Tormodin calmly. His expression remained the same. "Now, it's time for all of you, no, for all of us, to have more confidence." Tormodin tightened his belt, and his protruding belly swayed in the air with great elasticity. He seemed to think that this would give them more confidence. "All right, Dean, my dear Dean, you know that I've always admired you, so I think that you can increase your commission a little more." Dean smiled. "You didn't hear me. What we lack is not confidence, but safety. This is not because we're trying to raise the price of our goods." Dean smiled very politely, as if this was just the most ordinary negotiation. "We can't go any further. God knows what's waiting for us ahead. The corpses in the camp are very fresh. Even the yellow sand did not manage to bury them in time. This means that we're only one step away from unknown danger. If you ask me, we should have considered turning back yesterday morning." Tormodin was slightly taken aback. "Dean, you're the one who promised me that we could come this time." The merchant's chest began to rise and fall. He widened his eyes and stared at Dean. "You can't let me return empty-handed and suffer a loss. If that happens, I won't even be able to afford your commission." Quick Rope's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, I suggest that you deposit a sum of money with the tavern owner, Tampa. If you return empty-handed like this, then he will repay you." Ugh, ugh, ugh. But before he could finish speaking, the Northlander Kant fiercely covered his mouth. With tears in his eyes, Kant danced and struggled helplessly. The situation will always change. Dean could not help but laugh at Tormodin. "So, what you're saying is, compared to that, if we die outside, we don't have to pay the commission." Tormodin's face froze. He wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he raised his finger and stared at Dean intently. His eyes were filled with uneasiness, anxiety, and anger that he did not hide very well. "This also concerns your reputation. Dante's greatsword." The caravan owner could no longer control his temper. "What kind of mercenary is this? What kind of bodyguard is this?" He yelled in exasperation. "I humbly asked you to come out, generously paid, and provided you with good food and drinks. I didn't even say anything about you picking up trash on the way, wasting resources, and increasing the burden on the caravan." Thales raised his eyebrows. Thales raised his eyebrows and scratched his head. He picked up the trash along the way. What happened to being a virtuous king? What happened to shouldering responsibility and having a warm heart? And all of you took the deposit, and the thing you're best at is giving up halfway and betraying your employer? All of Bladefang's Dune will know. As soon as he said this, the mercenary's expressions changed. "Let me tell you, I originally planned to praise you in front of Baron Williams after this trip and try to lower your taxes and venue rental fees. Now, should I go back and tell the Baron or other people in the same line of work that you peed your pants because of a few corpses? You don't even have the most basic qualities." But Tormodin was interrupted. "You should never doubt your guide and protector in the desert, fatty," Mickey said coldly while he sat by the side. The wrinkles on his face were a little ferocious. "You think too simply of the desert. Trust me, why don't you think about the coffins of those who sleep eternally in the desert? They're made of yellow sand, free of charge." Tormodin was slightly stunned and subconsciously shrank back. Also, if you're really familiar with Baron Williams, Master Merchant, so familiar that you can decide our fates with just one sentence, why are you still afraid of going back to Bladefang's dune? Old Hammer said faintly from the other side. Quick Rope, who had finally broken free from Kant's grasp, snickered. Or maybe you can bring up the matter of your noble ancestors drinking with the king. Maybe the Baron will be shocked, and he will eagerly compensate you for your losses? Tormodin was rendered speechless. He could only point at Mickey and Old Hammer. You? All right, boys. The silent captain, Louisa, coughed and raised her hands. Like a peacemaker, she smiled and said, "We don't have to be in such a deadlock. I promise you that we'll have a good way to solve this, right?" She smiled and looked at Dean, signaling him with her eyes. Finally, Dean sighed and rubbed his bald head. "All right then, let's, find a middle ground." Tormodin looked as if he had found his savior. He looked at Louisa gratefully. "Captain Dante, I knew you're reasonable." Louisa waved her hand. "If we walk 20 or 30 miles in a certain direction, we'll run into a remote oasis foothold that very few people know about." "A small tribe is stationed there," Dean said softly. "We know their chief. In fact, we're very familiar with each other. We call each other brothers and talk cheerfully. They should have migrated nearby by now." Mickey snorted coldly. "You can trade some goods there in exchange for some specialties from the desert, replenish your water supply and food, and at least sell off some of the goods you've accumulated. Then you can decide on your next step. What do you think?" Tormodin was slightly taken aback. "Wait, a tribe of barren bone people? They're nearby?" When he heard this, Thales was shocked. The water skin in his hand trembled a little. His surprise was the same as Tormodin's. Barren bone people? A familiar face appeared before his eyes. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was that person's red eyes. But Dean did not let him continue. "If you're worried, Seth, that tribe, they know the situation around here like the back of their hands. At least they know it better than we do. Ask them and we'll know what's going on right now. Whether there's a terrifying killer in the desert, or whether the desert bandits are killing each other out of boredom, then we can decide whether we should continue moving forward or—" Tormodin waved his hands anxiously. "But those are barren bone people. Those man-eating bastards. How do you know? How can you guarantee that—" Mickey stood up slowly and went to stand in front of him. "Because that's the tribe I came from." The warrior, whose face was covered in black stripes, tapped Tormodin's belly gently. "Don't worry." Mickey clenched his teeth. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow. "As a man-eating bastard, I'll tell them in advance that you can't eat them." The master of the merchant group's face was pale. He was so frightened that he took a step back and fell to the ground. Quick Rope snickered. Thales was stunned. "Barren bone people. Barren bone people?" He stared at Mickey, especially at the latter's eyes. But they were a pair of normal brown eyes. Barren bone. Tormodin subconsciously looked at the other mercenaries, but found that they were all looking at him with worried expressions. He could not help but shudder a little. "Nearby? Now, you know why we can come and go as we please in the desert." Dean sighed. "This is our greatest secret, master. We have a barren bone person as our guide." Tormodin shuddered again. Louisa helped Tormodin up and gave him an apologetic smile. "Then, we'll go to that tribe tomorrow." A smile instantly appeared on Tormodin's face. "Ahem, I understand now." The master of the merchant group chuckled, and he looked a little forced. "We'll go back tomorrow. Tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, he scrambled out of the camp. He looked like there were 8 hungry wolves chasing after him. Dante's greatswords laughed in a relaxed manner. Thales sat in the corner and did not say anything. "But we all know that there's no barren bone tribe there." Old Hammer shook his head in resignation and patted Mickey, who sat down again. "And that's the supply point we're supposed to go to according to our plan, isn't it?" "That's right." Dean shrugged and gestured at Tormodin's back with his chin. "But he doesn't know." Carefree laughter rose in the camp again. "The problem is solved. We don't have to search those corpses in fear anymore. To be honest, I can even recognize a few of the exiles among the dead desert bandits as people from the Sherilyn tribe. Some of them had at least 20 flash marks on their bodies, and they won 20 battles. They might even be in supreme class. Dean sighed. It's hard to imagine what killed them. Louisa smiled gently at him. Don't worry, we'll go back tomorrow. Thales quietly shrank in the corner and looked at the group suspiciously. His gaze swept past Mickey from time to time. Louisa noticed Thales's gaze. Don't mind me, Wuxia, and don't be too surprised. I know what you're thinking, Louisa said in a considerate manner. Barren bone people have green faces and fangs, and they eat human flesh. Everyone's gazes turned to him at the same time, and it immediately made Thales feel very awkward. Old Hammer even started laughing out loud. The female captain shook her head. First of all, that so-called Barren Bone tribe doesn't exist, and we're not going to any tribe as guests. Quick Rope flashed his white teeth. I was just joking. Thales forced himself to twitch the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat and felt that he should say something. All right, of course, but you just said that Mickey is... Louisa smiled and said, That's right, Mickey is a Barren Bone person. Do you see the lines on his face? Those are war marks, one of the proofs of a Barren Bone person. Obviously, he doesn't eat humans, and Barren Bone people don't. No, not all of them. Mickey snorted softly. He seemed to be quite disdainful, and his gaze was cold. It's just that the tribe I belong to doesn't eat humans. Thales was stunned again. Damn you, Mickey. Old Hammer snorted and took a bite of his food. Every sentence sounds like you're telling a ghost story. Thales still felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was in someone else's camp, but Louisa's smile made him feel much better. But Dean stared at him with a contemplative look, and it made the prince feel rather uneasy. He turned to Quick Rope. So, what I've heard... Oh, forget what you've heard. Old Hammer sighed and swallowed his food. Madness, brutality, cannibalism. The people outside the desert always describe this place as... some people are too lazy to differentiate and they can't differentiate, so they hastily end things and spread false rumors. They call the humans who are forced or willing to make a living in the desert Barren Bone people, and they even include the desert bandits and thugs from outside the desert. Thales' eyebrows rose and fell as he listened. He came to a slight realization. Of course, I doubt whether any of them have ever seen the truly troublesome and terrifying Barren Bone people. Old Hammer snorted softly and said, Even in the Desert War, the real Barren Bone people aren't people you can meet whenever you want to. Dean opened his mouth. His calm voice caused everyone to slowly quiet down and listen to him. I know your confusion, Wuxia, and I also know how the rumors about the Barren Bone people spread outside. But you don't have to be afraid. The desert is huge, and the Barren Bone people aren't a simple and distinct race. The bald mercenary gestured politely at Mickey. Their history might not be much shorter than the desert, and their species might not be fewer than the animals in the desert. Some tribes are vigilant and xenophobic, some are happy to entertain guests, some are cruel and warlike, some are friendly and peaceful, some have a small population, and some are so powerful that they dare to wrestle with the orcs, and even go to the borders of the two great countries to enjoy the scenery. They are all different, and that's how it is. Thales nodded as if he understood something. But I heard that the Barren Bone people all have red eyes? At that moment, Mickey raised his head. His gaze was cold. Red. Under the other party's hostile gaze, Thales thought of something. Did I say something wrong? That's what many soldiers heard too, Dean said with a smile. Obviously, they haven't met the real Barren Bone people, or they haven't met many. But this time, Mickey cut him off. No, the red-eyed Barren Bone people do exist. The Barren Bone man raised his head. The black patterns on his face were faintly discernible in the firelight. He looked at Thales. You've seen them before? His tone was aggressive. Thales scratched his head. I've seen those who have heard of them. Thales stuttered for a moment. Just like you. Mickey stared at Thales, and his gaze did not shift for a long time. Only a small number of Barren Bone people have those eyes, he said slowly. Even the other mercenaries were listening to him seriously. They are the descendants of the ancestors. In your words, they are probably the nobles of the barren bone people. Quick Rope popped up again. Are you sure they're not albinos? Old Hammer slapped him from behind, causing Quick Rope to howl in pain. Thales ignored Quick Rope, who was fooling around, and asked in puzzlement, descendants of the ancestors? Mickey narrowed his eyes and answered his doubts. Red-eyed, it is said that they are the origin of the barren bone people. They are the bloodline left behind by the first generation of barren bone people who settled in the desert. No matter which tribe they are in, they will be given preferential treatment. They are born to be the tribe's priests. Thales frowned a little in his heart. The Secret Intelligence Department cadre with dark red eyes, Raphael Lindbergh, is the so-called descendants of the ancestors, the origin of the barren bone people? Quick Rope cut in at this moment. But I heard that those red eyes are proof that the barren bone people made a deal with the demons? Mickey frowned. Demons? Thales was shocked again. Yes. I heard from the old sailor that the demons who live underground are evil, terrifying, sinister, and chaotic demons who constantly think about causing trouble on the surface. Quick Rope raised his hands and said in a ferocious manner, legend has it that the barren bone people are a race abandoned by the gods. Quick Rope pretended to be serious. Legend has it that the barren bone people are a race abandoned by the gods, so they made a deal with the enemies of the gods, the demons in hell, and became the demon servants on the ground. They obtained the power to stay in the land of the dead for a long time, and became an existence in the great desert that is second only to the orcs. They are an existence that people fear just by hearing their name. So, Wuxia, this world is very dangerous. As the saying goes, fate is unpredictable. Thales curled his lips awkwardly. He knew what Quick Rope was going to say. Fortunately, before Quick Rope could continue, Old Hammer slapped his words and his face into the sand. Come on, rumors stop at the mouth of the wise. Almost all the barren bone people worship and believe in the desert god. They even built sacred altars and influenced a large number of outsiders. They have nothing to do with the demons. Just ask Mickey and you'll know, Old Hammer said quietly. Mickey shrugged. Quick Rope raised his head indignantly and spat out a mouthful of sand. How do you know? You've seen them before? How do I know? Old Hammer put down the food and smiled. I didn't tell you, did I? I'm a constellatiate. I was born in Western Desert Hill, in Brave Soul's fort. So, I've seen them before and I've seen quite a lot of them. Thales raised his eyebrows. It had been too long since he heard of these familiar names in Constellation. When I was young, I was a soldier of the Fakenhas family. During the Bloody Year, I was called to guard Bladefang's dune. During the Desert War, I also followed the king's army into the desert and fought in the Battle of the Altar. That was a great battle. Old Hammer showed a nostalgic expression. But from then on, I realized that I could only swing a hammer, and I couldn't feed my family with the meager rewards from farming and recruiting soldiers. I wanted to enlist in the regular army of the royal family. I heard that their salary was higher. Quick Rope blinked in surprise. Thales also stared at her in a daze. This bearded man is actually a veteran of Constellation. But fate makes fools of me. In the end, I still ran over and became a mercenary. Old Hammer turned his head and chuckled. Then I became brothers with a barren bone man. I'm not close to you. Mickey, who was beside him, answered coldly. Who said that? Old Hammer laughed out loud and hugged Mickey fiercely. He used his elbow to strangle Mickey's neck and shook him back and forth. I'm your savior. Damn it. Let go. Mickey's expression was unpleasant. He looked as if he had just eaten shit. But he did not get angry or flare up. He only struggled desperately. But he can't save your life every time. Quick Rope sighed and spread his arms, pretending to be helpless. So I suggest, Mickey, that you save some money to the tavern owner. Arg. This time, no one needed to remind him. Kant the Northlander pressed Quick Rope's head into the sand. I'm sorry. The leader of the group, Louisa, pressed her head in resignation and pretended not to see the rowdy mercenaries. She smiled embarrassedly at Thales. This is our daily life. You know, they're usually under a lot of pressure. Thales was dumbfounded as he stared at the friendly mercenaries. The atmosphere in this group suddenly gave him a sense of novelty. This was the most harmonious group he had ever seen. The child beggars in the abandoned house could only tremble in helplessness. The private soldiers in Mindy's hall could only obey coldly. Nicholas' white blade guards were full of brotherly camaraderie. And whether it was Gilbert, Yodel, Gines, or Putray, there was always an indescribable sense of alienation between them. If I'm talking about the closest, Thales thought of Ida, Waya, and Ralph. He suddenly felt that the way they got along was quite similar to the people in front of him. Quick Rope spat out the sand in his mouth for the second time and gritted his teeth. Bah, I got it. Maybe the desert god has always been a demon from hell? Be careful with your words. Mickey broke free from Old Hammer's embrace, and his expression turned cold. In the desert, many people die from heat, hunger, and thirst, but even more people die from lack of respect and excessive arrogance. Quick Rope winked at Thales and gave him a look that said, "Here we go again." Old Hammer laughed. "Come on, Quick Rope. Stop spreading those hearsay rumors. A wandering poet who passed by the scouring path once swore to me that there's a great dragon in the desert, and her nickname is Heartwarming Lady. Great dragon, do you believe it? Those legendary things used to deceive children are even called heartwarming." Quick Rope's expression changed. But dragons are not legends. Thales joined the discussion softly. It is said that Extet was built by the great dragon, and the nobles and rulers of Dragon Cloud City are proud of it. Yes, Quick Rope found a supporter, and his morale was greatly boosted. He said confidently, "There are people from the north in the tavern. I heard them say that 5 or 6 years ago, a great dragon descended upon Extet, descended upon Dragon Cloud City, and fought against the legendary Calamity." Thales coughed softly and lowered his head to focus on dealing with his waterskin. "Calamity? You still believe in this?" Old Hammer laughed happily. "Are you sure that you didn't run into the priests of Dark Knight Temple? Those nagging drama queens? They're just a bunch of drunk Northlanders. You know how they are. They start babbling nonsense after drinking a few cups of horse piss. Who knows if they saw a great dragon or a winged mammoth? Maybe they're just making up some legends to cover up the death of the king." "Hey!" This time Kant, who had been silent all this while, raised his hand in dissatisfaction. "Don't forget that there are Northlanders here. Hammer, when it comes to things you don't understand, you should at least maintain a little bit of respect." Sitting by the side, Dean watched his companions chat. He only smiled to himself, like a father watching his children play around. "We're still in the desert. Maybe we're unlucky and we'll run into that heartwarming girl tomorrow? Then I'll *CK her." Old Hammer shrugged. "Since I was young, my dream has been to become a dragon knight." Louisa snorted disdainfully. "Before that, finish your food, dragon knights. And Mickey, and you, Quick Rope, don't think that you can slack off just because you're a rookie. Then go outside and take shifts with Breeze, Furnace, Haken, Palka, and the others. Hey, what about Dean? He has to take shifts too." Quick Rope raised his hand in protest. "Why don't you urge him?" Dean shrugged. Louisa flashed a mysterious smile. When he saw his captain smile, Quick Rope felt a little panicked. "As for Dean, he's already worked hard today, whether it's checking out the surroundings or negotiating," Louisa said gently. "So, my dear Quick Rope, sleep less today. Take his shift." Quick Rope wailed. The mercenaries laughed. The camp was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Thales took a bite of his food and watched their interaction quietly. Suddenly, a sense of tranquility and comfort rose from the bottom of his heart. This is what it means to be a mercenary. They seem pretty good? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes on him. Thales thought that it was Mickey, who was rather unfriendly towards him. But he was wrong. It's not a barren bone man. It's Dean. The bald mercenary looked at him quietly. With a strange gaze, he sized up Thales, who was eating. Chapter 377. The prince took another bite of food and immediately felt very uncomfortable. Dean was still staring at him, as if he was very interested in how he ate. What's wrong? Thales swallowed his food and suddenly wanted to ask. But he did not. Fortunately, Louisa suddenly spoke and diverted Dean's attention, relieving Thales of his discomfort. I feel like we've offended him, Dean. You know Tormorden. Louisa sighed with a worried expression. Damn it. Can you believe it? We tried to save his life, but we offended him. It's okay. This is the last time we work for him. Dean sighed and said, after this trip, we won't take any more business from Tormorden. The last time? Quick Rope closed his eyes and exhaled. Desert God. Bless us. I've had enough of that guy. He keeps talking about how he knows so-and-so. The last time, huh? That's even worse. I can already imagine how he's plotting against us behind our backs, Louisa said sarcastically. I told you we shouldn't have come. Mickey looked at Dean quietly. It's my fault, brother. Dean smiled apologetically at the barren bone man. We shouldn't have gone north. The bald mercenary's eyes were burning. Don't worry about Tormorden. I think it's time for us to leave Bladefang's dune, even though we didn't plan to stay for long. This sentence made all the mercenaries stop what they were doing and look at Dean in unison. Thales could not help but be curious. This bald mercenary seems to have the charisma to attract attention the moment he opens his mouth. Leave Bladefang's dune? You mean leave our current base? Old Hammer repeated in surprise. The mercenaries looked at each other, seemingly surprised by this suggestion. Louisa asked cautiously, leave? Now? What's your consideration? Dean shook his head. First, the Alliance of Freedom wants to go to war, then the Constellations sealed the border at Bladefang's dune, and then this happened here. I don't believe these things have nothing to do with each other. The bald mercenary took a sip of water and looked at the camps in the distance with a worried expression. Whether it's Bladefang's dune or the Western Front Line, this land is no longer suitable for mercenaries. Quick Rope raised his hand in confusion. Wait, why don't I understand? The Alliance of Freedom, sealing the borders, what do these things have to do with being a mercenary? Shut up. Old Hammer glared at him sternly. Listen to Dean and learn from him. Quick Rope blinked with a confused look on his face. Thales was also watching Dean with interest. It's been a few years. The city of Faraway Prayers has not sent any cleanup teams into the desert to protect the trade routes. I heard from Raymond, who specializes in doing business in the West, that even the patrolling cavaliers are becoming narrower and narrower, Dean said quietly as he stared at the sand under his feet. And now, the Alliance of Freedom dares to openly challenge them and the Northlanders. This means a lot. Kant the Northlander snorted coldly, seemingly very dissatisfied. Dean sighed. It's not just the city of Faraway Prayers. Prestige Orchid region has also shrunk its line of defense. Korik, who specializes in running that line, told me that it has been a long time since we saw Extet's forest protectors from Western Pine Forest to Endilus. Instead, we would occasionally run into Constellations sent by Overwatch City to encircle the land. Quick Rope scratched his head and tilted his head. So what do you mean? Everyone shot daggers at him in unison, blaming him for butting in. But Dean did not mind it and smiled. Obviously, the influence and presence of the Northlanders in the desert, whether it's the city of Faraway Prayers or Prestige Orchid region, is weakening. These things clearly show that the Great Dragon intends to retract its claws, and Extet is declining. When Thales heard this, he could not help but have a thought appear in his mind. So, why? Quick Rope looked shocked. Why can't I see it? Politics, right? This time, the person who took over the conversation was unexpectedly Old Hammer. He shook his head with a disgusted expression. 6 years ago, Extet elected a new king. Thales' heart sank. The day 6 years ago appeared before his eyes. That head. That crown. That girl. Dean sighed slightly. Yes, I guess that's the reason and whereabouts of the army at the borders of the city of Faraway Prayers and Prestige Orchid region. Perhaps the new king, who killed his brother and seized the throne, is a much greater threat to the archdukes than the desert border. So they have no time to care about the affairs on the sand. Kant snorted. Kinslayer. Dean nodded, frowned, and continued to speak. The forces of power in the desert, whether it's the large orc tribe or the barren bone tribe, will definitely notice the Northlanders' retreat and the changes at the northern end of the desert. Without the threat of an organized army, they will try to head north to fill the gap left by Extet and fight for resources and space to survive. The bald mercenary drew lines in the sand. Thales could somewhat tell that it was a map. At the same time, the decline of the kingdom of the Great Dragon will free up the Constellation's hands. The western battlefront may expand, but it may not. But judging from their blockade this time, the possibility of the former is higher. Quick Rope was stunned as he listened. The others were about the same. Most of them were confused. Only Louisa continued to look at Dean seriously. When he saw this, Thales suddenly understood where Dean's position in the team came from. Dean furrowed his brows and said with a cautious expression, "Regardless of whether it's the large tribes moving north or Constellation expanding west, it's not something a small mercenary group like ours can handle. Our business will decrease, our journey will become more difficult, and there will be more accidents. We can't stay at the northern and eastern ends of the desert for at least 5 years." Old Hammer snorted in resignation. "Hey, in the end, we're still not strong enough. If we were an elite group of 100 men like Blood Whistle." But Dean cut him off in an unquestionable manner. "No, then we'd become cannon fodder in the conflicts between tribes or wars between kingdoms. We'd die even faster." Old Hammer smiled awkwardly. "Then, where are we going?" Quick Rope widened his eyes. "Back to the south. Back to where we came from. The 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea?" Dean shook his head to show his disagreement. Sarah Dukedom, Norton Dukedom, and Quell Dukedom are facing the same problem as the northern end of the desert. The same logic applies to Extet's decline and internal strife, followed by Constellation's revival, even if Blade Edge Hill suffered the most damage. Without the threat and hindrance of the Great Dragon in the north, Constellation will definitely try to restore their influence and hegemonic privileges in the neighboring countries in the southwest. And in the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, in the free world where merchants, thugs, rogues, killers, bounty hunters, free knights, and mercenaries thrive, the smuggler's paradise, the duty-free paradise, the sword arena, and the countryside of death, guess who will be the first to suffer? Thales breathed slowly and digested the knowledge in front of him step by step. The information these mercenaries obtained was not the same as Little Rascal's view of the world in the study. Quick Rope was almost confused. So complicated. So where are we going? To put it simply, Dean's expression was serious, and he was lost in thought. We have to find a place where the powers and forces of power are equal and wary of each other. It'd be best if their strength is greatly damaged and they're locked in a stalemate. That way, we can find business and opportunities, but we don't have to face the disaster of a large-scale war. Louisa nodded. "So, where is Dante's greatsword pointing?" Dean smiled faintly and pointed at the map on the sand. "Still this matter. Extet will temporarily decline, and the Golden Passage and Camus Union will also be affected. Camus Union has always been full of internal conflicts. Once Extet falls into internal strife, Vine City, which is related to Dragon Cloud City by marriage and has seized the right to speak in the Union for more than 10 years, will be the most affected. On the other hand, the pressure on the 4 northern cities in the north will decrease sharply, and they will welcome a period of rise. The 4 northern cities led by Goodflow City, Valir State is the only coastal community, and even the southeastern states, represented by Sandlast, who have been stable for a long time, will welcome a period of small strife with Vine City, who has lost its strong support. We don't know what the internal strife in Camus Union will be like, but people like us are the most indispensable in the strife between merchants. And the small countries around Camus Union, such as Maplehorn Coast, Koyalunk, and Northern Sea Kingdom, will also have a lot of opportunities. Speaking of Goodflow City, Thales remembered the impressive marquis from Dragon Cloud City, who abided by the spirit of the contract. Dean continued, "Vine City has declined, so Camus Union has lost the motivation and strength to touch the West and the Turundi shared rule. Alumbia Kingdom will not let go of this opportunity. They have been looking forward to taking down the Turundi shared rule before Camus Union infiltrates them. but that could be a peaceful political evolution or a bloody war of conquest. If we go there, our future will be uncertain. As for the Golden Passage, I won't talk about the Alliance of Freedom and White Mountain, and I'm not sure about Grand Banquet Hill and Wild Vast Mountain. Lever is sandwiched between Camus Union and Alumbia Kingdom, so I can't say for sure. But a mercenary from Steel City told me that Enlenzo Dukedom's Archduke Shida is not in good health. You can imagine that his children will start a tug-of-war over the inheritance rights. The various cities and states around Dragon-Kissed Land may be reshuffled due to the turmoil in their suzerain's country. But Camus Union is busy with internal strife. Constellation wants to retake the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea and Alumbia Kingdom. I'm guessing that checkpoints, Lee Keen, and even small-scale bandits and rebellions will appear. The merchants won't like it, but that's an opportunity for mercenaries. Dean raised his head, but to his dismay, he found that most of the people were staring at him with puzzled expressions. Even Louisa was frowning. But Thale's clear gaze made the bald man slightly startled. Dean cleared his throat, returned to the present, and pointed at the ground. So, Camus Union or Dragon-Kissed Land? Let's choose one. The air became quiet. Although I don't understand what you're saying, it sounds very impressive. Quick Rope's face was full of admiration. He spoke in a crude language that no one knew whether it was slang from the sea or the desert. Are all mercenaries so awesome nowadays? Thales also stared at Dean seriously. Forget about everything else just based on this knowledge alone. No wonder. Dante's greatsword. No wonder they can confidently venture deep into the desert. No wonder they can gather this group of strange warriors who each have their own strengths. Louisa snickered. I don't know about the others. The female captain stared at the bald mercenary with an indescribable gaze. But Dean, yes, he's just that awesome. Dean coughed again, as if he was a little embarrassed. We're mercenaries, Quick Rope. If we want to survive, we don't just rely on strength or luck. He laughed, and it was inevitable that he felt a little awkward. We also need to be cautious and shrewd when it comes to judging the situation, meticulous observation of information, and a reputation for being well-connected. Thales listened quietly. The life of a mercenary. I see. At this moment, Mickey suddenly moved. He quickly stretched out his hand and scooped up a large handful of sand from the ground. Thales and the group of mercenaries were shocked. The sand fell from the Baron Bone Man's fingers. F***CK. This was the first time Mickey cursed. He looked at the thing in his hand, clenched his teeth and looked ferocious. When the sand fell off, Thales saw clearly that it was a small lizard in Mickey's hand, and it was still struggling. Yes, a lizard. Wait a minute. Thales realized that he recognized this species. He could not say that he knew this species of lizard. It should be that he ate this species of lizard a few days ago. Under the firelight, the lizard was blood-red in color and covered in white stripes. There were also sharp, soft thorns on its skin. It waved its limbs and tail in pain in Mickey's hand. Beautiful, Mickey. Old Hammer laughed happily. Even a cat catching a mouse isn't this. But his voice came to an abrupt halt. No. At that moment, when she saw the lizard clearly, Louisa's face showed disbelief and fear. My God, this is... Thales looked at Old Hammer in confusion, then at the other mercenaries. He found that most of them had solemn expressions, except for Quick Rope, who had just joined the profession. Don't panic. Dean's voice made everyone calm down. At least we're all here. The prince's gaze returned to the pitiful red lizard. Thales was full of questions. Isn't this just a lizard? Even though its color is a little rare. Is there a problem with it? Can't be poisonous, right? Thales quietly touched his stomach. Wait, there shouldn't be any poison that will only take effect after a few days, right? Can't be, right? Wait. Quick Rope's expression froze and he pointed at the lizard. I think I heard Tampa mention this before. Red skin and white stripes. That's... His face was pale. Yes. Mickey said coldly. Bloody thorn lizard. An ominous sign. When he said this, everyone's expressions became even more unpleasant. Bloody thorn lizard? Thales thought of something. He seemed to have heard the name of this animal somewhere before. Where exactly? But he could not remember it at that moment, so he asked directly. Ominous? Why? This was Thales, who was confused. Old Hammer sighed and shrugged. He looked at the hazy moonlight in the sky. This lizard is a specialty of the desert. Once there isn't enough food, they will call out to each other at night and gradually gather together. He did not continue speaking. His face was full of worry. Thales asked tentatively, will they work together to hunt? No. Mickey shook his head. There was a fierce look in his eyes. He slowly enunciated each word clearly in his barren desert accent. Thales only got used to the difficult common language after listening to it for a few days. They will start to hunt each other and prey on their own kind. Thales was stunned. The barren bone man said coldly. Only the last surviving bloody thorn lizard can fill its stomach with its companions' corpses and get through this difficult time where food is hard to find. Thales widened his eyes and looked carefully at the struggling bloody thorn lizard. This is Louisicide, devouring its own kind to survive. Out of all the living things in the world, what kind of creature could do such a terrible thing? Thales was stunned. Unfortunately, Dean sighed and said, I only know one, and they are living under the skin that is no different from you and me. That's why the bloody spike lizard is one of the most ominous creatures in the desert. The desert god created it to warn us about what we should do in the desert. The desert god will not bring disaster to us, but the mortals will bring it upon themselves. If they eat their own kind, they will be punished by heaven. Mickey frowned and said firmly, it means the most terrifying and sinister thing in the desert. It's even worse than the crow that represents misfortune. Those who see it may have bad luck, and those who eat it will have a rough life. Thales stared at the lizard in a daze. Those who eat it. No way? This is superstition, right? Wait a minute. It must be superstition, right? Some unreliable metaphysics or something. It must be crack. In the next second. Mickey mercilessly exerted force in his hand and ended the ominous creature's life. Thales, who was immersed in his panic, was shocked again. The barren bone man dug a sand pit with a cold gaze and placed the bloody thorn lizard's carcass inside. If the desert god does not bring disaster, the world will. If the desert god is merciful, the desert will be forgiven. He chanted something and buried the sand. Quick Rope sighed and patted Thales, who looked a little dazed. Ignore him. The barren bone people are always strange. The atmosphere in the group instantly became gloomy. Don't be nervous, everyone. Louisa coughed and attracted everyone's attention. It's already dead. We just met it once. Even if there were some twists and turns, it's nothing. Besides, that's just a legend. Besides, no one is stupid enough to eat it. When he heard this, Thales touched his stomach with a stiff expression. Go take shifts, I'll go too, Dean said with a calm expression. Trust me. Cheer up. At this moment, wait. Mickey suddenly said with a serious tone. Thales was stunned again. Dean frowned. Why? This bloody thorn lizard. Mickey gritted his teeth and stared at the half-buried bloody thorn lizard. It didn't come here for no reason. Mickey, that's just a legend. Old Hammer sighed. Mickey raised his head abruptly. No, it was buried in the sand. It fled in fear. The barren bone man's face was unprecedentedly solemn. And this means, in the next second, Mickey lay flat on the ground. He buried the side of his ear in the sand and did not move. Everyone, be quiet. Dean raised his hand and whispered in a show of great teamwork, let him listen. In an instant, everyone in the camp quieted down. Even Quick Rope covered his mouth in fear. Only the noises from the other camps could be heard in the distance, like a hazy background noise. What's wrong? Thales stared at them in a daze. But even though he had never been a mercenary before, he understood their actions in a short while. A few seconds later, Mickey jumped up. The barren bone man reached for his dual blades. His tone was urgent. and his expression was ferocious. Someone is approaching from all directions, and their footsteps are very heavy. Before he finished speaking, Dean's expression changed. He grabbed the battle axe beside him and shouted at the sky, "Be on guard!" His roar was very loud, and it was especially loud in the night sky of the desert. The entire merchant group fell into silence at night. In the next second, the merchant group's camp was in chaos. It was noisy, bustling, and all sorts of sounds could be heard. But on this side, before Thales could react, Dante's greatswords jumped up from the ground. Even Quick Rope did not fall into a disadvantageous position. They pounced on their weapons. Kant drew his two-handed sword in a domineering manner. Mickey drew his dual blades. Old Hammer untied the sackcloth wrapped around his hammer. Schubert raised his hammer and large shield. Quick Rope drew a machete with a handguard, and Louisa threw down her quiver and drew her long sword from her waist. With their backs to the bonfire, they spread out in a united formation. Thales stood up, pulled the crossbow of time in a flurry, and began to load the arrows. "What's going on? Enemy?" Dean asked calmly as he stared at the sand dunes behind him and the terrain in the distance with his axe in hand. "I'm not sure." Mickey shook his head. His tone was hurried, and he was still panting. "I can't see the sand clearly at night, and the transmission of sound through it is very bad. So they took advantage of the fact that they were about to surround us and our sentries. Confirm the steeds first." Louisa's expression was contorted. She gritted her teeth and drew the sword from her waist. She shouted hoarsely, "Send a signal to inform Breeze and the others." But she did not manage to finish her sentence. Thales felt a chill in his heart. In the darkness, a shrill sound suddenly rose. Shik. Kant the Northlander fell backwards, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. "Aya!" He roared and stabbed his great sword into the sand. He steadied himself and trembled slightly. The sharp-eyed Thales saw a long arrow with a sharp tail appear on the Northlander's shoulder. "Enemy attack!" Dean roared and swung his axe to block an arrow. Bang! Clang! In a few seconds, the mercenaries either dodged or blocked the arrows. Amidst the sounds of sand rubbing against each other and the sounds of metal clashing against each other, they blocked the first wave of arrows. But countless screams and pained howls came from the merchant group's camp. "No! Ah, it hurts! This is—" Thales listened to the familiar voice in his ears in shock and anger. He felt as if he had returned to the battlefield he hated the most. In the next second, Old Hammer steadily flung his Gretamer away. With great force, it collided head-on with a weapon that came attacking from the darkness. Thud. As the deafening sound tormented Thales' eardrums. He saw to his surprise that the strong old hammer swayed and took 3 steps back. He knelt down on one knee and panted in pain. Enemies. Countless enemies. As if they had agreed on this beforehand, they suddenly appeared from the endless darkness. Schubert's shield went up in time to block the enemy's next attack. "Come!" Schubert roared in anger and intended to call for his companions. "Let's get rid of this first." But he soon realized that his plan would not come true. Almost at the same time, all the mercenaries ran into the enemy. Ck. Mickey gritted his teeth and shouted. He swung his sabers and parried a weapon that was thick and long. It looked like a saber but also a sword. But before he could counterattack, he rolled on the ground in a disheveled manner. Sand filled the air, and he avoided a large stick that came crashing down on the ground. "They're professionals." Louisa calmly worked with Dean's axe. She swung her long sword and used her nimble body to deal with the 3 enemies with great difficulty. "Don't panic. 2 people in a group. Formation." Thales tried his best to remain calm. He gritted his teeth and finished knocking his crossbow by the bonfire. He then raised his crossbow and looked around. How could this be? How could this be? The bonfire was stirred up by the sudden battle. It flickered between bright and dark. The enemy's figures could not be seen clearly, but they were indistinct. They shrouded the small campsite and pounced towards Dante's greatswords. F*CKF*CKF*CK. Quick Rope screamed. His machete was pushed back by the enemy with great force. The poor rookie fell to the ground. Fortunately, Kant boldly pulled out his long arrow and replaced his position. He swung his greatsword to force back an enemy who wanted to seize the opportunity to attack. Thales instantly used Hell's senses. "Oh my God!" He broke out in cold sweat as he watched everything in front of him. "Ah! Kill! Asterisk ding! Bang! Asterisk cruelly!" Screams of pain could be heard without end. The stench of blood filled the air. Raging battle roars and the clashing of weapons rang through the dark night with a hazy moonlight. There was even a frightening animal growl that came from not too far away. It was followed by terrifying chewing sounds, as if teeth were tearing flesh apart. Damn it! Damn it! With the help of the sin of Hell's river, the tensed prince broke free from the misdirection of the fire and the deception of the night. He clearly saw 40 to 50 sturdy and tall figures on the sand. They seemed to have attacked the merchant group's camp and everyone from different directions and angles at the same time, from the sand dunes, the flat ground, the back slope, and from different directions. There were even non-human creatures with 4 limbs on the ground and long tails swinging in the air. They attacked like fire. Ants gathered together to attack. They killed mercilessly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of wind came at him from behind. F asterisk CK. Thales gritted his teeth. He lowered his body and avoided an axe strike at a speed he had never experienced before. The wind from the axe cut through his hair and cut open his forehead by an inch. Damn it! Damn it! This is a fight to the death. Thales tightened his grip on his crossbow in shock and anger. The enemy's crude curses traveled into his ears, but he could not hear them clearly. The power of eradication surged into the prince's thigh. Thales took a step and widened the distance between them. He quickly turned around to face the enemy. He aimed the crossbow of time at the tall opponent's chest and pulled the trigger. Asterisk shing. Clang. Asterisk with a loud noise. The enemy swayed in pain. His attack stopped, and his axe drooped down powerlessly. Thales trembled, but it was not fear and panic. He had lost most of those things in his countless encounters with danger. The unfair battle with Nicholas made him feel the cruelty and directness of fighting with his life on the line. Instead, it was his instinct when the sin of Hell's river filled his body, and it was his desire to fight. The prince sucked in a sharp breath, decisively tossed aside his crossbow, and took a step forward. In the cold wind, countless grains of sand rubbed against the soles of his shoes. He retreated. The familiar jade dagger, which was as familiar as his arm, instantly appeared in his palm. After the battle with the Star Killer, his power of eradication had improved a lot. Even his reflexes during battles had improved significantly. The sin of Hell's river was constantly igniting his blood. He knew that he was in a desert. No one would save him. Only battle. Kill him. Kill him. With a speed that he had never imagined before, Thales instantly pounced on the enemy who was bending over and enduring the pain. He exerted strength in his legs and used the momentum to climb up. Then, he thrust his right arm forward. Chi! The dagger ruthlessly stabbed into the enemy's neck. Ah! Thales roared and spun the dagger with all his might. He felt the wet, sticky, and scalding blood that flowed down his arm. He hated this feeling the most. The feeling he hated the most. It reminded him of that fateful day. That day he was also like this. Next moment, Thales felt a great force coming at his chest, and he felt a sharp pain. Bang! Under the tremendous force, the prince was thrown onto the sand. Intense pain and chest tightness came at the same time. Oh no! This thought surfaced as Thales breathed in pain. The huge enemy howled in pain. Blood gushed out of his neck, but he did not seem to feel it. He pulled the single-faced great axe from the ground. It was almost as long as Thales, and the ferocious, wide, and thick blade took up half of the handle. Thales, who was still trembling from the heavy fall, could only stare helplessly at the red and black great axe. This is bad. This is bad. He thought in pain and breathed laboriously. His body had not recovered, but it was difficult for him to move. Sell, sell, sell. The tall and strong enemy roared at Thales, who was on the ground. It was as if he wanted to shout with all his strength. Above Thales, he swung his arms over his head and raised the great axe high like an executioner. He shook his head madly, and red blood splattered on the sand. Sell Riche. Wait, sell? Sell Riche? This sentence? Thales felt a chill in his head. Where have I heard this sentence before? The next second, the ferocious blade of the enemy's axe swung down mercilessly. Whoosh! At that moment his face was facing Thales. The moment he saw the enemy clearly, the prince was stunned. This face. What kind of face is this? The enemy's large face contorted and trembled in pain. His skin was dark gray, his forehead was wide, his hair stood tall, and his eyes were small. The muscles on his cheeks were connected together, and they shrank violently under his gray, rough skin. The wings of his nose were practically two thin slits. Only a black, gaping mouth could be seen. It opened in the air, and as it roared, it revealed its terrifying, sharp teeth. Savage, ugly, and chaotic. This was the only description Thales could think of. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the enemy roared, the terrifying blade of the axe sliced through the air, fell to the ground, and went straight for Thales' chest. In the darkness, the sounds of battle seemed to have become much more indistinct. In the end, Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the descending great axe in despair. No. The prince thought in despair. He is not him. He is not human. It is it. It. Motherf asterisk king bastard. Under the night sky, Old Hammer's angry and sorrowful roar exploded on the ground. His tone was shrill, and his attitude was resolute, as if all the hatred and pain in the world had been gathered there. It's the gray bastard. Chapter 378. The wind from the axe stirred up sand and dust. Thales had no choice but to close his eyes. But in the end, he managed to escape the fate of being cut in half. At the critical moment, a single-edged battle axe swung from the direction of the bonfire. With an earth-shattering roar, it slashed into the orc's unprotected armpit. With an earth-shattering cry of pain, red blood gushed out from the orc's body, drenching Thales' face as he panted in pain. It was salty and pungent. With this slash, the orc's crude great axe flew out of its hand. With a momentum that could split the earth, it sank deep into the sand and sank into Thales' left shoulder. The tall orc roared in an unfamiliar language. It turned around and swung its arm, which was as thick as a human's thigh, at the owner of the battle axe. But the man nimbly dodged it. "Get up!" The bald mercenary, Dean's powerful voice rang out. It was extremely clear among the murderous shouts around him, and it made Thales feel refreshed. There's no time to rest. The power of eradication flowed to the teenager's back and chest, making his chest feel a little better. Thales turned over and climbed up the orc's great axe with trembling hands. He used the force to get up, wiped away the blood on his face, and recovered his numb limbs from the shock. The orc whose neck had been pierced by Thales was still as violent as ever. It did not care about the blood gushing out from the wound on its neck and armpit. It only roared in a language that Thales could not understand and pounced on Big Dean. The calm mercenary held the axe with both hands and looked like he was going to charge at the orc. But the moment he got close, he rolled to the side and nimbly dodged the orc's fierce pounce. "Hura, Nedalius!" The orc howled in exasperation and turned around. As it pounced on Thales in a frenzy, the orc's blood splattered and watered the dry land. Dean stared at the orc's feet, but he did not fight it head-on. He only used his body and footwork to feint attacks to avoid two of the orc's powerful attacks. It was like a bird avoiding a ferocious leopard. The orc's blood flowed slower and less. Finally, Thales was gratified to see the orc panting harshly. Its body swayed slightly, and its movements became sluggish. Dean did not let go of this opportunity. He burst forth in an instant and rushed to the side of the orc like a whirlwind. He waved his axe and chopped off the ugly head. The headless body swung its several-foot-long arms for the last time and collapsed on the sand. Thales sighed in relief. "You saved me a lot of trouble," Dean panted as he pulled Wuxia up. He tossed the spare one-handed sword at his waist to the young man and kicked the sturdy corpse. "But remember, Wuxia, don't get entangled with them. Orcs don't fall immediately after they're injured, and the more injured they are, the more they counterattack, the more dangerous it is." "I know." Thales gritted his teeth and took the weapon. "I'm sorry, someone taught me, but when it comes to actual combat." In the classrooms of the Northlanders, even though the Holiness Exorcism campaign had passed thousands of years ago, the tall, strong, and fearless foreign species were still their eternal enemies. In the entire Extet Kingdom, the Sentinel region in the far north was the most aloof Archduke's territory. When facing the common elected king, they were even exempted from paying a large portion of taxes. This was used to build an elite troop that was as famous as the White Blade Guards, the Glacier Sentinels. It was all because the Stustel family had been shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the 38 Sentinel lands and guarding against the Glacier Orcs north of Queequor for generations. Since the founding of Extet, more than 20 common elected kings had led their armies to the north to provide support and fight against the Glacier Orc tribe that crossed the border to the south. Whether it was the military training that the responsible Northland nobles received since they were young, or the regular training that the conscripted soldiers of military age received, how to fight against the orcs was a compulsory course. The guards in Heroic Spirit Palace all said that before Nicholas got that nickname, he had already followed behind King Nuvan in the 38 Sentinel lands and proved that he had the combat power to be on par with the orcs. However, when he faced the delicate Archduchess and her dagger, which looked more like a thread being threaded through a needle, the Star Killer, who had a lot of experience in fighting against the orcs, could only vent his frustration of not being able to use his talent on his second student. After all, the Prince of Constellation did not have the chance to go to the north. For example, he would use his great axe to push Thales down countless times, or beat him up mercilessly even after Thales yelled for him to stop countless times, all in the name of, "This is the power of the orcs." However, Thales did not expect that in his first battle against the orcs, he would still forget Nicholas' teachings. Thales stared at the headless corpse with lingering fear. He thought about the irresistible strength it had used to throw him with the wound on its neck. What kind of race is this? Compared to their terrifying distant relatives who were entrenched in the north, the orcs who wandered into the Great Desert after the Battle of Eradication might be slightly different, but they were still similar in many aspects, such as their huge bodies, astonishing recovery abilities, resistance to pain and heat, terrifying explosive power, and their infamous near-death counterattacks among the humans. It was said that the famous Iron Blood King died from the last slash of a dying orc under his feet. Dean did not say anything. He only punched Thales' chest. The worry between his brows did not disappear. "Be careful." As Louisa shouted urgently, Dean pushed Thales away. A fierce spiked mace smashed into the sand between them, stirring up sand. This was not the only threat on Dean's side. He turned around and parried another orc's irregular machete, using the momentum to dodge. Thales steadied himself and saw the owner of the spiked mace clearly under the moonlight. It was an orc with blue paint on its face. There was a hideous scar over its left eye, and the hair on its head was tied into a short braid. It wore more armor than the previous orc, and it was slightly bigger. Its height was almost 1.5 times that of an adult human. It glanced at the corpse on the ground, then opened its mouth to reveal 2 rows of tightly clenched teeth. It first looked at Dean, who was entangled, then at Thales. "Sell." The orc in front of him spoke slowly with its rough voice cords vibrating. "Luma, Saka, Sell." Thales could not discern the orc's expression, but it did not affect his ability to judge its emotions. The orc's fresh blood on his face was a little sticky. The prince endured the stench and got into position with his sword. "Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs." This was what the awkward Glee Ward told Thales before they parted in Dragon Cloud City. Thales now had a deep understanding of this. Almost every one of them was 7 to 8 feet tall or even taller. Their strength was astonishing, and their movements were swift. The weapons in their hands were heavy and crude, But when it came to efficiency, they were not any worse than human weapons forged with excellent quality. They were superior to humans in every aspect in terms of size, strength, and physique. It was hard to imagine how the miracle of thousands of humans defeating 20,000 orcs was created during the Holiness Exorcism campaign 2,000 years ago. Thales clenched his teeth. In the distance, Louisa used a two-handed sword and agile footwork to drag down 3 enemies with great effort. Mickey agilely rolled on the sand and moved swiftly. His blades danced in the air, confusing the vision of multiple enemies. He used the debris and obstacles to fight and move as he tried to get closer to Louisa. Schubert, Old Hammer, Kant, and Quick Rope had their backs against each other as they struggled to fend off the orcs surrounding them. The others were not so lucky. Although the merchants also had their own weapons, their skills were obviously not comparable to the mercenaries. Under the suppression of the orcs in terms of both quantity and quality, the merchant group suffered heavy casualties, and the screams of pain still lingered in the surroundings. The battle cries continued, but the orcs no longer concealed their ambush. Their unfamiliar language and majestic voices rang through the sand dunes. Wuxia. There's one more thing that's crucial to fighting against the mixed breeds. Dean panted and swung his axe at the enemy to make them retreat. Never be alone at any time, even if it's one-on-one. Under the moonlight, 2 tall and strong gray figures slid down from the sand dunes. They raised their weapons and rushed towards them. Go and meet up with Louisa. I'll cover you. Thales nodded nervously. Run! Almost at the moment the teenager ran, the orc with blue paint on his face roared and swung his club at him. Fruka! But Dean did not let him have his way. He parried the mace in the air with his battle axe. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as he listened to the howling wind behind him. Thales resisted the urge to turn his head around. He desperately summoned the sin of Hell's River and rushed back to the bonfire at an astonishing speed. He pounced on the ground and took out a shield from Schubert's luggage. The moment he raised his head, he saw a majestic figure raise a scimitar at him. His sword style, which he had practiced countless times, was activated instinctively. Raise your shield and aim it at your enemy. There are only 2 situations in which you can put it down. You die or the enemy dies. The teachings that had never faded during the past 6 years rang in his ears again. Iron body style. The scimitar struck the shield violently. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a terrifying bang and impact rose, and a terrifying force surged towards him. At that moment, Thales had the misconception that this attack was almost enough to break the city wall. His feet slid backwards continuously in the sand, and the shield in front of his arm trembled violently. But Thales stood still. Based on his habit, from the moment he raised his shield, his center of gravity was ready to receive the attack, and his feet were ready to deflect the force. This habit in the Northland Army's sword style had always been looked down upon by many people. From Nicholas to Wuxia, they all thought that Thales' defense was too rigid, too conservative, and lacked agility and speed. There was no room for him to counterattack. But the moment he was about to receive this slash, Thales suddenly understood. In a fight against the orcs, there was no chance for him to be agility and speed. Compared to human opponents, the terrifying strength of the orcs concealed too many things. Their fatal blow would tear apart one's moves the moment they came into contact with each other. It would distort one's movements, and it would render all your flashy and imaginative follow-up reactions worthless. If one lost their composure in the first round when there was a great disparity in strength. Selka! The orc roared and moved. Thales subconsciously swung his arm and changed into a counterattack. He turned around to deflect the force of the impact and moved to the side of the orc. This was another characteristic of the sword style that had been criticized a lot. Are you in heat? Who are you twisting your butt for? That big stallion? Or the Archduchess next to him? These were Nicholas's harsh words when he kicked Thales to the ground during one of his classes. The prince took a deep breath and lowered his body. The power of eradication surged into his right hand, and he launched his first attack since the battle began. Asterisk rip. The blade of the sword cut open the orc's unprotected back knee, and blood gushed out. It was the second attack style of the Northland Army's sword style, the heel breaker of the flank attack. Thales subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. The orc cried out in pain. Its left leg was slightly out of sync, but its attacks became even fiercer. Thales forced himself to calm down. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he surrounded the orc's injured leg and used his small body to fight while retreating. His shield and the orc's scimitar clashed 3 times, and the impact made his arm numb. The power of eradication flowed freely through his entire body. His hell's senses not only reflected his enemy's every move in his mind, it also reflected the situation in the distance. Dean was surrounded by 3 orcs, and Louisa had broken through one of her opponents and was rushing towards him. Finally, Thales seized the opportunity. After another iron body style, his long sword shot upwards like a rattlesnake, and he pointed at the orc's chest during the gap between its attacks. The orc's skin was rougher and harder than he imagined, but the enemy's charge helped Thales. The prince gritted his teeth and felt both his shield and long sword tremble. Shing. A warm, slippery liquid gushed out, flowed along the blade of his sword, and onto his arm. Hurrah! The orc whose chest had been pierced cried out loudly. Its face contorted, and it became uglier. Thales, who had learned his lesson, knew that the situation was bad. Without hesitation, he pulled out his long sword and pounced to the side. In the next second, bang! The bonfire beside him was violently smashed by the enemy's desperate slash, and sparks flew everywhere. The orc did not manage to advance any further. Louisa appeared from the darkness beside him and chopped off its saber-wielding palm. Beautiful! Louisa avoided the dying opponent and let the orc roll around in pain as it was burned, its chest pierced, and its hand severed. She hammered the ground beside her violently, and blood flowed non-stop. First time seeing an orc? Thales shook his head. Having relaxed, he felt numb and pain all over his body. Second time. The first orc had already been killed by Dean, but they did not have time to chat. Louisa had not only brought reinforcements, but also 2 more orc opponents. The wind howled, and Thales instinctively rolled again, but he had used up a lot of his stamina, and his movements were not very accurate. The enemy's heavy sword still brushed against his shield. Thales felt his left hand tremble, and he immediately lost his balance. His face fell to the ground, and he could not help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of sand. Damn it! Gines had told him that if he fell on the battlefield, it was equivalent to Thales turned around and watched as the heavy sword continued to attack him. At this moment, a figure crashed into him from the side, and the sword-wielding orc was sent flying a few meters away. It was the big-bellied Hakon. Louisa! Hakon, who had saved Thales' life, was sweating profusely. He held a frightening hammer, and when he swung it around, he continuously forced a few enemies to retreat. Thales struggled to get up, and nodded at him gratefully. Breeze is down, and Furnace is also dead. Hakon, who was covered in wounds, did not have the time to respond to Thales. His face was filled with hatred. The gray mixed breeds know that they are sentries at the perimeter. 8 or 9 of them surrounded them. CK. The female captain cursed in a delicate voice and slashed at an orc's shoulder armor. Swoosh. A long arrow came flying, and it shot down an orc who wanted to attack Louisa. They realized that we are the key, and they are coming over here. The archer, Pangjia, followed behind Hakon. He looked anxious, and there were not many arrows left in his quiver. I ran into the gray mixed breed's godly archer. That guy didn't even manage to take 3 hits from me. But he did not manage to finish his sentence. In the next second, a coarse black arrow with a ferocious tail feathers drilled into Pangjia's chest with astonishing force, and came out from under his armpit. Thales shuddered violently. Damn it! Father was right. The archer stared in shock at the arrow that pierced through his chest. What's the use of having an accurate shot? Pangjia spat out the words with great difficulty, and fell down powerlessly. If I can't kill him, I still lose. Pangjia. Louisa's shrill cry rose. F***ck those bastards. Thales looked into the distance in disbelief. On a sand dune under the moonlight, an orc with lips painted white coldly put down a terrifyingly large and heavy black bow and began to deal with the injuries on his body. There were 3 shining long arrows on his body, but they no longer had the time to care about their fallen comrade. Another group of orcs surrounded them from afar. Thales raised his shield with all his might and dashed behind Louisa in just a few steps. He blocked an attack for the furious and shocked Louisa, but he was knocked off balance by the strength of the orcs. This won't do. Their combat power is not on the same level at all. If this continues... He was about to turn around and call out to Hakon, but, "Careful!" Thales cried out in alarm. Hakon's hammer pushed back an orc who wanted to pounce on him. While he was panting, an orc's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Clang. A familiar mace crashed against Hakon's weapon and knocked him to the ground. Thales wanted to rush forward to save him, but the orc beside him attacked again. The orc who knocked Hakon down had a familiar blue paint on his face. He lifted the dizzy Hakon and glared at Thales fiercely. His eyes shone with a hatred that even the other races could recognize. Fruka! In the next second, Thales watched in horror as the blue-faced orc seized Hakon's head. It was like it was grabbing a chick, and with an angry roar, it shoved Hakon's head against its chest armor. With great strength, the collision between the skull and the steel let out a strange, terrifying sound. Crack. Thales shuddered. No! Hakon! Dion's roar came from behind the blue-faced orc. Just like that, the Arabian Hakon, who once wanted to marry his sister to Thales, had his head change shape. It turned into something red and white, and it shot out. He slid limply to the ground, and he did not move. Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs. This sentence echoed in Thales' mind again, and it made him extremely horrified. Sock! Fruka! The blue-faced orc roared at Thales ferociously. He swung his sticky left hand and hit his chest armor, which was covered in brain matter and blood. He walked towards Thales step by step, but he turned around halfway. Bastard! Dion roared and pounced on him. His battle axe clashed against the orc's mace. I'm your king enemy. Thales shook his head and chased away the fear he felt just now. But the massacre did not end. The bloody smell of swords and blades continued. The orcs' battle cries did not weaken, but the merchant group's screams and cries of surprise had become fewer and fewer. Behind you! As he roared, the Northlander Kant, who was covered in wounds, pounced on Dion. He knocked him away and helped the bald man block an axe strike from behind. Under the pursuit of several orcs, Old Hammer and Quick Rope rushed over while panting. They broke through the encirclement and met up with them. They took the place of Thales and Louisa, who were gradually losing their strength. How are the merchant group and the others? Louisa, who had been surrounded, finally had a rare chance to catch her breath. How are they? Schubert is gone. Old Hammer turned around and dodged a heavy blow. He gave a simple report of his comrade's death. Quick Rope's voice trembled as he took over Old Hammer's words. He brought up the rear for us. Louisa stomped her feet in pain. There was no time to mourn for her comrade. There are no more merchant groups. Mickey, who was in a disheveled state, ran towards them from behind and said anxiously, I'll go look for horses. If we don't break out of the encirclement, we'll all die here. Old Hammer swung his weapon without any regard for his life, temporarily forcing four enemies in one direction to take a few steps back. Damn it! Louisa panted in pain. Dean. During the battle, Dean's voice became a little distorted, but he seemed to be persisting in thinking. Archers, armor, weapons, and fierce beasts. They launched a sudden ambush at the same time, and they had organized tactics and arrangements. And with this scale, these gray mixed breeds, the bald mercenary gritted his teeth and shouted, They are not exiles. They are tribal warriors, regular warriors of a large tribe in the desert. Thales was slightly stunned. A large tribe? An orc's tribe? At that moment, a strange sound traveled into their ears. Asterisk screech. Asterisk careful. Dean shouted angrily. With a feint, he moved past the enraged blue-faced orc and shouted at Kant. Lizard soldier. Thales felt his skin crawl. A huge, non-human figure with 4 limbs on the ground twisted its body and let out a strange cry. It charged swiftly towards them from the sand. In the next second, a huge, grayish-yellow lizard the size of a human jumped in front of Kant. The scales on its body could be seen clearly. It crashed into the mercenary's formation and bit Kant's arm. It dragged him and spun him around, causing the Northlander to cry out in pain. Thales gritted his teeth and went forward. He stabbed the monster with his sword, but it was sliced open by its scales. Kant endured the pain and swung his left arm in an attempt to shake off the lizard soldier's bite. This was his final effort. Another orc seized the chance. Its heavy straight blade drew a piercing whistle in the air and split open Kant's right chest. The Northlander's right armpit was clearly chipped by the crude weapon. Asterisk splat asterisk blood gushed out and dyed Thales, who was beside Kant, red. Aya! Old Hammer swung his sledgehammer in grief and indignation to repel the owner of the straight blade. No! Dean roared shrilly. He kicked the bonfire, and the burning firewood fell on the lizard soldier's body. Quick Rope screamed. He grabbed all the firewood on the ground and threw it at the monster in the desert. The lizard soldier finally could not endure the flames. It let go of Kant's arm and retreated into the darkness. But Kant, who had half his body cut in half, only had the strength to tremble. He fell limply on the ground and soon stopped moving. Ah! Louisa's face was covered in tears. She grabbed her long sword and pounced on the enemy again. The lizard soldier's charge was disastrous. Dante's greatswords were thrown into disarray. Quite a number of orcs took the opportunity to attack. Without support from the flanks, everyone instantly fell into a predicament where they had to fight one against many. Thales found himself facing 2 orcs at the same time. In the face of their great strength, he was almost in a desperate situation. The sin of Hell's River never stopped, and with the Northland military sword styles timely dodging and unloading of force, he was barely able to withstand the chilling power. The situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. The prince blocked left and right under the threat of the axe and greatsword. His shield groaned, as if it was about to shatter at the next moment. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a loud sound rose. Quick Rope flew a few meters away and fell on the ground, unconscious. This is bad. Thales bit his chapped lips. The hope in his heart was fading away bit by bit. The sounds of fighting became softer. The merchant group had fallen completely silent. The only people who were still fighting in Dante's greatsword were Dean, Louisa, and Old Hammer. Mickey, who went to look for his horse, had long since disappeared into the crowd of enemies. Hold on! Louisa's voice traveled through the encirclement and traveled into his ears. It sounded very bad, but she was still trying her best to motivate them. Believe in Mickey. He's a barren bone man, the beloved of the desert. Hold on. Believe? Thales took a step back and avoided a fatal sword slash in a disheveled manner. Believe in what? He breathed in pain. The sword and shield in his hands trembled because of the many clashes. Through Hell's senses, the teenager could sense that there were more and more orcs around him. Most of them had their weapons raised and were quietly waiting at the periphery. Perhaps they would rush forward to replace their companions when there was an empty spot, or perhaps they were waiting for their victory out of arrogance. As he stared at the increasing number of enemies around him, Thales began to believe that his luck had probably come to an end. He knew that his opponents were too strong, be it in terms of numbers or strength. They had almost no chance. He was only fighting with the instinct that had allowed him to never give up over the years. The sin of Hell's River seemed to have reached its limit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a heavy blow came from not far away. Old Hammer fell to the ground with a pained cry. Damn it! Thales sighed in his heart. He rolled strenuously, only to find that he had rolled to the feet of another orc. A chill ran down his spine. It's that blue-faced orc. It lowered its head, its expression as ferocious as ever. In the next second, the spiked mace struck the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales threw his shield away, dragging his aching body. He dodged the attack in a disheveled manner. He knew that these beastmen's attacks were fatal to humans. As for the chance to increase the sin of Hell's River, forget it. In a battle of this intensity, there would not be a chance for him to not die, as Black Sword had said. There was also no chance for him to bleed and activate his mystic energy. Once he was hit, he would immediately know whether the ferryman of Hell's River was a legend. Thales struggled to get up, but before he could steady himself, a machete struck his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk under the great force and his unstable movements, he could not withstand the blow. The long sword slipped out of his hand, and he fell again. The weapon fell on the sand with a dull thud. It's over. Thales trembled. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. Compared to Gines, Wuxia, and even Nicholas and Monty, who I've fought against before, this level of battle. He turned over with great difficulty and saw the blue-faced orc in armor approaching him. It bared its ferocious teeth at the prince and slowly raised its spiked mace. "Fruka," the orc said coldly. "Damn it." Thales' consciousness was a little muddled. "Fruka. What does it mean? Did I learn it in Dragon Cloud City's classes?" Dean and Louise's angry shouts still rang in his ears. Thales panted laboriously. He touched his surroundings, wanting to find anything that could cut through the blood. But he failed. In the next second, the spiked mace fell. Thales closed his eyes. "Little rascal. Remember, learn the orc language well. Otherwise, I won't even know why I died." At this moment, asterisk thud. Asterisk there was the sound of steel colliding. Sand and dust flew everywhere. Thales broke out in a cold sweat. He opened his eyes abruptly. The enemy's weapon missed its mark and hit the side of his head. Thales' heart had not calmed down yet. He stared at the scene before him in a daze. An extremely thick and sharp iron fork was stuck in the gap of the spiked mace, causing its trajectory to deviate. The iron fork was connected to an even thicker wrist without a palm. It looked as if it had been melted into the bone. The blue-faced orc seemed to be very displeased that its slaughter was stopped. It turned to the owner of the iron fork and the owner of the arm that had been cut off. "Nasser!" The orc roared madly. Even the blue paint on its face wrinkled. It was agitated. It pointed at Thales on the ground with its left hand. "Sell, Fruka." But the owner of the iron fork only shook its head slowly. Its right arm, which was connected to the iron fork, still held the spiked mace. It did not relax at all. An unfamiliar word came out of its deep voice. "Soriano." Thales watched them negotiate with a dumbfounded expression. "Soriano." The owner of the arm with the iron fork repeated flatly. "Soriano Satusal." The blue-faced orc seemed to be very angry. Its breathing became rougher, and its gray skin trembled slightly. But the owner of the iron fork arm seemed to be very different. A few seconds later, the blue-faced orc roared and reluctantly put away its weapon. It glared at Thales fiercely, and its tiny eyes were filled with hatred. Thales lay stiffly on the ground. He felt that he was about to lose control of his overused body. The blue-faced orc raised its head and roared at its surroundings. "Knacker! Kandarl!" In the next moment, as if they had received an order, all the orcs, regardless of whether they were fighting or not, put down their weapons and took a step back. Even a fierce beast like the lizard soldier was bound tightly by two orcs with ropes and suppressed. The orcs spread out and revealed Louisa, who was panting while leaning on her sword, and Dean, who was supported by her arm. The owner of the iron fork was also revealed. Thales saw it clearly. It was another orc, another special orc. The armored blue-faced orc was already huge, but this orc was even bigger than the former. It was even as tall as two people. That was not its greatest characteristic. It was its skin. This orc's skin was pure black, much darker than its companions around it. It had a thick layer of snow-white fur on its shoulders, and it looked like some kind of fierce beast. Black metal armor was hidden under the fur, and it was obvious that its status was very high. There were 3 parallel, hideous scars on its forehead that extended to the bridge of its nose. They looked like claw marks. Its lips were light gray, and the hair on its head was even more exuberant. Thales frowned. "It's the leader?" But the remaining mercenaries cried out in surprise. In the next second, the pure black orc leader curled up its black lips and raised its thick left hand at them. Its palm wrapped tightly around a human captive's neck, allowing him to struggle in vain. "No, no." There was a slight sobbing tone in Louisa's voice. "No." Dean sighed. "Mickey." The Baron Bone Man who had his neck strangled trembled. His expression was unfocused, and his hands were powerless to climb up this special orc's huge arm. He could not resist at all. Thales shook his head in despair. "It's over." The orc let out a sound that sounded like it was laughing. It threw the weak Mickey to the ground, then raised its broken wrist and aimed the pitchfork on it at the remaining mercenaries. In the next moment, the pure black orc spoke slowly. What shocked Thales and the 2 mercenaries was that the words that came out of the orc's mouth were fluent in the common language of the Western Peninsula with a desert accent. "Humans." The orc's deep voice seemed to cause the sand to tremble. "You fought very bravely. You took away the war souls of 4 of our tribe's warriors, and won our respect." Louisa widened her eyes in surprise, while Dean furrowed his brows. There were dozens of orcs around them, and they stood in a black mass. They held weapons in their hands and stared at the mercenaries with murderous intent. But they held their breaths in silence. No one made a sound. "Therefore, I guarantee with the honor of Shattered Stone Tribe that as long as you surrender to me, your companions, including this Sereno, will die." It gently kicked Thales, who was under its feet, and said solemnly and sternly, "Therefore, I guarantee with the honor of Shattered Stone Tribe that as long as you surrender to me, your companions, including this Sereno, will live." Thales moved slightly. He remembered that he was here. The pure black orc's word. Soriano. During his lessons in Dragon Cloud City, there was also a similar word in the language of the Glacier Orcs, although the tone and suffix were not quite the same. It meant. Chapter 379. In the chilly desert night, the orcs who successfully ambushed the merchant group panted heavily and held their torches high. They mumbled in a language that was slightly similar to the Glacier Orcs' language. They walked back and forth in the messy camp, searching for their spoils of war. And in the camp of the merchant group's master, starting from Dean and Louisa, Old Hammer, Quick Rope, Mickey, the human captives who surrendered had their heads in their hands. They lined up in a line and were escorted by fully armed orcs to the enemy's leader. Thales was among them, and he followed behind Dean. Perhaps it was because of his age and size, but Thales was not escorted by an orc in a rude manner like the others. Even so, when he walked past the ferocious-looking foreign species on the sand, the gazes and weapons of the enemies on both sides still made him feel a chill down his spine. The murderous aura and appearances of the orcs made him feel rather uneasy. Almost every warrior had a lot of new and old wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they were brave warriors who had been through hundreds of battles. They looked at the group of captives with disdainful eyes and deliberately tapped the weapons in their hands. As the weapons clanged, Thales could not help but remember the scene 6 years ago when the diplomat group walked past the Northland Infantry Regiment under Broken Dragon Fortress. They were just as nervous and suffocating, but they were even more desperate than back then. Aside from the dozens of orc warriors, 3 unique orcs stood in front of Tormorden's goods and watched the captives approach with cold eyes. Thales was not unfamiliar with them. There was a cold-faced orc with white lips and an abnormally large black bow on its shoulder. It was the one who killed the mercenary Palka with 1 arrow during the battle between the sharpshooters. There was a ferocious creature who carried a great sword, had a bare upper body, and had bulging muscles. His forehead was painted black. It stroked the wound on its chest, and there was a terrifying, ferocious smile on its face. The Northlander, Kant's death was attributed to his horizontal slash. There was also the ferocious orc who had blue paint on his face and was stroking his spiked mace. It had been chasing after Thales since the beginning of the battle. Now, its gaze had never left the teenager, and its sharp teeth were grinding against each other in hatred. It mouthed to the prince from afar. Flocka! The blue-faced orc clenched his fist and tightened his grip on his spiked mace. Flocka! Flocka again. Thales mumbled quietly. He had a bad feeling about this. But these three different fellows couldn't hide the elegance of their leader. The pure black orc with a broken arm was draped in a rare snow-white fur. He lowered his head and looked at the iron fork on his right wrist. He casually sat on a large pile of goods, as if he had blended into the silence of the surroundings. He waited for the arrival of the captives under the illumination of the torches. Its different posture and height proved its status. The captives were brought in front of it one by one and lined up horizontally. The rude escorts pressed or kicked them, forcing the defeated to kneel before their leader. Thales sighed softly and knelt down in the sand. Under the night sky, the half-naked orc carrying a greatsword next to the leader let out a huff and signaled his subordinates to throw a torch over. It raised the torch and roasted the wound on its chest. Amidst the merchant's gasps and the sizzling sound of the flames, it sighed with satisfaction. After the wound was healed, the orc walked step by step past each of the kneeling captives, illuminating their faces. Thales narrowed his eyes because of the light and the heat. The leader, who sat on the goods and stared at the iron fork, slowly raised his head and looked at his spoils of war. There were more people who survived in the merchant group than he imagined. At least 8 or 9 people knelt among the captives. They also had their arms crossed and shivered under the orc's gaze. Perhaps it was because the battle started too suddenly and the enemy's ambush was too successful. Those who picked up weapons were basically killed mercilessly in the first round. The others who did not have time to arm themselves were soon scared out of their wits by the horrifying battle situation. Under the ferocious faces of the orcs, their bleeding weapons, and their terrifying roars, they curled up on the ground and raised their hands to surrender. Thales, who saw their expressions clearly, dared to say that these merchants had probably never seen so many orcs in their lives. The flames were scattered by the cold wind. In the face of the ferocious faces of the orcs, the captives' hearts were like dead ashes. The frightening silence lasted for a long time. During that time, the night wind and cold, accompanied by the noise of the looters in the distance, added a hint of sadness to the scene, as if it was an execution ground. Outsiders. Finally, the pure black leader spoke. Between his twisted and terrifying lips, his accent in the lingua franca was as smooth as ever. It was so fluent that it was hard for people to believe that it was spoken by an orc. "You are here. Who's in charge?" There was a commotion among the captives kneeling on the ground. Many of them subconsciously turned their heads. Thales saw from the corner of his eye that the big-bellied Tormodin was also kneeling on a remote side of the group with his hands over his head. But the wealthy merchant group owner, whose ancestor was acquainted with the virtuous king, who was so arrogant that he could not stop talking about business, was no longer there. What was left was a pitiful man who could not stop shivering. Tormodin seemed to be frightened by the appearance of the orcs. He just shrank his head back and did not even dare to raise his head. The fat Tormodin knelt on the ground and trembled like a sieve. He tried his best to curl up his muscles and bones, as if every inch of his body exposed in the cold wind would bring him losses. He did not make a sound in the face of the leader's question. The pure black orc leader looked around at the captives and sneered with a sonorous voice. So, outsiders, you don't have anyone who can speak to you who can negotiate with me, even if I have to start thinking about who to keep and who to kill." These words made many of the captives tremble even more violently. This is an orc who is proficient in the human language, Thales thought. This is rare. And according to Dean, they are not exiles who are scattered and alone, but from a large tribe. When he thought of this, Thales noticed that Dean, who was beside him, sighed. The latter moved his knees and prepared to stand up. But before the bald mercenary could do anything, there was a slight commotion on the other side of the group of captives. We surrendered, and you promised to spare our lives, orc. An armored girl put down her hands and stood up in an eye-catching manner among the kneeling people. She straightened her back and looked at the enemy with a calm expression. F***CK. Thales heard Mickey curse softly on the other side. I am. In the dark, Louisa's expression was a little gloomy, but her voice was extremely clear and steady. I am the leader of this group, Louisa Dante. Unarmed, she said softly. You can negotiate with me. The commotion happened again. But this time, the ones who caused the commotion were the gruff orc warriors. They whispered to each other in a roaring voice. The pure black orc's facial features moved slightly. It changed its sitting posture, placed its elbows on its knees, and leaned forward. It seemed to be very interested in this woman who stood out among the crowd. I only promised the lives of this person and that Sereno. The orc pointed at Mickey and Thales with the iron fork on its wrist. I did not include the other outsiders, and you? The three orcs below the leader looked at each other in pairs, bared their teeth, and let out deep laughter that sounded like the howling of a cold wind. Look, my holy guards are laughing. The leader turned to Louisa with a smile. The people outside the desert have fallen to the point where they let a powerless female lead them. On the other side, Old Hammer and Mickey let out soft curses. In the face of the orc's gazes, Louisa calmly inhaled. Then you could have given me a weapon and an opponent. I can prove to you which one is more powerless, your promise or my sword. The beast man who was bare-chested and holding the torch gasped for air, patting the wound on his chest and saying something. The leader responded to it, causing many orcs to laugh. Turned its head. You do not need to prove it, brave warrior Louisa Dante. I know very well that many females in the world are much more terrifying than males. Louisa froze for a moment. And according to my loyal holy guard, Lucana the Unstoppable, the pure black orc said slowly. He acknowledges your strength. That strike you gave him was so painful that it pierced into his bones. Louisa glanced at the great sword-wielding orc and noticed that it was baring its sharp teeth at her. The leader continued to speak with great interest. He also said that if you were an orc, then he would take you home right now and treat you as his most cherished wife. He would protect you with his blood and sword, and protect the strong children you give birth to with him until his war soul completes the desert god's test and returns to the land of his ancestors. Mickey cursed under his breath. But Louisa only sneered. But I am a human. The leader nodded. But you are a human. You cannot become one of us. The pure black orc gestured at Lucana with its chin. So he had no choice but to eat you. Eat? Thales felt a chill in his heart. For some reason, he remembered the sand scorpion he ate. And the bloody thorn lizard. Louisa sighed. This is considered racial discrimination. The leader seemed to be amused. It opened its mouth and let out a series of terrifying laughter. Is this a normal situation? Thales whispered to Dean, who was beside him. Do all the orcs who capture humans first play a joke on them before they heat up the cauldron and cook them? I don't know. After all, Dean's lips did not move. There are not many people who can return alive after being captured by orcs to tell stories. Thales shuddered a little. Louisa raised her head. So, was it you? The female leader fearlessly faced the orcs who were glaring at them. Kill those desert bandits. People who hunt and kill all living things in the desert on a large scale. The leader narrowed its eyes. So you discovered it. Its deep voice rang out. Those corpses. Dean frowned a little. Louisa nodded. There are quite a number of powerful individuals in those camps. There are even exiles from large tribes, but they were unable to fight back. The female team leader looked around at the dozens of orc warriors around her. I'm guessing that it was you who used numbers, battle tactics, and formations. You used the brave warriors of the tribes, who were almost like an army, to slaughter them alive. Just like tonight, for this surprise attack, you even removed your heavy armor and came with light equipment just to catch them off guard. Dean sighed softly beside Thales' ear. She is trying hard to make herself look stronger. It is said that orcs, especially people from large tribes, respect the strong and warriors. They value honor. The orc leader smiled. It raised the iron fork on its broken wrist and pointed at Louisa. Very good. Is there anything else you want to say? Louisa took a deep breath, nodded and continued. Shattered Stone Tribe, I know you. The leader did not move. Louisa spoke without fear in the face of the leader and his 3 terrifying subordinates. You are one of the 8 great tribes under the Dragon Skeleton King in the desert. You suffered great losses in the desert war and had no choice but to flee to the depths of the desert. But why? Why did you take the risk to leave the depths of the desert and come to a place so close to the Constellation's forces? Why did you go around killing people like crazy? This is not in line with the rules of the desert. Even you. The leader smiled again. Compared to his subordinates, especially his 3 so-called holy guards, this orc smiled more often and more frequently. It was also more unsettling. The rules of the desert. Very good. You can live, woman. The orc leader nodded slowly, ignoring the sword-wielding orc Lusana's roars of protest. For your good fighting skills and knowledge. As for whether you will follow us back or, we will see. What about the others? The others must prove their worth. The orc leader turned his head and swept a sharp glance at the captives with his yellow eyes. And the reason why I attacked and captured all of you is because I want to know one thing. The mercenaries frowned at the same time. What is it? Louisa asked, puzzled. In the firelight, the orc leader narrowed his eyes. More than 10 days ago I received a report. It stepped on the sand and straightened its huge body that was as tall as 2 men. Many people, whether they are barren bone people, orcs, desert bandits, or small tribes and groups, are fleeing from the north and the east. Fleeing! Doubt rose in Thal's heart. This doubt also spread to the captives, but the situation in front of them made them have no time to think about it. The orc slowly walked to the leftmost side of the captives and passed each of them step by step. As they watched this ferocious creature approach, many of the merchants trembled in fear. Thales swore that he could even smell the faint stench of urine. I am very puzzled. What made these scumbags dare to ignore the majesty of the dragon skeleton throne, forget the terror of the desert god's altar, and flee into the depths of the desert, into the orcs and barren bone people's territories, into the private plots of the 8 great tribes and the 5 great tribes, and into the dangerous forbidden zone that everyone in the desert knows about. And according to these refugees, the pure black orc walked past Tormodin, who was lying on the ground and looked like a trembling caterpillar. Not long ago, a group of thousands of elite cavaliers entered the desert. Beside Thales, Dean held his breath. Thousands of people? He whispered in puzzlement. What Dean did not know was that Thales' heart skipped a beat at that moment. Cavaliers. Cavaliers? Cavaliers who entered the desert. The pure black orc walked past Louisa, patted her shoulder with his huge left hand, and curled his lips. In the past 10 days, they occupied almost all the strongholds in the oases, chased away all the natives, and killed those who did not want to leave. The mercenaries kneeling on the ground looked surprised and looked around. It's them? It's not you? Louisa cried out in surprise. The ones who carried out the purge and hunt in the desert are... that group of cavaliers? That group of cavaliers. Thales stared at the sand in front of him. His expression was stiff. The orc turned around. Just like you, we also encountered countless corpses and camps along the way. There were only more of them than what you found. The orc walked past Old Hammer and Quick Rope, and his voice became colder. That's not all. They were merciless and did not care about the cost. They slaughtered all the bipedal creatures they saw on the way, regardless of whether they were desert bandits, exiles, barren bone people, orcs, or ordinary smuggling merchant groups. They cleared the entire northern periphery of the desert. They almost turned a small part of the desert into a no-man's land. Slaughtered. Thales felt cold sweat slide down his back. This is not the end. The orc walked in front of Dean. The pure black orc leader lowered his head and cast a profound glance at Dean. They did not leave. Instead, they maintained the defense line which they paid a heavy price for. They transported supplies day and night, fed their horses and replenished their grass without restraint. just so that they could stay in the desert for one more day. Dean narrowed his eyes. What? Their roaming cavaliers moved around and patrolled back and forth. They killed anyone they saw, drank water they saw, and gnawed grass they saw. The entire northern end of the desert was disturbed by them. Moved around, patrolled back and forth. Thales felt his breathing become slower and slower. The orc continued to move forward. The friction between his huge feet on the soft sand was chilling. We hunt, graze, and use them as food to fill our stomachs. But even the stupidest of our tribesmen knows that when we get what we need, we must keep the cubs and not touch the seedlings. The slightly panicked Thales could feel the orc's footsteps getting closer. This way, we will still have food in the coming year. But these people, be it water, pasture, firewood, or campsites, these assassins on horseback take them without any hesitation. They consume all the resources in the desert without stopping. They neither fight nor occupy the place. They waste a disproportionate amount of money, food, and manpower just to clear this desolate wasteland, leaving behind a barren land where not even a single blade of grass grows. Even the caravans cannot stay in the campsites that have been cleared. The orc walked past Dean and finally stopped beside Thales, who was at the furthest side. He stopped beside the youngest human. Thales was still holding his head. He saw the orc's sturdy calf from the corner of his eye and felt it speak above his head. This is bad. This means, based on my experience, these cunning humans must have ulterior motives when they behave abnormally, just like what they have done in the past. But since they have taken action, we must also take action of our own. The orc leader narrowed his eyes and looked at the captives. This is the reason for us to head north. This is the reason why I have decided to lead a large group of tribal warriors to the far east and north in the desert. It gritted its ferocious teeth. So, outsiders, over the past month, you are the only ones who came from the direction of Bladefang's dune. You are the only ones who set off from the same direction and place as those mad cavaliers. You are also the only ones who might know their intentions. The captives kneeling on the ground had different expressions. On the sand, rows of orc warriors stood around them coldly, looking at every single human captive who was either trembling or puzzled. The expressions of the three holy guards did not change. They waited for their leader's next words. Finally, the pure black orc slowly extended its hand and raised the iron fork on its wrist. Its tone was cold. And you will tell me, why? It spat out a name that made everyone frown. Constellation. Why are they doing this? The mercenaries stared at each other. Even the merchants were shocked and bewildered. Why did they send so many troops deep into the desert? Why do they have to lift every layer of sand here? Why do they not hesitate to spend money, food, and human lives? Under the assault of the chill, Thales felt a chill on his neck while he was still in shock. A cold iron fork was pressed against the prince's neck. As the mercenaries cried out in surprise, Thales was forced to raise his head by the strength of the iron fork. He looked at the orc leader's bright yellow eyes. Thales met its gaze in a daze. He looked at the scars on its face and its inhuman face. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the armor under its fur. He looked at the faint bloodstains and scratches on it. He felt his body go numb. It was different from the other orcs he had fought against. Its eyes were calm and steady. It seemed to hide many secrets. There's someone. The orc raised its gaze and looked at the others. Its hands did not stop moving. It still hooked Thales' chin with the iron fork. Can you tell me? There was no response. There was only the howling of the cold wind in the sand, and the crackling of the flames. But at that moment only Thales knew. The truth that this pure black orc tried so hard to obtain. The secret that caused the desert to be in turmoil. It was trembling slightly under its iron fork. What should I do? Thales thought desperately. At that moment, that's enough. There is no need for the famous Kandarl Nushin in the desert to make things difficult for a human, Sereno. It was a gentle and mature male voice, just like the day he saved Thales. The moment he finished speaking, the orcs began to discuss among themselves. They seemed to be in a slight commotion because of a certain name. Thales, who was so nervous that he was almost suffocating, felt his neck tremble slightly. Finally, his neck relaxed. The iron fork left his artery. Thales sighed in relief and started to breathe again. He anxiously thought about what he should do about the predicament in front of him. The pure black orc turned around. Its gaze made all the orcs quiet down. Who is it? It slowly walked to Thales' side and the speaker's side. It stared at the bald human. The person who spoke to me. Who is it? The speaker raised his head, put down his arms, stood up, and looked up at the orc. I am Dean. I can be considered Louise's assistant. In the next second, the orc's iron fork was pressed against Dean's neck. Louisa gasped softly, but the bald mercenary did not move. He just let the orc size him up. The orc leader lowered his head and stared at him for a long time. Human, you left a deep impression on me during the battle just now. You have skill and intelligence. The orc leader narrowed his eyes. You know who I am? The captive nodded with an indifferent expression. I know. I recognize your arms. I recognize the color of your skin. Dean stared at the orc without blinking. You are not a pure-blooded desert orc. You have the blood of glacial orcs, so your skin color is different from theirs. Damn glacial bastard, Dean thought in his heart. Thales looked at the orc's skin. When he saw the black color, he understood. Surprise appeared in the orc leader's eyes. Dean sighed softly. You are Kandarl Nushin. You rose to power as an exile, and you are a mutant blood who has ruled the desert for 20 years. Chapter 380. The commoners and minor nobles in the Hall of Stars immediately became restless in fear. The guards could not help but berate them loudly. You really have the guts to say that, Cyril. Val, the Duke of the Northern Territory, gave Cyril a profound look. Thanks to you. No one should be talking about returning to the closed, small meeting room now, right? The appointed counts on the stone seats responded in silence. It will happen sooner or later. Duke Fakenhaz's gaze was dark. Even as he laughed, his shrill voice was still audible. Hee. I merely removed your hopes and fears. Duke Cullen sighed. The unwelcome guest at the banquet really lives up to his name. Zayn, like most of the counts from the 13 distinguished families, wore a gloomy expression and did not say a word. More than 10 seconds later, from Star Plaza to the Hall of Stars, the crowd's panicked buzzing noises became louder and louder. The news of the impending conflict between Exdet and Constellation was made public. Count Sorrel's gaze was unfriendly as he stared straight at the king. Your Majesty, you have achieved the effect you wanted by announcing this impending disaster to the people. The problem is, how are you going to end it now? Kessel V, whose face was as cold as ice, did not speak. He only glanced at Sorrel, but the latter was still stubborn. That's easy. Count Talon stared at Sorrel bluntly. Do you want to fight or negotiate? If you want to fight, everyone will return to their respective territories and sound the call to arms. We still have a chance to negotiate. We have allies. Just like 12 years ago, we can ask them to mediate between us. Zayn slowly raised his head and looked at the suzerains. War may not necessarily break out as long as we pay a certain price. They died in the diplomat group. The prince was King Nuven's only son, the only heir of the Walton family. Fakenhaz interrupted the young duke and said in a strange tone, Pay a price? That's right. Give that northern territory to Exdet and it will probably be done. We will not give up an inch of the northern territory, Count Zamunto said coldly. That is the land our family has guarded for generations. But that prince did die in your territory, didn't he? Dagestan sneered. This is your responsibility. Of course you have to pay the price. If you're not joking, Dagestan. Count Fries raised his head, his gaze fierce. Then we can duel on the stage of eradication right now. All right. How about we give them 20% of the eternal oil supply in the East Sea? Duke Fakenhaz pretended to be deep in thought. He first looked at Duke Cullen, then at Zayn and smiled nonchalantly. Or how about the crystal drop mines in the south? There's a limit to joking, Cyril. Duke Cullen was unusually serious. Zayn gave him a friendly smile and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly. All the nobles quietened down and looked at him. Under the king's gaze, Gilbert nodded and took a step forward. According to the channels of the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragoncloud City already knew about the prince's death in Constellation yesterday. He frowned and said, and the Archduke of Black Sand region was even faster than their king. 2 days ago, he began to recruit soldiers and mobilize the army. The other 2 archdukes in the south of Extet were half a day later than him, but they were almost the same. There was an immediate uproar in the hall. Silence, Gilbert said loudly and sternly. Amidst the complicated emotions in the hall, the Supreme King said in a deep and sonorous voice, if the 2 countries go to war, the royal family and the Talon family will do everything they can to support the Northern Territory. Count Talon nodded firmly. The king looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory with a calm expression. Val, how many soldiers and supplies can you provide? How many soldiers? Are you joking? Val Arund replied solemnly. I have already gathered all the vassals, 15,000 infantrymen, 1,000 archers, 500 heavy cavalry, and even a small number of mystic guns. They will reinforce Broken Dragon Fortress in the shortest time possible and listen to Lady Sonia Sasir's orders. That is our territory. Once war breaks out, even the women and children will take up arms. As for supplies, it will depend on how much land we can defend. The 2 counts, Zamunto and Fries, nodded firmly in agreement. The 3,500 people from Overwatch City will fight to the death. The lonely old tower only has 2,000 infantrymen, but we will fight to the last man. We can withstand the pressure from the 3 archdukes of Extet, but if it is the entire Extet, the Duke of the Northern Territory straightened his back and swept his piercing gaze across every noble. We need the power of all of Constellation. Cohen, who was standing behind the old Count Caribbean, scratched his head and whispered in puzzlement. Isn't this a national conference for all the people? Why are they talking about the military deployment just like that? The old Count Caribbean closed his eyes gently and sighed in a barely noticeable manner. Can't you see? He lowered his voice and told his son with an exhausted expression. The northern noble's attitude is a show for Extet. Do you believe that Duke Arund can gather 10,000 people? Constellation has yet to recover from the bloody year. I suspect that it would be good if the suzerains could gather a third of their military strength. Cohen was instantly stunned. He looked at the top of the hall in disbelief, at the pattern of 2 stars the size of a silver cross. As the descendant of the Empire and the shield of the Western Peninsula, has Constellation become so weak? Kessel V nodded slightly, then turned to the frightening Cyril. What about the suzerains of Western Desert? Cyril Fakenhas tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The ruins can only send 1,000 infantrymen. The Baron Bone tribe has been in a commotion recently. As for the mystic guns, we don't even have enough for ourselves. The young Count Derek Chroma muttered. Wingford is not known for its vanguard, but we can send the best 100 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Bosdorf also frowned. Brave Soul's Fort has been in a state of unrest recently. An orc is being worshipped as a leader. He is gathering the forces of various clans. The Black Lion family can only send 200 people. The stingy decision of the Western Desert nobles caused the nobles present to start whispering among themselves. Cohen furrowed his brows. He had served at the front lines of Western Desert during the purge after the Desert War. But as far as he knew, Western Desert's military strength was definitely not that weak. Val stared coldly at Fakenhas. You were quite proactive when you revealed the secret just now. When it comes to recruiting troops, ahumph. Another wave of cheers traveled to the Hall of Stars from Star Plaza. This time it was an excited cheer, and there was no lack of fanatical voices. Sigh. Count Talon stroked his pentagram brooch and sighed. I'm willing to bet that the guards have just passed down the message regarding the military strength of the Northern Territory. They haven't had the time to pass it down to the Western Desert yet. Kessel V remained calm and collected. He turned to Cullen and asked, "What's the attitude of the Sun Sword and Shield family and the entire Eastern Sea Hill?" "Your Majesty, most of the people of Eastern Sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. We do not have enough military strength, but we can fork out money and summon mercenaries to battle." The plump Duke grinned. "If a full-scale war breaks out, as long as it is not winter and the coastal waters are not frozen, our fleet can still harass Extet's east coast." On the stone seats beside the Duke of Eastern Sea, Count Noah Hawea and Count Clark Amund exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Duke Fakenhas said darkly, "Thank you very much for reminding us. It is December now, winter has arrived." Kessel V knocked on his stone seat and asked meaningfully, "So there is no manpower, only money? I remember when we fought the Desert War, the Prime Minister told me that there was no money, but there was manpower. It was just that it was a little far to transport troops from Eastern Sea to Western Desert. 5 years ago, people didn't know how to go out and earn money, so there was manpower. But now, people have all gone out to earn money, so there is no money." Duke Cullen answered with a straight face and a smile. The king snorted softly, while the Duke of the Northern Territory's expression was extremely unpleasant. King Kessel turned his head towards the nobles in the south. "There is no usable cavalry in the entire South Coast Hill. The Covendier family can gather 2,000 infantrymen from the surroundings of Jade City, and they also have some mystic guns," Zayn answered worriedly before His Majesty could ask him. "But the long march to the north will be a problem. My vassals will definitely not be happy, and I will not be able to guarantee the quality of the soldiers." The old Count Caribbean's expression was also solemn as he spoke in a timely manner. "It is the same for Walla Hill. Even with the addition of the vassals, I do not have the confidence to recruit even 300 soldiers." Behind the Count, Cohen lowered his head and sighed softly. He still remembered that the last time his 2 sisters went out to visit friends, his father directly sent 500 soldiers to escort them. Count Lasha was even more straightforward. "The soldiers from the swamp are not suitable for the Northern War at all." Kessel V did not say anything else. He only exhaled softly. "The Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs and the Guardian Duke of Blade Edge Hill have not arrived yet, but I reckon that they, as well as the remaining 4 families, probably have the same attitude." As the nobles of the Land of Cliffs Hill, Count Sorrel and Count Dagistan both turned their heads and did not speak. Instead, the chiefs and merchants who were listening started whispering to each other. They were more worried about the impending war. "Is this how you report back to Constellation?" The Duke of the Northern Territory's face was ashen. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the double cross-shaped star above his head. He said angrily, "This is the country you swore allegiance to, and it was once the greatest country in the history of mankind. Even though the Northern Territory is not your territory, the double cross-shaped star flag still flutters above it. It is the same as your land. Your Grace, I also fought for Constellation 5 years ago," Count Dagistan said coldly. "In the end, I lost my eldest son forever in the Western Desert. I guess you, who do not have a son, will not understand." Bulsh *T. Val's eyes widened in anger. He turned his head abruptly. "My only daughter, the heir of the White Eagle, is now at the Broken Dragon Fortress at the border between the 2 countries. She is under the command of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Sasir. Her life and death depends on the outcome of the war between the Great Dragon and Constellation." Upon hearing this, Cohen could not help but lower his head and sigh. He looked at Raphael, who was behind the Black Prophet. Duke Cullen shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps there is no need for war. We can choose to negotiate. Even if Extet sends out troops, it will only be for benefits. And then force the Northern Territory to give up its territory?" Val was like an eagle hunting its prey. His sharp eyes stared intently at everyone who replied. "Now, we all know the bargaining chips and the number of troops in our hands." At this moment, Zayn raised his head with a resolute gaze and looked at the king. To fight or to make peace, it will depend on His Majesty's will. Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards Kessel. Val's gaze was eager and intense. Cullen's gaze contained a complicated smile. Cyril's gaze was playful, and Zayn's gaze was as calm as still water. So, this is my country? Kessel slowly raised his head. His gaze was like a knife that sliced at every suzerain. The king can only bring his own regular army and direct vassals to face the entire army of another country? Or else I have to represent Constellation and accept their possible conditions in humiliation? Cyril Falkenhaz laughed sinisterly. Hee, without military strength we can't fight, but the dignity of the royal family, we can't even talk about it. Kessel V sighed. Looks like it's just as Main Knox said. Kings are all lonely people. At this moment, a loud and furious voice came from the main door of the Hall of Stars. Your Majesty, please take back what you said. With us around, you will never be lonely. As the nobles of Constellation, the descendants of the Empire, how can we retreat even the slightest bit? Amidst the uproar in the hall, a nobleman in his prime, whose left eye was covered by a terrifying scar, wearing a yellow-black cloak with a deer standing on its hind legs, walked up to the 6 stone seats with a cold and arrogant expression. Some of the nobles in the hall, including the commoners, began to applaud enthusiastically, while others either snorted or shook their heads and sighed. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, flashed a helpless smile. Val and Zayn looked at him solemnly. Cyril Falkenhaz laughed and said, One-eyed dragon of Nanchester, I thought you would only arrive at night. The Castellan of Steep Forest City, the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, Coaster Nanchester said with a stern expression. Compared to this, look at what you have done? He kissed Kessel's ring, but did not sit on the stone seat. Instead, he turned to Val and said, Sir Arund, please do not worry. The entire army of Steep Forest City will be mobilized, north to Broken Dragon Fortress. But under Val's surprised and complicated gaze, he immediately changed the topic and looked at Kessel V. In the face of this war of the entire nation, as long as your Majesty can make your followers feel at ease, I can't think of any reason to retreat. Almost all the nobles in the hall frowned. Make his followers feel at ease? Coaster, Kessel V said slowly. What do you mean by this? Your Majesty, do you still not understand? Coaster said sternly. An all-out war is imminent, but the nobles are panicking and making excuses. In this situation, only you, as our king, are enduring the torment of whether to fight or to make peace. This is not fair to you, but why do you think this is? Coaster shut his single eye tightly, took a deep breath, and then said firmly, The Iron Hand King, your Majesty Kessel, the suzerains and nobles do not dare to follow you. The whole of Constellation is panicking and uneasy. 12 years have passed since that tragedy, and the late king's remains have been buried. But we still do not know what you are thinking. We do not know what kind of king we are following. In an instant, the nobles were silent. Gilbert and Gines furrowed their brows at the same time. Kessel, on the other hand, gently tightened his grip on his scepter and looked at Coaster with a complicated expression. But Coaster still did not back down and said, We are all afraid of you. No one knows what kind of things a king who lives alone in the world without any scruples, the last person of the Jadestar family, will do. Moreover, this is war. Coaster turned around. His single, sharp eye swept across every suzerain. He enunciated each word clearly. Your Majesty, the color of blood has faded, but Constellation still exists. But why do you have to bear the suspicions of the nobles even for an obvious choice of war? Kessel V's gaze became colder and colder. The 4 dukes avoided his gaze at the same time. Coaster pointed at the double-crossed stars at the top of the hall and said loudly, Your Majesty, for the interests of Constellation, for the dignity of the Jadestar royal family, we cannot hesitate in this crisis. Therefore, Your Majesty, please put the heavy burden of Constellation on our shoulders. Whether it is war or peace, let all of us bear the price of this decision. If Constellation is stable, the future is bright, and the royal family is not broken. I think no one will back down in the face of such a national war. At this moment, many people had already sensed something. Murat Hansen lowered his head and silently curled up the corners of his mouth. It's coming. So fast. Zayn pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. It's coming. I hope it goes well. Cullen, on the other hand, watched Koster's performance with a smile. It's coming. Interesting. Val stared blankly at the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, gritting his teeth. This is their goal? Both Guy and I are prey? The counts whispered to each other on their stone seats. Some were worried, while others nodded frequently. Only many civilians who were listening were still whispering in confusion. But everything in the Hall of Stars was still going on. Your Majesty, you will soon be 48 years old. On the eve of the war between the dragon and Constellation, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Koster flung off his cloak and waved his arm at the nobles in the hall with a cold and stern expression. Please choose the heir of the kingdom among us nobles. Use your actions to tell the nobles that you still care about the stability and survival of this kingdom, and that you still trust these suzerains who are your arms. At that time, we will fight for the dignity of Constellation, for the glory of the Jade Star royal family. Absolutely no complaints, absolutely no retreat. Dead silence, absolute dead silence, suffocating silence. No one dared to be the first to speak after these words, until a sharp and presumptuous laughter broke the deathly silence. Ha ha ha. Duke Fakenhas opened his mouth wide. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, he laughed wildly, his scattered teeth appearing especially terrifying. What is that saying from the far east again? Spread out the map, and the dagger will be revealed? Your Majesty? Want to fight a dignified war? Use the throne to exchange for it. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 381. Very well, if no one knows. Under the collective silence of the merchants and the curses of the mercenaries, Kandarl looked around with an indifferent expression. Then let the duel begin as soon as possible. Thal's heart tensed. *T. He clenched his fists and fixed his gaze on the blue-faced orc, Duraman, in the distance. If the worst comes to the worst, if the duel cannot be avoided, then how am I supposed to survive? Thales sucked in a deep breath and entered Hell's senses to observe the enemy's condition. But a sudden bang came from outside his eardrums, and it shocked him. Thales only realized after a few seconds that the orcs were looting the goods of the merchant group in the distance. His fight against the Star Killer and the Raven of Death in the land of barren rocks had improved his sin of Hell's River, and his Hell senses had also become much stronger. But it was precisely because of this that Thales learned his lesson. Hell's senses could give him extraordinary senses, but sometimes being overly sensitive was not necessarily a good thing. When the countless information that was usually isolated from his senses was surged into his brain by Hell's senses, Thales was in a state of chaos. He could not tell where he was. For example, during the chaotic battle just now, in Hell's senses, the sounds of the orcs grinding their teeth 20 meters away was deafening. It sounded like a large army marching, and it was often mixed up with the sounds of swords and axes 1 meter away. The movements of the enemies in the distance were clear, as if they were right in front of him, causing Thales to subconsciously raise his hands to block them, and he ignored the threat that was right in front of him. Being able to hear and see well might seem to be something everyone envied, but the people involved in this would suffer unspeakably. The slightly louder sounds and brighter lights were unbearable to Thales. He would overreact and his senses would deviate. He needed time and practice to get used to his new state. When he thought of this, Thales shook his head. In his hazy memories from his previous life, the seniors who were reborn, cleared their meridians, and enlightened their acupoints, skipped the adaptation stage, and used their new powers to show off their prowess were probably born superhumans. He tried his best to focus the slightly out-of-control Hell's senses on his opponent, but he could not help but frown. With Hell's senses, the fluctuations reflected by the orcs were not scattered like those of humans, but were solid and thick. At least in Duraman's body, Thales could not find any signs of light that was similar to the power of eradication. But when the teenager looked at the ripples of its muscles, bones, listened to its heavy breathing and powerful heartbeat, he subconsciously gulped. But Thales did not doubt that this so-called holy guard, the blue-faced orc, could unleash a power that most superclass warriors could not achieve even with the help of their power of eradication. No, he silently came to a conclusion. Based on his current self, who was still trying to adapt to his new power, there was no chance. Not to mention, Thales glanced at the other two holy guards with a headache. The orc war chief, Kandarl, stared at Thales with a cold glare in its eyes. If he loses, there's no need for all of you to live. Obviously, the desert god doesn't like all of you. His words made everyone nervous. At this moment, a strange feeling crept into Thales' heart. He instinctively raised his head. Something was not right. The prince said to himself, "Something's not quite right from the beginning." Where was it? What was wrong? He turned his gaze and looked around. At this moment, a timid male voice rang out from the crowd. I know." The captives frowned. A trembling hand was raised in the air. I know why the Constellations sent their army, Great War Chief." Thales was a little surprised. Kandarl turned its head around slightly. "See, I knew it." Kandarl flashed a scornful smile and strode to the other side. "As humans, all of you are very lazy, and all you need is just a little bit of motivation." Dean and Louisa furrowed their eyebrows. What's going on? Dean could not believe his eyes. What does he know? A bald man curled up on the ground laboriously held his belly and straightened his back. He did not care about the dust on his body and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "If I tell you, Great War Chief, will you let me live?" Kandarl stopped and lowered its head coldly to stare at the master of the merchant group, Seth Tormerden. "It depends on what you tell me." Thales widened his eyes. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and tried to guess what Tormerden wanted to say. Could it be? Duraman the orc roared angrily, as if he was very dissatisfied with the delay of the duel. Tormerden shuddered as he knelt on the ground, but his words prevented Thales from immediately suffering misfortune. Around 10 days ago, in Bladefang's camp, I was chatting with my cousin. He's a regular soldier in the Western front lines, and he's William's subordinate. He's the one. Kandarl's gaze turned cold. I know who Williams is. Get to the point. All the captives stared at the conversation between the two, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The orc's eyes seemed to have some mysterious power, and it made Tormerden tremble even more. The merchant spoke faster, and he stuttered even more. My cousin, he told me that the important people will soon seal the borders. That's why I thought about pulling a merchant group out to smuggle and earn some money. Kandarl stretched out its remaining left hand. It grabbed the necklace around Tormerden's neck and pulled the frightened merchant up from the ground. His legs were off the ground, and it pressed its mouth against Tormerden's face and roared. Get to the point. Tormerden was just about to scream, but the roar scared him back into his mouth. As he stared at Kandarl's ferocious face, Tormerden was like a vole facing a venomous snake. He had nowhere to run. A few seconds later, the merchant said with a pale face, his teeth chattering, Baron Williams told a few nobles who are officials in his room, and my cousin heard it. The important people entered the desert, and they seemed to be chasing after someone. When he heard this, Thales' breathing suddenly froze. His expression remained the same, and he forced himself not to look at Dean and Louisa. What does this Tormerden know? This is bad. I have to face the threat of a duel. I have to think about how to escape. There's also the risk of exposing my identity. Thales gritted his teeth. Is today an unlucky day? He frowned a little. His uncontrollable hell senses gave him and Kandarl's heartbeats. The master of the merchant group was almost scared out of his wits. Kandarl might seem fierce, but his heartbeat was still calm, even though Thales did not know whether this was a unique characteristic of orcs. In the distance, The sounds of orcs plundering the spoils of war rose one after another. Their movements were crude, and the noises were endless, causing him to feel agitated. That strange feeling was still there. No, what's wrong? The teenager's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Through Hell's senses, the orcs in the camp were very noisy. Their crude whispers and rough movements seemed to be very close to his ears. The strange feeling in his heart became more obvious. Chasing after someone? Kandarl seemed to be deep in thought, and it loosened its grip a little. Who? Tormodin shook his head violently. This action made Kandarl tighten its grip again. It put away the corners of its mouth. You seem to need more motivation? Tormodin screamed. No, I don't know. He sounded like he was crying, and his tears were running down his face. I swear on the honor of my ancestors as nobles. I really don't know who they're chasing after. Dean and Louisa sighed at the same time. Mickey, who was beaten to the ground, sneered in disdain. Kandarl stared at Tormodin for a long time. A few seconds later, the orc war chief stared at the snot and tears that flowed onto its hand in disgust. Only then did it loosen its grip. Tormodin fell back to the ground with a thud. The master of the merchant group sighed in relief. He sobbed and patted his chest. But since they're as despicable as you said and didn't spare a single living thing in the desert, then they must hate that person to the core, just like how they hate you to the core. Kandarl lowered its head while it swung its hands. Realizing that he might have said something wrong, Tormodin raised his trembling hands. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I just. But Kandarl ignored his disrespect. You said that Constellation traveled all over the periphery of the desert to chase after a certain person? My cousin heard all of this? Kandarl snorted coldly. Just who is it? Is it worth it for the entire western front lines of the kingdom to go to war? And they won't stop even when they are drenched in blood and corpses are strewn all over the place? At that moment, Thales trembled. I see. The teenager suddenly understood. He understood where that strange feeling came from. The prince's chest heaved, and his gaze changed rapidly. So this was the answer to the mystery. It was also the only way for them to survive in the hands of these cruel and cunning orcs. Kandarl and Tormodin's question and answer session continued. But the prince was no longer in the mood to listen. While everyone's attention was on the other side, Thales' spirits lifted, and his lips moved slightly. The teenager tilted his head and whispered to the captive beside him, Dean, the orcs are plundering your goods. Of course, they like human spoils of war. Dean was a little worried and hesitant. He glanced at Kandarl, who was interrogating Tormodin, out of the corner of his eye. Listen, Waya, it won't let us go no matter what. So you... Thales shook his head. No, Dean, listen to me. Even though they're plundering, they're abandoning valuable items like their worn-out shoes. Instead, they're hastily searching for food, water, and even medicine. Dean's eyebrows twitched. What? The bald mercenary asked curiously. How did you know? As he listened to the movements beside his ears, Thales paused for a moment. I heard. I was the last one to see it. They're looking for the necessary supplies. Looking for supplies. Dean was deep in thought. On the other side, Tormodin cried again because he was frightened by the orcs. Dean, Thales continued to say softly, there were at most a dozen of us who picked up our weapons to fight back just now, and according to the war chief, they only lost a few people, right? Dean pursed his lips. Why? But there were nearly 100 of them, and almost half of them were injured. Thales gestured with his chin at the rows of orcs. That included the war chief himself. There were dried blood stains and new wear and tear on his armor as well. Dean's gaze froze in midair. Louisa said that for the sake of concealment and ambush, they deliberately stripped off their armor and attacked with light armor. But what if they weren't wearing light armor on purpose but were forced to? The bald mercenary's spirits lifted. You mean, their condition is not as good as they say, Dean? A flame known as hope burned in Thales' eyes. They went through a battle not long ago. They're traveling with light armor and they lack food and clothes. They're running for their lives. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two of them changed. The dark night seemed to have become much brighter. Dean was silent for a long while. That means? Thales nodded. We just need to think of a way to... He did not finish his sentence, because in the next moment, bang, a thunderous noise suddenly rose, and everyone swayed on the spot. Regardless of whether they were orcs or humans, merchants or mercenaries, war chiefs or princes, all of them turned their heads in panic and looked in the direction of the loud noise. In the dark night, a terrifying, raging fire was burning in a camp not too far away. The fire was so strong that it even reached the sky and was more than 10 meters tall. The light from the fire illuminated the sand dunes in all directions, and it was incredibly eye-catching in the night sky. Thales and Dean stared at the fire in the distance in a daze and looked at each other. Kandarl, one of the holy guards, Yaku, stared at the burning camp in shock. He swiftly took out his black bow and said something to the war chief anxiously. Hura. War Chief Kandarl roared at him, but it still turned its head around and waved its arm. Yaku nodded and led a dozen orc warriors to check on the situation. It turned its head around and grabbed Tormodin, who was also terrified and pale. It pointed at the fire and said furiously, "What's going on?" Aye. Tormodin waved his hands desperately, trying his best to show his innocence and cooperation. The army in Bladefang's dune has been mobilized frequently these few days, and the scale is very large. They are busy, and the management is a little lax. The merchant had a long face, so I took the opportunity to transport some military supplies, such as a little bit of eternal oil. Your subordinates might have been snatching. They were careless when they were rummaging through. A little bit? Mickey, who was lying on the ground, repeated sarcastically as he stared at the fire on the sand. Kandarl stared at the fire, then at Tormodin. His expression was one of anger. Its cheeks twitched, and its 2 rows of teeth were about to crush each other. You might not understand the characteristics of eternal oil, and there might be more than a little bit of it. Tormodin stared at the fire and forgot how terrifying the orcs were for a moment. He said in pain, "So, if we want to put it out, we should use a lot of sand." Kandarl howled in anger and threw the unfortunate Tormodin aside. As expected, a minute later, the orc Yaku came back with more than 10 warriors covered in dirt. With a solemn expression, it shook its head at Kandarl, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Kandarl roared in indignation. The war chief turned around and gave an order in their language. Quite a number of lightly armored orcs immediately moved and spread out around the camp. The fire was still burning. Looks like Tormodin's insatiable greed and audacity helped us this time. Dean narrowed his eyes and whispered, "They're retreating. Your guess is right. We have a chance." Thales pursed his lips. In the unexpected chaos, Kandarl seemed to have finally remembered the group of human captives. What a pity. The orc war chief turned to them and coldly stroked the sharp iron fork on its wrist. "It's going to end early. I wanted to chat with all of you for a little longer." The captives' expressions immediately changed. Kandarl snorted softly and looked at Thales. Its black face was illuminated by the fire, and it looked even more ferocious. "You know, Sekka, I really wanted to see how you would react when you faced Duraman." Duraman roared and slammed its spiked mace on the ground. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. The orc war chief walked forward slowly and stared at Thales. Especially since I just figured out a lot of things. At that moment, a spark rose from the ground on the other side of the desert and let out a shrill, sharp sound. Whoosh. It was bright and piercing to the ears. Everyone, including Kandarl, instinctively looked in the direction of the spark. A few seconds later, on the other side of the sand dune where the spark appeared, a few barely discernible voices traveled into the distance. Thud, 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 thud. It was dull, low-key, and hurried, but there was a certain rhythm to it. It was getting closer. Almost at the same time, An orc warrior's shout rose abruptly from the other side of the sand dune. Crully! Before the shout could finish, it stopped abruptly and turned into a cry of pain. Ayaha! Before Thales could react, the expressions of all the orcs present changed drastically. The warrior's cry of pain had yet to disappear, but Candarl had already let out a furious roar and turned swiftly towards its warriors. The tribe's war chief did not hesitate. It flung its powerful arm and roared at the loudest voice it had ever used since it appeared. Musa! In the next second, faster than the blink of an eye, all the orc warriors roared and drew their weapons. Under Yakir and Lakena's lead, they took large strides and formed a team of their own accord. They started running, except for Duraman the orc. It pointed at Thales, who was among the captives, and said something to Candarl in an agitated manner. This orc who had a blood feud with Thales seemed to have made up his mind to end his grudge here. Thales' heart sank. Don't worry, Dean said calmly from beside him. I've already talked to Louisa. We'll look for a chance to counterattack. But his comfort was not effective, because Candarl was even angrier than Duraman. It even mercilessly punched the Holy Guard. In the end, Duraman cast Thales a resentful glance and joined its companions. The captives stood at the center of the field and watched in shock and bewilderment as the busy orcs ran past them with frenzied expressions on their faces. They ran in the opposite direction of the sparks. They did not have the time to care about the captives anymore. How? That was the surprised Louisa. The next scene revealed the answer. On a sand dune not too far away from them, a tall figure moved past the obstruction of the sand, broke through the dark night, and appeared under the illumination of the fire. It was a knight, a horse and a man. His feet were in the stirrups, and he held the reins in his hands. He stepped on the horse's back with swift hooves. He rose and fell as he galloped, then charged down the sand dune. The two orc sentinels on the sand dune saw the knight. They roared angrily and raised their terrifying weapons. With astonishing steps, they charged towards the intruder with their majestic bodies. The knight on the horse ignored the approaching threat. He only arched his body and increased his speed. The distance between the two parties grew closer. Then they came face to face with each other. The orcs' angry roars were filled with hatred. A heavy hammer and a broadsword drew dangerous arcs in their hands. With terrifying power and a howl of death, they were about to cut open the horse's abdomen. Thales was shocked, but the knight whistled softly. At that moment, the steed under him turned around nimbly. It moved its hooves and changed direction before the weapons could reach its body. The moment the knight turned around, the sharp-eyed Thales saw the pattern on his robe. It was a crow. It was a dark blue crow with only one wing. The knight narrowly avoided the orc's interception and dodged two deadly weapons. But it did not end there. A light and sharp spear shot out accurately from the horse and pierced the neck of the first orc. As the two orcs roared, the knight withdrew the tip of his spear. With his superb horsemanship, he galloped far away, leaving behind only a splash of his enemy's blood, and a ponytail that was a few inches long. This symbol is the Chroma family's Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Old Hammer could not suppress the excitement in his heart. It's the famous 2nd Commando unit of the Raven Guards, the Lightning Ravens. Thales thought of something. The Chroma family. Chroma family? Sounds familiar. The orc whose neck was pierced howled in anger. It trod with frightening heavy steps, ignoring the blood that spilled everywhere. With its companion, it chased after the knight. But they could not catch up. The knight turned in an arc and rode further and further away on the sand dune. He rode faster and faster. Finally, the orc whose neck was pierced fell limp after running for quite a distance and almost dyeing the sand red. Before the last of its blood flowed out, the orc's tenacious life allowed it to raise its blade at the knight's drifting back. But its blade was too short. I can't reach it. As it thought about this, its thick arm trembled in the air for a moment before it fell limply. Could no longer move. Under the sand dune, War Chief Candarl watched its warrior fall from the distance and roared in grief and indignation. The orcs shouted in unison to vent the hatred in their hearts. Yo! It's been 2 days since we last met, you bastards from Stone Splitter. The first human knight looked at the burning camp not far away and the angry orcs below him. He reined in his horse. He stopped on the sand dune. His laughter traveled from afar and traveled into every orc's ears. Holy Pursuit Day isn't here yet, and you're already holding a bonfire party. Don't you think it's a little too early? Another orc sentinel howled shrilly and charged at the knight. It did not manage to reach its destination. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the second knight charged over from the other side of the sand dune. When the orc turned its head around, he flashed a saber and brushed past it. As Kandorl roared shrilly, the second orc's head flew high into the air with an indignant and resentful gaze. The captives were silent. The orcs shouted in grief and indignation. Thales watched the scene in a daze. He watched the powerful orcs die one after another. Kandorl's roars became more and more urgent. Under its orders, the nearly 100 orcs quickly split into 2 groups. With an astonishing presence, nearly 20 orcs lifted their heavy weapons and stepped forward. They formed a formation facing the sand dune where the knight was. The rest of the orcs shouted loudly. They gritted their teeth and put away their weapons with hatred. Then they turned around and ran in the opposite direction with all their might. What are they doing? Quick Rope looked surprised. Old Hammer shook his head. With his rich experience, he gave a short and concise answer. Running for our lives. Thales was about to ask, but he realized that in the next moment, he was seized by the neck by a huge orc. Wuxia! While Dean and Louisa shouted angrily, Thales was restrained by Kandorl's left arm. But the orcs guarding the captives did not move. They stood coldly behind the humans and suppressed everyone who wanted to fight back. Thales wanted to exert his strength, but he realized that the orc's strength was the most terrifying he had ever encountered. You! He did not manage to finish speaking, because in the next moment, Kandorl's iron fork was pressed against his throat. Silence! The orc war chief seized Thales' throat and looked at his surprised and bewildered gaze. It said coldly to the captives, "This will end soon. I don't want to make the scene too ugly." In the next second, Kandorl pressed its mouth against Thales' ear and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. "Tell your father and tell Morat. I was the one who found you first. And I know who you are." At that second, Thales froze completely. Dean and Louisa were still shouting excitedly, but it was no longer important. What, father? Morat? You found me first? You know who I am? What does this mean? Kandorl turned Thales' head towards it. Its bright yellow eyes were sharp. With great puzzlement, Thales stared at Kandorl. He suddenly realized that Kandorl's expression was incredibly serious at that moment. It did not have the humor from before, nor the grief and indignation from before. It was calm, a rare calmness. So, Jadestar, I fulfilled my promise. Kandorl lowered its voice and said, "What about the rest of you? We'll meet again, Sekka." In the next moment, Thales felt pain in his forehead, and he instantly swallowed a mouthful of sand. Wuxia! A few seconds later, Thales, who was helped up from the sand by Dean, was still in a state of shock. He could only watch the orc war chief leave into the distance with a heart full of shock and puzzlement. He watched Kandorl and its warriors join the tribe's team and run into the distance. What's going on? Are you all right? What did it do to you? Thales did not answer. He only blinked, his face full of shock and bewilderment. Its promise? Jadestar's promise? He did not understand. This orc. Just who is this orc? My God. Quick Rope blinked in disbelief and pulled Mickey up from the ground. We survived. They're gone. Dean looked at the fleeing orcs in the distance, then at the orcs who stayed behind to form a formation. His expression was complicated. The knights on the sand dune whistled and rushed down. There were more than 10 of them, and they agilely bypassed the orcs who had already formed a formation and chased after the running Kandorl. As the orcs left, the captives regained their freedom, But they did not have the time to celebrate their luck, because soon the next thing attracted all their attention. Waves. In that second, Thales thought that he had heard wrong. But he was right. It was the waves. The faintly discernible sounds of waves assaulted his ears repeatedly. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk. What's that? Quick Rope asked in terror. Oh no! Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. Under the light of the fire, the captives looked around in panic, but they did not see anything other than the dark horizon. But the waves did not disappear. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk more than 10 seconds later, the waves drew closer and became bigger. They turned into terrifying, raging waves. Asterisk rumble, rumble. Asterisk in the next moment, the captives looked at the ground in terror, then at the distance. Asterisk T. Dean cursed. Everyone felt a tremor that could not be ignored. It traveled continuously from the sand to their feet and up their spines. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the tremors on the ground grew stronger, more obvious, and more frequent. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales even felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk finally. The uneasiness brought about by the raging waves ended. In an instant, at the top of the sand dune in front of them, at the border between the sky and the earth, countless black shadows appeared at the same time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk amidst the blazing flames. The black shadow formed a continuous black line. They were like densely packed ants, but also like a black tide that swept over. They covered the sand dune from top to bottom, dyeing the sand under the light of the fire black. It was like the night. My God, that's... Louisa narrowed her eyes. Her face was pale. Thales could not help but hold his breath. He saw the black shadows clearly. They were people. To be precise, they were cavaliers. Countless cavaliers. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk they stomped on the ground with their iron hooves. Their momentum was astonishing, and they covered the sky and earth. They were like black lava that devoured everything at the mouth of a volcano. They pounced on the small camp. They were unstoppable. They were unstoppable. Thales watched the scene in a daze. At the top of the sand dune, a cavalier who looked like a commander appeared within the range of the fire and gave a loud order. The cavaliers responded to him with a yell. But Thales did not notice him. What he saw was another cavalier galloping behind the leading cavalier, holding a tall flag in his hand. As he galloped, the flag was completely flung open in the light of the fire. Thales stared at the flag in a daze. He looked at the pattern that he did not know if it was unfamiliar or familiar. All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. That was a flag, I flag with white edges and a blue background, I flag with 2 silver cross-shaped stars. In the name of King Kessel. In the next second, the leading cavalier raised his sword and pointed at the camp under his hooves. Anything that has less than 4 legs, leave no one alive. Chapter 382. Amidst the deafening galloping sounds, the sand on the ground began to shake slightly. It sounded as if the whole world was collapsing. Under the illumination of the fire, the cavaliers on the sand dune were indistinct. Countless iron hooves struck the sand inch by inch, bringing with them a dull roar that filled Thales' eardrums. Thales could hardly hear even the nearest voices clearly. They charged towards the small camp of the merchant group. They were getting closer and closer. No, no, no. The master of the merchant group, Tormorden, seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at the group of orcs in front of him, then at the shattered stone tribe who were fleeing for their lives behind him. In the end, he turned his head around and looked at the Constellation Cavaliers who covered the mountains and plains as they charged towards them. He muttered in a daze, "Oui, oui." The other merchants did not lose to him. Some of them even cried in fear. "Dean, we're caught in the middle." Thales, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by the female captain's words. He stared at the cavaliers who were charging towards them in the name of his father. They were fierce and full of murderous intent. His face instantly turned pale. Obviously, this was not the best time to smile, wave, and say, "Good day, comrades." After all, he did not have 4 legs. They're charging. Amidst the galloping sounds and the roars of war, Louisa looked anxious and shouted at the top of her lungs, "We won't survive!" The captives panicked. "Oh, desert god above!" A merchant trembled as he watched the approaching cavaliers. He was so terrified that he could not speak. "No, no." Tormorden crouched down and squeezed out a sob. We'll die, and my goods." "Damn fatty, you better *King stand up and shut up." The bald mercenary dragged Tormorden up from the ground and irritably interrupted the impromptu speech of the master of the merchant group, who was trying to distract them. The galloping sounds rumbled, and the ground trembled. More and more cavaliers entered the illumination of the fire, and they were blurry and indistinct. The 20 or so orcs in front of them roared fanatically. They rubbed the weapons in their hands and were ready to fight to the death to stop them. "Their target is the orcs." Dean's expression had never been so grave before. His gaze moved back and forth between the orcs and the Constellation Cavaliers. His gaze was steely. "As long as we can find cover and avoid their first wave of attacks." Old Hammer coughed. "Also, don't forget about the orcs who are running for their lives. Constellation's army will not let them go. We still have to stay far away from their pursuit." Mickey spat out a bloody tooth and pointed at a remote dune on the left side of the camp. "There." "Very good." Dean's eyes lit up. He strode forward and kicked away a box that was blocking his way. "Everyone, follow me. Don't leave any weapons in your hands." The female captain gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Dean. "Let's go." The group of captives used their hands and feet to flee in a panic. Behind them, more than 20 orc interceptors were closing in on the cavalry. The captives finally hid under the sand dune on the side of the battlefield. They threw themselves down and shielded themselves from the cavaliers' line of sight. Then they relaxed a little. Thales slid down the sand dune with the others, then flipped over and climbed up 2 steps. He imitated Dean and peeked out half of his head. He watched nervously and in shock as the cavaliers rushed down the sand dune and occupied most of his field of vision. At least 100 cavaliers. On the other side, Old Hammer did not seem to be in a good condition. He leaned against Quick Rope with a pale face and panted, but his gaze on the battlefield was still sharp. And there are nearly 20 Raven Whistle light cavaliers among them. This is not common. But it feels like there are thousands of them. Thales clenched his fists and said quietly. In the distance, Warchief Kandarl led its 100 or so subordinates to flee in the opposite direction from where the cavaliers had appeared. They were getting further and further away from their companions who brought up the rear. "More than 100? Quick Rope asked in puzzlement. He looked at the fleeing orcs. "But there are 100 or 200 of those gray mixed breeds. With their strength, they can fight against 10 of us alone. Why are they running?" Old Hammer shook his head and did not speak. "Who cares?" Tormorden cut off Quick Rope, who was about to ask more questions. He patted his chest, still unsettled. "Anyway, those mixed breeds ran away. This is a good thing." At this moment, Carolee, the other blood's furious roar rose from the other side of the battlefield, and it came from the fleeing group. The captives turned their heads and looked to the right, at Shattered Stone Tribe who were fleeing madly. Thales' gaze instantly focused. Thud, thud. On the other side of the battlefield. The thundering sounds of horse hooves rose in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. What followed were countless cries for murder. "My God! That is..." Mickey widened his eyes in disbelief. Unfamiliar and swift figures appeared before the people's eyes. The hooves of the horses beneath them tore through the darkness, and the armor on their bodies shone with a cold light. Cavaliers. The second group of cavaliers. They were like fatal killers who had been waiting for a long time and suddenly appeared from the dark. They charged towards the fleeing group with an unstoppable force. Mixed breeds. A cold shout rose from among the newly arrived cavaliers. "Do you like surprises?" In the face of the sudden arrival of the enemies, War Chief Kandarl's roars became more and more urgent. The fleeing orcs had to slow down and reorganize their formation. Old Hammer stared at this ambush solemnly. The newly appeared cavaliers let go of their reins and galloped forward. The sound of their hooves was louder and deeper than the Chroma family's cavaliers. Their equipment was also more uniform, and they exuded an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Outflank them! The Chroma family's cavaliers are just long poles used to herd rabbits. They're in charge of driving the enemy into a pocket, while the ambush by the cavaliers on this side is the real trap. The veteran from Constellation's side and said, "They must have set up their tactics and formation beforehand." "It's different," Dean suddenly said. In the face of the other's puzzlement, Dean pointed at the newly appeared cavaliers. "Look at the flag." Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. He activated Hell's senses and saw the fluttering war flag among the cavaliers. I knew it. It was not a single-winged crow. Instead, it was a flag that Thales did not recognize. The picture on the flag looked like a few bright stars from afar, and they were shrouded in a cloud of fog-like dust. "Stardust war flag," Old Hammer said in surprise. "It's the Stardust unit." When he said this, many people were shocked. "The Stardust unit? From Bladefang's camp?" Louisa asked with a frown. Thales looked at the others in puzzlement. Old Hammer nodded. "Look carefully. Their warhorses are different from the Chroma families. They are not ponies native to the Western Desert. They are taller, bigger, and heavier." The veteran observed the newly arrived cavaliers carefully. They are hybrids between Northland horses and Plains horses. Their charging and explosive power are also stronger. This group of cavaliers are stationed at the Western front lines. They are the regular army directly under the command of the royal family. Baron William's Stardust Unit. The regular army of the royal family? Thales' eyes lit up. That means that this group of people can be trusted, right? "Thank you, Desert God, Sunset, Bright Moon, Dark Night, and all the previous kings of Constellation." Tormodin patted his chest, and his eyes were practically brimming with tears. "I knew it. Ever since my great-grandfather served the virtuous king, our family has been loyal to Constellation for generations. Fate will not let us die here." Everyone pursed their lips and did not answer, but Old Hammer frowned slightly. "Unbelievable. The Baron's Stardust unit and the Chroma family's enlisted army. This must be a big operation after the Desert War. This is the first time I see these two groups of people who can't see eye to eye going out to battle together." Old Hammer mumbled. Thales frowned slightly. "But those are orcs. Gray mixed breeds that can't be killed." Quick Rope counted the number of people and asked in surprise. "I've counted. This group of newcomers, Stardust unit, there are only a few dozen of them. Can they really gain an advantage if they rush in like this?" As he spoke, the Stardust unit's cavaliers mercilessly stabbed into the fugitives' flank like a sharp knife. They encountered the enemy much earlier than their colleagues from the Chroma family. Quick Rope's question was immediately answered. Thales saw the dozen or so orcs at the back of the group stand in formation and form the first line of defense among the fugitives. They turned their bodies sideways to avoid crashing into them. At the same time, they raised their shields and weapons steadily. They bulged their strong muscles and tendons, ready to stop the charging horses. The cavaliers at the front instantly arrived in front of them and faced their sharp blades. The prince held his breath. He thought he would see the cavaliers clashing head-on with the orcs, but he was wrong. In the next second, as a piercing sound rose, dozens of tiny black shadows shot out from the cavaliers and instantly sank into the orcs' formation. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk as the orcs cursed and cried out in pain. 2 of the dozen or so orcs bent down in pain. The group of fugitives instantly fell into chaos. Cavaliers' crossbows. Old Hammer cried out in surprise, as expected of the Stardust unit. This kind of weapon can only be used by the elite cavaliers to tear apart the enemy's formation. Before he could finish speaking, the Stardust unit's cavaliers threw away their hand crossbows, stepped on their stirrups, and drew their swords and spears with furious roars. They fought against the orcs at close quarters, but they still did not fight head-on as Thales had imagined. The first orc swung his axe with both hands and slashed at the first cavalier who charged at him. The axe cut through the air, but the cavalier calmly steered his horse to change direction. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the spear in his hand. The flash of the axe and the shadow of the spear intersected in the air. Shik. The horse swept past the orc's side at an unbelievable speed and angle. The cavalier swaggered away and did not look back. The axe cut into the sand violently. The orc turned around in disbelief and lowered his head to look at his chest. A broken spearhead had pierced through his chest from the front to the back and dyed his armor red. The heavily injured orc roared in grief and indignation. The strength it felt before death surged through its entire body. Furious, it turned around to look for its next target. But to its despair, it discovered that the human cavaliers were like a swarm of bees that had received an order. They instantly split up like a wave that had run into a reef. They galloped away from the two sides of this opponent. They did not engage in a battle of attrition with it, and neither did they care about its weak cries of grief. Thud. Thud. Horse hooves galloped past, and the orc's fingers could only sweep past the air helplessly. In the next moment, it knelt on the ground, and its body was permanently buried in the yellow sand. It was not the only one. Not far away, an orc faced a cavalier who charged at it with a saber. It roared and raised its shield, then exerted strength in its waist and feet. Clang. With the orc's advantage in strength and size, it only swayed its legs and withstood the heavy strike. But before it could counterattack, the second cavalier swept past the other side of the orc. A cold glare suddenly flashed. The saber in his hand gently sliced past the orc's unprotected neck. Whoosh. Blood gushed out of the orc's neck as it let out a deafening roar. The shield fell to the ground with a thud. Idiot! The cavalier's disdainful voice was mixed with the galloping sounds, and it only reached its ears at that moment. Such a scene could be seen everywhere during the cavalier's first round of charges. Some orc warriors died from a tricky thrust. Some orcs were slashed a few times by the cavaliers who charged past them at high speed, and in the end, they bled to death. There were also skillful orcs who strenuously and beautifully parried a few cavaliers' attacks, but the next enemy who always appeared next to them seized the opening and sliced their heads open. Some orcs swung their axes madly and fiercely, but it only made the never-ending cavaliers wiser to avoid their blades. There were also orcs who were covered in wounds after the first round of charges. They stood on the spot while swaying, and they cried out in grief as they stared at their companions who were all over the ground. More orcs were injured and bled. After their futile rampage, they fell to the ground because they could no longer hold on. Wherever the horses' hooves went, they left behind a trail of blood. War Chief Kandarl's voice reverberated through the sky, but it could not prevent its subordinates from dying. The captives who hid at the side were dumbfounded. Did you see that? That's the answer. Old Hammer shook his head and said, when we're standing on 2 feet, we can't even win against their little fingers. But when you step on the stirrups, sit on the saddle, and charge forward with a mount that weighs more than 700 pounds, everything changes. Your field of vision becomes wider, your weapons become longer, and the world becomes smaller. Even the opponents who were once invincible will inevitably become weaker. Even the orcs. Quick Rope stared fixedly, as if he had forgotten to answer. Elites. The Stardust unit is a rare group of elites. Don't forget this. Mickey snorted coldly. They're 1 in 100. Old Hammer shook his head and coughed loudly. Don't forget, that they're not facing desert bandits who collapse at the first blow or exiles who put their lives on the line before matters of principle. Instead, they're facing one of the few terrifying forces of power in the Great Desert. They're the elite warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe under the Dragon Skeleton Throne. They're also elite soldiers. They move together, and their discipline does not lose to Constellation soldiers. They face death with equanimity, and they're comparable to the heroic Northland warriors. Mickey turned his head away and did not speak again. Thales listened attentively to their conversation. Just like that, the Stardust unit, who charged forward with high horsepower, tore apart the first line of defense the orcs hastily built with an unstoppable force. They did not care whether there were any survivors in the first wave of attacks. They charged straight into the group of escapees. In the chaos, Kandarl's furious roar rose again. The second line of defense was built. More than 10 orcs with spears and shields roared as they stood together. They took care of each other and protected their companions' flanks. When they saw the cavaliers approaching, the orcs shouted in unison. Under the command of a leader whose face was covered in scars, they raised their shields to fight against the enemy and thrust their spears forward. However, the leader of the cavaliers who rushed towards them only looked at the formation of spears, frowned, and whistled. In the next second, the cavaliers turned their bodies to the side, lifted their reins, and changed directions. They went around the enemy's formation from both sides and gave up on fighting against the formation. The scarred orc roared wildly, as if it was indignant at its opponent's cowardice and evasion. But the attack did not end. The sound of horse hooves rose again. This time, the attack did not come from the front. A group of cavaliers went around the line of defense, gathered on both sides, and changed directions. They rushed towards the unprotected flanks and even the rear of the orcs' formation. Old Hammer sighed under the sand dune. On the battlefield, when you have one more leg than your enemy, you have one more choice. Hurrah! The scarred orc roared in anger. It knocked away the cavalier's saber that came charging at its head, and the powerful force brought it down from its horse. But then, a sword that came from the side cut off its head. Blades flashed, and blood splattered. The orcs who stood with it also met a horrible end. They either died from the ambush from the side, or had their backs pierced by cold swords and spears. The orcs who turned around to face the pincer attack had their throats slit from the front when they were defenseless. Even if there were orcs who survived, they usually fell to the ground powerlessly when the cavaliers regrouped and launched their next attack. The second line of orcs' defense immediately collapsed when it was attacked from multiple sides. Thales stared at this scene in disbelief. He still remembered the scene when the merchant group was attacked. Amidst the screams and sounds of fighting, the enemies attacked them from all directions. Their powerful strength was almost unstoppable, and their sharp blades tore apart their companions' bodies. There were people falling at every moment, and blood and death followed them like shadows. At that time, he swung his shield and long sword with all his might. He suppressed his panic and fear and withstood the orcs' endless attacks, but he could only fall to the ground weakly in despair and pain. But now, the orcs, the group of terrifying tribal warriors who gave him lingering fear, were the ones who were beaten to the point that they could not fight back at all. Now it was their turn to be terrified, confused, and flustered. They faced the blades that were everywhere, and in fear and anger, they experienced the deaths of their companions and the strength of their enemies. After this round of attacks, the cavaliers from Stardust Unit penetrated the group of fugitives diagonally. Before more orcs could surround them, they spurred their horses and broke out of the enemy's formation. They galloped for a distance before they pulled on the reins, turned around, and regrouped. Then they charged out of the highway again and charged back into the formation. Charge, attack, break away, turn around, charge again, attack again. The human cavaliers, who numbered less than 100, repeated this process over and over again. They were like sharp blades. They stabbed forward, pulled back, and stabbed forward again. They brought about a new wave of carnage and harvested the orcs' lives. The captives watched until they forgot to breathe. Kandarl's roars became even more rapid and shrill. Chariots and knights are usually the favorites on the chessboard. Dean sighed with emotion. The others turned their heads to look at him. Dean shook his head slowly, because in the same round, they moved the furthest. Look, Mickey, the barren bone man who had been staring at the battlefield, growled, "The Chroma family!" The captives turned their heads. On the other side of the battlefield, The 20 or so strong orcs who were left behind to cover the retreat finally met the Chroma family and the cavaliers who charged down from the sand dune. Unexpectedly, compared to the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers' nimbleness and agility and the Stardust units' charge back and forth, the Chroma family chose a completely different strategy. At some point in time, the Cavaliers, like the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers, had already bypassed the interceptors. The frontmost row of the Cavaliers were now heavily armored. The fully armored Cavaliers had a fierce single-winged crow painted on their shields and horse armors. They stirred up sand and charged forward. They were awe-inspiring and had an imposing presence. They went up against the 20 or so similarly muscular orc warriors who were dressed in armor. It was obvious that they were born to intercept the Cavaliers. Louisa narrowed her eyes. "No way, they're going to..." Dean nodded with a solemn expression. "The heavy Cavaliers are going to charge." Clearly, the single-winged crow doesn't want to waste time. Thales widened his eyes. "That's right. Charge. Meet force with force. Iron against iron. Face to face. Charge without dodging or dodging. Charge without any fancy moves." With a shout, the heavy Cavaliers in the first row lowered their spears in unison. The orcs covering the rear roared and turned sideways. They used their shoulders to push against their shields, drew their blades, and prepared to fight back. Finally, asterisk bang. Asterisk amid a frightening loud bang. The heavy Cavaliers' spears clashed violently against the orcs' shields. The sounds of spears breaking, the shattering of shields, the orcs' pained cries, and the humans' curses instantly rose into the air. It was incredibly chaotic. Thales' face was filled with shock. He once again witnessed the great strength of the orcs that no one could compare to. In the front line, an orc with a ferocious face held his shield with all his might. His tendons and bones bulged, and as he roared desperately, he stomped on the sand and took 3 steps back. Not only did he block the charge from the heavy Cavaliers, he even exerted strength in his waist and abdomen to flip the Cavalier in front of him along with his horse. This power, the prince understood. There was a reason why Kandharl left behind this group of elites to cover the rear. But their performance ended there. In the next moment, under the captive's shocked gazes, the moment the orc who flipped over its opponent raised its head, the second heavy Cavalier leaped over the horse on the ground and rammed his spear into its shoulder. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amid the loud bang, the orc, who was already at the end of its tether, could no longer endure it. Its body tilted to one side, and it could only watch as the heavy Cavaliers charged forward. The third heavy Cavalier charged forward mercilessly and rammed into its chest without any deviation. Amid the terrifying crash, the orc, who had just used its strength to break through its enemy, was sent flying backward like a sandbag that was hit by a hammer. It fell to the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in pain. It had no strength to get up. Soon, the orc would no longer have to worry. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a second later, the 4th, 5th, 6th, countless heavy Cavaliers charged forward with iron hooves that no one could stop. Their hooves mercilessly stepped on the orc who was lying on the ground. Amid the bone-chilling thuds, the Cavaliers crushed its bones, muscles, and organs one after another. They crushed the orc's former pride. The dying orc did not even have the chance to stand up. It was drowned in the endless sea of heavy Cavaliers. It was the epitome of the 20 or so orc interceptors. The orc warriors, who had looked death in the eye and had an imposing manner, were like waves that were drowned in the sea and thrown into the sand in the desert under the charge of the heavy Cavaliers. They disappeared without a trace, without a sound. It was just like the order given by the Chroma family before they charged forward. Leave none alive. Chapter 383. As they watched the battle of strength and weight that ended in an instant, the captives lying on the sand dune practically forgot to breathe. "My God!" Quick Rope exhaled shakily. He stared at the heavy Cavaliers who were charging forward and wanted to join the pursuit. "Are these heavy Cavaliers? That's ridiculous, aren't they? Those are orcs." giant orcs that are 8 to 9 feet tall. Did you just say that they weighed 800 pounds? Louisa retracted her head and quietly said to Old Hammer, I guess that for heavy cavaliers, the weight of their armor must also be included. That's why we need to find a place to hide ourselves. Dean watched the heavy cavaliers trample over the merchant's camp. His expression was unpleasant. The Northlanders' heavy cavaliers are even more terrifying than this. I've seen them when I was young. When they charge in a group, everything is like paper in front of that kind of battle line. Thales pursed his lips and did not speak. For the first time, he understood why the Star Killer had coldly tied him and Saroma to horses, so that they could get used to the battlefield. The captives sighed in unison and turned to the only battlefield left. Shattered Stone Tribe, whose flanks were suddenly flanked by the Stardust unit while they were fleeing. Compared to the Chroma family's heavy cavaliers' assault, which did not cause a single splash, there was only the aftermath of the battle. There was no doubt that the warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe were brave and fearless. Every time the human cavaliers broke through a line of defense, the next batch of warriors would surge out of their own volition and stay where they were to form a new line of defense. With futile battles and certain deaths, they delayed the Stardust unit's relentless pursuit and bought time for the fleeing orcs. On the other side, every cavalier from the Stardust unit was like a ferryman riding on Hell's River. They charged left and right, and their blades, spears, and spears flew one after another. Wherever they went, the orcs' sorrowful cries, angry roars, blood, and pain filled the air. It was not that they did not suffer losses. 1 or 2 unfortunate cavaliers were shot down during the battle. The lucky ones returned to their own horses or the horses of their comrades, while the unlucky ones, but compared to the casualties suffered by the orcs and the passive disadvantage they were in, it was not even worth mentioning. In the face of the swift, agile, and speedy cavaliers, the power and explosive power that the desert orcs were so proud of, along with the endurance and violence that they gained from being heavily injured, were all rendered useless. The tribe warriors who were once unparalleled in the world seemed clumsy, weak, and helpless at this moment. The knights on horseback would often ride over and suddenly change their direction, cutting into the side or rear of the orcs. Then, with their speed and momentum, they would stab or slash at the orcs. Then, regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would lift the reins and gallop away, narrowly avoiding the powerful counterattacks of the orcs or the infamous counterattacks of the orcs. Then, they would escape far away before the tall orcs could swarm them. If they faced a group of orcs, the human cavaliers would work together in 2s or 3s. One of them would charge forward to lure the enemy, while the other would circle around to ambush them from behind. They would even raise their crossbows or javelins and shoot at the same time. Then, they would run far away, and once they were out of a dangerous distance, they would turn around and attack again. As for the troublesome opponents who had seen the orcs charging at them and were prepared for them, the cavaliers would rather avoid their attacks and look for another chance than take the risk to attack. In fact, when they were halfway through their charge, they would whistle and turn around to run, causing the orcs who were prepared to fight to let out indignant but helpless howls. Then, they would receive the next fatal or non-fatal attack from their backs or flanks. However, many of the orcs were ambushed, injured because of this cunning, despicable, and almost shameless tactic. But they could only let out furious roars of grief and indignation as they watched their swift opponents flee into the distance while they bled non-stop from their fatal wounds. They swung their weapons in vain while they were in a frenzy due to their heavy injuries. They vented their terrifying endurance and explosive power, but in the end, they welcomed their tragic fate. They died of exhaustion. The number of orc warriors who were still fleeing decreased. Kandarl's roars became hoarser. It was just like the fate of its subordinates. Thales heaved a deep sigh. If that's the case, is this how the legend of the Holiness Exorcism campaign 3,000 years ago, where 2,000 human cavaliers defeated 20,000 orcs? At that moment, a discordant voice rose in the chaotic and devastating battlefield. F***CK them all. The person who spoke was a cavalier who looked like the commander of the Stardust unit. He saw the Chroma family's unstoppable attack in the distance. The cavalier broke away from the main group. While he urged his horse forward, he spoke in a gruff voice. That young master is really... Hurry up, girls. This is all our credit. We can't let it be snatched away. Right after he finished speaking, a sharp sound shot past his head. A long arrow landed not too far away from him. The cavalier only reacted then. Still in shock, he turned in the direction where the long arrow came from. Among the fleeing orcs, an orc with white lips drew another arrow and coldly knocked it on the huge black bow. The sharp-eyed Thales recognized him. He was one of Kandarl's 3 holy guards, the orc Yaku who killed the mercenary Palka with 1 arrow. *CKU all. The human who spoke just now whipped his horse and galloped towards Yaku. He cursed loudly, "It's you again, you bastard who wears lipstick who's neither a man nor a woman. Didn't your mother teach you not to shoot moving targets at night if your vision isn't good?" Yaku's reply was another arrow from Yaku. *whoosh. The speaker was startled. The long arrow was powerful and heavy. It shot past the speaker's ear and sank into another cavalier's steed. As the horse neighed in pain, the pitiful cavalier fell to the ground and was immediately surrounded by a few orcs. When the human saw his subordinate die, he flew into a rage and slapped his thigh. *CK me. Snake shooter. Illusory blade. He roared and pointed at Yaku. "Get rid of the one with lipstick." Right after he finished speaking, a cavalier from Constellation responded to his command. He raised a longbow on his horse, knocked an arrow with a rope tied to its tail, and shot it at Yaku. Halfway through its flight, before it could reach Yaku, the arrow fell weakly and sank into another orc's shoulder. The orc cried out in pain and held on to the arrow. The cavalier who shot the arrow whistled, pulled the long rope, and galloped to the other side, as if he wanted to drag the orc down. The orc roared angrily and grabbed the long rope as well. He pulled it in the opposite direction, trying to drag the cavalier down. The long rope was pulled, becoming straighter and tighter. Thales was slightly shocked. He had seen the orc's great strength that could overturn a heavy cavalier. He could not help but want to remind the cavalier, "Don't fight it with strength." However, just as the rope was about to be pulled taut and the cavalier was about to be dragged off his horse, the latter slyly let go. The orc who was holding onto the other end of the long rope and was about to exert force suddenly lost his grip. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. "Ha ha, idiot!" The cavalier who shot the arrow laughed. The other cavalier whizzed past the fallen orc. His blade flashed strangely. Before Thales could see it clearly, he saw the orc on the ground whimper and blood spurt out of its neck. "Stop fooling around, snake shooter," the cavalier who had the strange blade flashing said in an angry female voice. The boss said, "Be obedient and work." As she spoke, she stopped her horse, and 3 orcs surrounded her. "Magic blade. Be careful," the cavalier who started cursing hurriedly reminded her. But Thales, who was watching the battle, was shocked. The part of the rope that was shot out seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly bounced up from the ground. Like a giant python, it instantly wrapped itself around the orc closest to the female cavalier and wrapped itself tightly around its neck. The orc dropped its weapon and painfully pulled at the rope around its neck, but the rope automatically tightened and shrank to a position where it could not reach. But the rope did not end its journey. The extra part of the rope bounced up again in a strange manner like a snake and wrapped itself around the necks of the other 2 orcs. "Don't worry, boss." The cavalier named Snake Shooter pulled one end of the long rope and flashed a thumbs up at the cavalier who spoke with a smile. "Everything is under control." In the next moment, the blade flashed. Thales did not even see how the blade moved, but he saw blood splattering everywhere. The 3 pitiful orcs avoided the fate of being strangled to death. Their necks were slit one after another. "Enough, Snake Shooter." The female cavalier named Magic Blade flung the blood off her blade. She rode on her horse and raised her blade at Snake Shooter, who was pulling the long rope in a daze. She said in dissatisfaction, "We are going to kill the one with the lipstick. It's not for a fool like you to act cool." Snake Shooter screamed, "You don't understand. This is my way of fighting." Thales looked at the male and female cavaliers in surprise. His gaze moved back and forth between their snake-like rope and the strange blade. What is that power? The captive's surprise seemed to be no less than Thales. They looked at each other. Only Old Hammer's expression became more and more strange. Shut up! The cavalier who started cursing seemed to be very angry. That young master is coming to snatch the credit. Work hard. F***ck his mother. What the F***ck? He was careless and separated from the charging group. He was actually knocked to the ground by a despairing and enraged orc. Boss! Snake Shooter and Magic Blade cried out in surprise at the same time. Thales recognized it. The orc had blue battle makeup on and held a spiked mace in his hand. He was one of the 3 holy guards. The orc? Duraman. It was Thales Fruka. The blue-faced orc roared angrily. He raised the spiked mace in his hand and aimed it at his boss, who was pinned under his horse. Thales sighed. At that moment, the 4th cavalier dashed over. He raised his hand from afar. In an instant, the sand around Duraman flew up like an explosion. It pounced on Duraman's face. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the sand and stones flew. Duraman put down its spiked mace, covered its eyes, and retreated in pain. Thales watched the scene in front of him in surprise. The flying sand seemed to be controlled by someone. It blocked Duraman's vision and prevented it from killing its boss. But more orcs saw Duraman's situation. They avoided the charging cavaliers and drew close to the warchief's holy guards. The cavalier who stirred up the sand urged his horse to rush over to save Duraman while he shouted, "Strange fire! Stop them!" Further away, the 5th cavalier named Strange Fire dashed over. He bent down and took out a few round jars from his saddlebag. "They're here!" As his steed galloped, the round jars flew out of his hands and smashed at the charging orcs. The round jars broke one after another, and black liquid sprayed out, drenching the orcs' heads and faces. The cavalier named Strange Fire snapped his fingers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Thales was shocked again. Flames. Endless flames erupted from the bodies of the orcs who were splashed by the black liquid. They screamed in pain and rolled on the ground from the heat. With the efforts of a few cavaliers, the boss finally crawled out from under his dead horse while cursing. But on the other side, Duraman finished rubbing its eyes and pounced on him with a roar. The other cavaliers rushed over in a hurry, but it was too late. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the spiked mace smashed down from the air. It smashed onto the shield that the boss had drawn. The boss grunted. Thales, who had seen its attack before, felt his heart tighten. **T. The power of Duraman the orc? As expected, the blue-faced orc roared with all his might, and the spiked mace came crashing down. The boss's face contorted, as if he could not withstand the orc's great strength. **CK, strength, so amazing!" He muttered intermittently. His whole body trembled, and he looked like he was straining himself. But the next scene exceeded Thales' expectations once again. The boss trembled and used his right arm to push against the shield. He slowly stretched out his left arm and grabbed one of Duraman's arms. Her dash before Duraman could curse. It was shocked to see that its spiked mace was being lifted up inch by inch. What? The human captives who were watching the battle were equally shocked. My God! Is that Hercules? Quick Rope blinked. But there was no mistake. In this contest of strength between humans and orcs, Duraman's weapon was being pushed up bit by the human in front of it with his physical strength. The cavalier named Boss gritted his teeth, raised his eyes, and continued to grab the enemy's hand with his left arm. Ah! The boss roared, and the muscles in his arm gradually tightened. Thales focused his gaze. He saw that the boss's left arm was one size thicker than his right arm. Finally, the boss erupted with unimaginable strength and lifted the spiked mace over his head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he kicked Duraman back violently, then fell on the ground to pant. The orc Duraman looked at its weapon with an unpleasant expression. It obviously could not imagine that it was suppressed by a human. It panted heavily, and the anger and indignation in its eyes grew. Took large strides and attacked again. But the orc could not move forward. The sand under Duraman's feet suddenly moved, as if it had turned into the softest and weakest water, causing the orc to sink into it. As the sand sank to its waist, Duraman could no longer move freely. It grunted and struggled desperately. In the next second, a rope that came out of nowhere slithered over from the sand like a snake and wrapped itself around Duraman's hands. Its spiked mace fell to the ground. F***CK. Mystic eyes work harder. The cavalier named Snake Shooter's expression was tense. He held the reins in one hand and the rope in the other as he stared at the entangled orc. This guy is so strong. The cavalier named Mystic Eyes urged his horse forward. He also had a constipated expression as he stared at the sand on the ground. He looked like he was having a hard time. This is already my full strength. Snake Shooter, don't be lazy. However, they still firmly restrained Duraman, who was trying to break free. Then, the boss panted enough and got up from the ground. He walked up to the chained Duraman, looked at its hateful and angry eyes, and repeated in disdain. So what if you're strong? Boss, hurry up. In the distance, the cavalier named Strange Fire ran back and forth anxiously. He threw round cans at the orcs who tried to get close like a madman, igniting fire on the enemies. He held them back with Phantom Blade. I'm running out of oil. The boss spat, clenched his left fist, and stretched it back to the angle of a punch. The muscles on his left arm surged again. Duraman roared in grief and indignation. But, that's right. The boss chuckled. Having great strength is amazing. In the next second, the boss instantly threw his fist. It was so strong that it even caused ripples in the air. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a crisp sound rose. He threw a standard uppercut. Thales then saw the originally terrifying orc, Duraman. His chin was pointed straight at the sky. The blue-faced orc no longer moved. On the sand dune, the captives watched the fight between these strange people in a daze. Dean smiled and patted Thales' shoulder in a teasing manner. He pointed at the dead Duraman. What a pity, Sekka, who has just come of age. Your dear Fruka. He was killed by someone. Thales responded with a polite smile. Yes. The prince waved his hand in a seemingly resigned manner. It's a pity that I can't kill it with my own hands. My God. Old Hammer did not seem to have any intention of joining in on this little joke. He stared at the group of strange cavaliers with their own nicknames. Those people are not as simple as the Stardust unit. So, who are they? Quick Rope asked curiously. Freaks, Old Hammer said coldly. Or the Freak Squad. That's what we call them in Bladefang's camp, and even in the entire Western front lines. Everyone responded in surprise. Freaks? Freak Squad. Thales mulled over this term, and his expression changed. Could it be? Yes, that's a group of freaks. The veteran of Constellation turned around with a conflicted expression. Baron Williams personally pardoned and recruited them despite the criticism and accusations. Since their establishment, they've caused countless troubles. Most of them are scum, criminals, lunatics, prostitutes. Chapter 384. The raging fire illuminated the dark sky, and the blood was crimson. The battle had started abruptly, but in stark contrast it had ended quietly. Unknowingly, the sounds of fighting and roars became sparse and almost inaudible. The movements of the combatants gradually changed from fierce swings to precise stabs, and the last hit. The orcs at the very front fled further and further away. They ran out of the sand dunes and the illumination of the fire, disappearing into the night. The Stardust unit, who were charging back and forth, gradually stopped. They reined in their horses amid the corpses and blood on the ground to check and confirm the results of their battle. On the other side, the Chroma family's cavaliers had long since gotten rid of the orcs at the rear. They met up with the Stardust unit in a mighty manner. But all of this had nothing to do with Thales and the human captives who were being escorted down. They were not ignored. After the battle ended, the cavaliers with single-winged ravens painted on their robes and shields rushed up the small sand dune. They chased the orcs down the sand dune unceremoniously after they berated and chased them away. Thales believed that if they showed even the slightest bit of resistance and dissatisfaction, the group of unhappy cavaliers would not mind drinking more blood with the weapons in their hands. Hence, the people in the merchant group, including the mercenaries, became captives for the second time. Under the close supervision of a team of Chroma family cavaliers, they obediently walked down the sand dune and walked towards the messy battlefield. "Walk faster, desert bandits," a cavalier with a long spear urged impatiently. "We are not desert bandits, honorable sir." Tormodin tugged at his collar and protested sternly. Perhaps because he was no longer facing the ferocious and evil orcs, the master of the merchant group regained a lot of his courage. "It's a merchant group, a legitimate, legal and qualified merchant group. My ancestors used to be." The cavalier with the long spear smiled. "I'm not an adult. My ancestors for 7 or 8 generations were probably farmers. As for you, the people of the great desert, desert bandits, merchant groups, and exiles." He shook his head while he rode on his horse. "Do you know what's different about you to me?" Tormodin listened attentively. "The answer is," the cavalier said coldly, "I don't know, and I don't care." Tormodin's smile froze a little. In the next second, the knight's spear struck Tormodin's butt. "So move your ass, desert bandit." As Tormodin screamed miserably, the group of people anxiously arrived at the center of the battlefield. The fire caused by the eternal oil was much smaller, but it was still burning, illuminating everything around it. The Chroma family's cavaliers laughed brazenly as they cleaned up the battlefield. Quite a number of people cast their gazes on them, and the malicious gazes in their eyes made them feel uneasy. "Wait here." The knight put away his spear and stepped off the saddle. He said coldly, "The lords will decide how to deal with you." "My God." Tormodin panted. He covered his butt with one hand and wiped his sweat with the other. He whispered among the captives, "These people are practically barbarians. Listen, we have to match our statements. We didn't come out from Bladefang's dune, but from the Tower of Eradication to the south. That's why we didn't know about Constellation's blockade order." "Desert God," Seth. Dean sighed. "Do you think they don't know our background?" Tormodin was slightly taken aback. "They have 2 squads, the Chroma family and the Stardust unit. One of them is lying in ambush in the distance and attacking from different directions. This means that they planned this a long time ago. This group of Constellations might have discovered us a long time ago. I'm even willing to bet that they know that our merchant group came out from Bladefang's camp." Dean looked at the cavaliers around him. They only followed the trail of the camp we left behind from a distance. Their goal was to make us bait those cunning orcs, and they did it. Our merchant group made those orcs lower their guard. If it wasn't for that fire, this would have been a perfect pocket. They would have slowly closed it under the cover of night and captured all the orcs who were sleeping soundly on their spoils of war and supplies. Louise's expression was unpleasant. "They used us as bait?" Dean sighed and nodded. "So, I suggest that you tell the truth. Don't try to hide it." Tormodin opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "But our goods? Who cares?" Mickey interrupted him coldly. "Do you know how many people we've lost? We shouldn't have come this time, or we should have turned back yesterday." This sentence made everyone in the merchant group fall silent. A group of soldiers surrounded the place where the cavalier walked towards with torches in their hands. 2 officers, who were dressed differently from ordinary soldiers, stood on the ground. They led their horses and discussed something loudly. It was worth noting that the Constellations stood on 2 sides, and there was a clear distinction between them. One side was surrounded by a stern-looking young noble under a single-winged raven flag. The other side, which included the Freak Squad, held the Stardust war flag and followed behind a strong officer. Thales recognized him. This officer's left arm was slightly thicker than his right. He was the boss of the freak squad, the one who had just killed an orc holy guard with a single punch. Thales exhaled a long breath and thought about his next step. Constellation's army was right in front of him. According to the original plan, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department would bring him into the desert and meet up with Constellation's army. But now, the Chroma family's conscripts and the Stardust unit, which was the regular army of the royal family. Can these people be trusted? If I reveal my identity at this time, will it be a wise choice? What are they talking about? Quick Rope narrowed his eyes. They look like they're arguing? Thales looked up and saw that the argument between the two officers was getting more and more intense. Old Hammer stared at him for a while and shook his head. I'm not surprised. In the Western front lines, conscripts and regular soldiers have never mixed together. Are they on bad terms? Let me put it this way. Old Hammer coughed. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his injuries just now. In Bladefang's camp, if a suzerain's conscript and a regular soldier of the royal family enter the same latrine pit, usually only one person can come out after wiping his butt clean. Quick Rope asked in puzzlement. But they're all constellations, and they're even guarding the same camp. Why are they so? The current king of Extet and his brother share the same mother. Old Hammer snorted softly. When he stabbed his brother to death, he didn't show any mercy. The Baron Bone Man shook his head. Bloody Thorn Lizard. This sentence reminded the captives of something. Soon no one said anything else. The officer's argument finally came to an end. So this is the merchant group? A gentle voice was heard. The boss who had said, F***CK your mother, on the battlefield clapped his hands and walked forward. Thales noticed that the so-called freak squad stood behind this officer. That bonfire party was really lively. There were sounds and colors. The so-called boss spoke in a Western desert local accent. He waved his hand at the burning eternal oil in the distance and said with a steady expression, "Who's in charge here?" At that moment, Thales thought that he had returned to dozens of minutes ago, when he was being interrogated by the Orc Kandarl. The captives looked at each other. "Respected sir." The master of the merchant group finally exhaled. He put on a smile and took a step forward. "I am Seth Tormerdon, sir. I often travel the trade route from Bladefang's camp to the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea. My ancestors once served under the virtuous king. I am Duro." The leader of the psionics looked at Tormerdon. He swept his gaze over the dozen cautious people in the merchant group, but he interrupted him without showing any respect. "I am Cusack Duro, but I am not a lord. My ancestors were farmers for 3 generations, until Baron Williams chose me to become one of his vanguards and lead a small team." Tormerdon instantly felt a little awkward, but he quickly changed his mind and immediately clasped his hands together. His face was full of admiration. "Oh, so you are the barons." At this moment, the young noble from the Chroma family exhaled impatiently. "Hurry up, you freaks. Don't waste time. Haven't you wasted enough today?" Thales suddenly noticed that this was the knight who gave the order to leave no one alive on the sand dune. By the looks of it, he was the commander of the Chroma family. When he heard the word freak, Captain Duro turned to the young noble. His smile did not diminish, but his eyes shone with a cold glare. "Baron Gertz, according to what we agreed on, can I negotiate with you?" The young nobleman, Goose, shrugged. "Whatever." Duro nodded. He then turned around, narrowed his eyes, and carefully sized up the merchant in front of him. "Eternal oil." The psionic's next words made Tormerdon tremble slightly. He pointed at the burning camp in the distance. "How much oil did you get to start a fire of this scale? 10 barrels? 20 barrels? At that moment, Tormerdon smiled awkwardly and ingratiatingly. He looked left and right, and his gaze kept moving between the flames and Duro. "Sir, we just met some illegal smugglers on the way and bought the oil. I mean, we can't let it flow into the great desert, right? But I swear I didn't participate in any..." Dean sighed quietly behind him. Bullsh *T. Aside from those orcs just now, our people have already cleaned up the surrounding area. Duro snorted coldly. You braved the blockade order to bring this eternal oil out of Bladefang's camp. Tenny. Tormorden's expression froze. He did not even care that Duro had called his name wrongly. I can tell that you are not a small merchant group of 5 or 6 people. I bet that if we search your goods, we will find a lot of contraband goods. Smuggling banned goods into the Great Desert, and under the blockade order. Duro sighed, and his gaze became fierce. I don't think this is a legal business activity. It can be convicted. The captives frowned. Tormorden panicked. Honorable sir, The leader of the psionics raised a finger and stopped him from speaking. But at least you helped a little and slightly distracted those gray mixed breeds. Duro slowly raised his head and revealed a heartwarming smile. He nodded in approval. For our victory, we made a small contribution. Hope reappeared on Tormorden's face. It's what we should do. To be able to help you, sir. I am very ashamed. He was a little excited. But you still let the orc leader escape, Baron Gertz said coldly, and he sounded like he was in a difficult position. It's all thanks to your touching, tactical cooperation. Stardust unit. The smile on Duro's face disappeared. We will discuss this issue later, Baron Gertz. Not now. Gertz snorted coldly. Thales was deep in thought as he watched the two groups of people who stood on two sides and seemed to be in a stalemate with each other, as well as the two commanders who seemed to disagree with each other in their words. Duro turned his head around and looked at Tormorden, who was at a loss. He smiled and said, So, even though your violations of the law are despicable, Tenny, I am still willing to put in a good word for you in front of the judge and give you a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Thales frowned slightly. He noticed that the freaks behind Duro looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Opposite Duro, Baron Gertz looked to the other side in disdain. Tormorden sucked in a breath, and tears almost filled his eyes. Sir, thank you very much. By the way, my name is Tormorden, not Tenny. The leader of the psionics accepted his gratitude with a smile. So, Tenny, colluding with the enemy, being a spy, which of the two crimes will you choose? His words stunned the entire group of captives. Colluding with the enemy? Spy? Even Thales could not help but be stunned. He wondered if he should reveal his identity. Tormorden widened his eyes. What? Duro sighed. Don't be surprised, Tenny. Judging from the large pile of resources you have as evidence, you will definitely be charged with these two crimes, and it will be enough for you to be sent to the prison of bones. The leader of the freaks in the Stardust unit looked at them with a troubled expression. He then smiled. But I still gave you a choice. You can choose one of them. Isn't that great? Tormorden's face turned from red to green. No, sir, I swear. We are not. You can't. We make a small contribution. While Tormorden was rambling incoherently, Duro raised another finger, but the captain's eyes flickered slightly. If there is not enough evidence, I think it will be very difficult to establish the crime, and the judge will not be able to do anything to you. Tormorden froze. Not enough evidence? What do you mean? He stared at Duro, not knowing why. Look, your eternal oil is almost used up. Duro sighed and pointed at the burning camp in the distance. Without evidence, I don't think the judge will be able to make things difficult for you regarding the smuggling of eternal oil. Tormorden stared at him in a daze. Duro walked forward and wrapped his thick left arm around the merchant's shoulder. He brought him around in a circle, unable to resist, and took in the scene around him. It was the camp and small tents set up by the merchant group. The goods piled up there were scattered during the fierce battle, and the ground was in a mess. But look at your surroundings. Your goods, be it smuggling, violating the blockade, or contraband, by the Sunset Goddess, you still have so much evidence of your crimes here. Even if I want to help you get rid of your crimes, it will be very difficult to prove your innocence. Duro patted his shoulder with a stern expression. Do you understand? Once he said this, Dean and Old Hammer's expressions instantly became strange. Tormodin looked at the goods around him. His lips trembled, and he was speechless. Duro wrapped his arm around Tormodin's shoulder like a brother and stared at him emotionally. A few seconds later, Snake Shooter, who was behind Duro, shrugged. I don't think he understands, boss. On the other side, Baron Gertz could not help but laugh. The psionic instantly felt a little awkward. He sighed, let go of Tormodin, and pushed him back into the ranks of the captives in disappointment. His thick left arm made Tormodin stagger. All right, then the two crimes of collaborating with the enemy and being a spy. As Duro spoke, the Constellatiate soldiers beside him placed their hands on their weapons. Thales was shocked. At this moment, Dean took a step forward. The mercenary stomped on Tormodin's foot and whispered into his ear, "Give it to them!" Tormodin shuddered and immediately reacted. I understand. He squealed like a pig being slaughtered and raised his hands high. I understand. I understand, sir. His voice was so loud that it spread through the sand dunes around them. It caused the soldiers who were cleaning up the mess to turn their heads repeatedly. Captain Duro, who had his hands on his hips, paused for a moment before he slowly raised his eyes. You really understand? Yes, sir. At that moment, Tormodin's face was full of grief, but he answered without hesitation. He spread his arms and gestured at the camp around him. Goods. All of our merchant group's goods. Everything from the 16 merchants, from pots and utensils to spices and seeds, from clothes and jewelry to precious collections. Take all of it. Take all of it. We don't want anything. As long as you let us go safely. The merchants' faces immediately turned gloomy, but Duro did not reply with a smile as expected. The squad leader let out a painful sigh and slapped his forehead with a look of exasperation and disappointment. Oh my, no, you still don't understand. The captives stared at him in shock and bewilderment. Duro put his hand down with a disappointed look on his face. He raised his voice. Take your goods. And let us take them? Duro's face was full of resentment. He continuously slapped the hilt of his sword and armor with both hands, making loud sounds. Tormodin was so frightened that he kept retreating. Do you think that His Majesty's army will covet your things, your belongings, even if it's just 1 copper coin? What do you take us for? Corrupt officials who accumulate wealth or shameless bandits? It's hard to imagine that this is the image of the great kingdom's army in your hearts? Sunset Goddess, we are Constellation's army. We have our own rules and creeds, and we exist to protect the kingdom and its people. The leader of the psionics paced back and forth, as if he could not understand the captive's thoughts. His righteous look made many people feel ashamed. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Don't insult us like this, all right? The captives were dumbfounded as they stared at the leader of the psionics who spoke righteously. What's wrong? Dean asked in a low voice, puzzled. Does he think it's too little? I don't know. Old Hammer answered him while coughing. That's all the merchant group has. Tormodin stared at Captain Duro, who flew into a rage and sighed in hatred. He looked at the others in fear and asked for help, but the other Constellation Cavaliers looked at him calmly. If you are not satisfied, I still have a sum of money after we return to Bladefang's camp. Duro stopped moving. He spread his hands and stared at Tormodin in disbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. What are you doing, Tondi? You actually tried to bribe me? Bribe me? Bribe the glorious kingdom's army and His Majesty's soldiers? Chapter 385. Duro stared at Tormodin. Do you know that this will add to your charges? Colluding with the enemy, being a spy, and bribing. What? Tormodin's face turned pale. He was completely at a loss. Puzzled, Thales looked at Duro's face and suddenly remembered a long time ago, when he was begging in Lower City District. Police officers and public security teams were usually too lazy to patrol the dirty and messy lower city district, but Thales had a lot of experience begging at Western City Gate. Over there, where criminals were everywhere, they executed a set of rules that were completely different from those in the underground streets. When you faced the people from Black Street, you could just give them money, but when you faced the slippery and nimble criminals under the Capitol, Thales looked at the terrified Tormodin and the others who did not know what was going on and could not help but sigh. The teenager took a step forward. "We understand, sir." Thales forced a smile and attracted everyone's attention. "But please believe me, we are all legal merchants. We left Bladefang's camp before the blockade was issued, and we brought along daily goods that conform to the law." The psionic captain's gaze froze a little. "Unfortunately, our merchant group ran into orcs on the way. All our goods were robbed and we lost a lot of people. We only had 15 camels left and we barely escaped with our lives," Thales said dejectedly as he shook his head. When they heard this, the captives' expressions changed, and Captain Duro's expression darkened. "I am very sorry to hear this," he sighed sadly. "It should have been our duty and responsibility to ensure your lives and interests in the desert. But we were busy besieging the orcs and allowed you to fall into the hands of the desert bandits. This is our dereliction of duty." Thales keenly noticed that Duro's Western desert accent had disappeared a lot. "Desert bandits from God's domain." Duro frowned slightly and gestured for him to continue. Thales immediately understood. "Yes." He quickly corrected himself. "We were robbed by a group of desert bandits, and all our goods went missing after that. But we were lucky. A few days after we escaped, we ran into Sir Duro leading an army to fight the desert orcs. That scene was really shocking." Duro's expression slowly relaxed. The captives looked at each other with strange expressions. "It's you, Captain Duro, the glorious Stardust unit. You're the ones who saved us on the chaotic battlefield." Thales looked at him gratefully. "You also gave us enough aid when we were cornered and in need of resources, allowing us to return home after losing everything." Thales emphasized on losing everything. Du Luo sighed slightly. "Oh no, young man." The captain had a humble look on his face as he patted his shoulder and said in a friendly and gentle tone, "It's okay to lose the goods, as long as your life is safe and sound. Besides, don't you still have 10 camels left?" Duro emphasized the word 10. Tormodin covered his face in pain. "As for gratitude, this is what we should do. The military exists to protect the people, whether it's your property or your life." Thales' expression froze, but he managed to force out a few tears in time, turning this awkward stiffness into a moved sob. "Yes, at least we still have 10 camels left. As for your kindness, Captain, we will always be grateful." Behind Du Luo, the female knight nicknamed Spirit Blade widened her eyes so much that they were about to pop out. Thales continued to sob. "This is our only consolation after we lost our goods. It's just that Master Tormodin offered to pay you a sum of money as a token of gratitude, but you refused, and it made us very apologetic." Snake Shooter, who was in the freak squad, snickered. Du Luo glared at him. Snake Shooter immediately stood still obediently. It was only then that Du Luo turned around in satisfaction and coughed. "I understand your kind intentions, but we have our principles. Forgive me, but I really can't accept it." Quick Rope rolled his eyes in a corner he could not see. The leader of the freak squad looked at Thales with a gratified expression. "Very good, it seems like you're really very understanding, young man. What's your name?" Thales' expression stiffened. "Sika." When he heard this name, Dean raised his eyebrows. Du Luo pulled him into his arms and laughed. "Very good, Sika. Tondi, if I were you, when this young and promising man grows up, I'll promote him to be my assistant." His Western desert accent returned to him. Tormodin squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Duro shook Thales, whose smile was a little stiff. "With people like you, good citizens who support the kingdom and the army, how can our warriors not be brave and good at fighting? How can we not move forward courageously? The people we risk our lives to protect are adorable constellations like you." Thales sighed and said sincerely, "Seeing how Constellation's current situation is so prosperous, I'm also very excited." The psionic nodded. "Then, do you know how to tell the others in the camp when you go back?" Thales sighed and said, "Of course, when we were in danger in the desert and lost our goods, we were fortunate enough to meet Sir Duro of the Stardust Unit. He's a very good person, loyal to his duty, kind and kind." Duro nodded slightly. I'm a peace-loving person." Duro's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glanced at each captive. "But if you run into those traitors and smugglers who intend to destroy the peace, please tell us." "Believe me, even if we have to walk through the entire desert, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop and create a safe and prosperous trade route for all of you." The captives felt a chill in their hearts, and they quickly nodded vigorously. "That's great," Duro said in satisfaction. "With this, you can return home safely, and we've completed our duty to protect the country. I'm really gratified that the warriors at the front line and the civilians at the rear understand each other. They're like fish and water. How can Constellation not be strong? How can it not rise? How can it not be revived?" Thales only felt that his smile was a little sour. "Tondi, if I were you, I'd definitely marry my daughter to him." "Really, if I had a daughter?" Duro patted his shoulder in the end, glanced at the goods around him, and said with a sigh, "Believe me, this dowry will definitely be profitable." Thales smiled stiffly. Finally, Duro waved his hand. "That's enough. Pack the necessary luggage. Remember, if it's necessary, such as 10 camels, then go back to Bladefang's camp. Be careful on your way back, but don't worry. In the desert," Duro clenched his fists, smiled, and shook his thick arm. "We will always be your most solid support." Tormorden, who had instantly become penniless, responded to Duro with an ugly smile. The merchants' and mercenaries' faces were livid. They averted their gazes from their solid support. Thales sighed in his heart, but in the end, he did not say anything. At this moment, "Wait." Baron Gertz, who had been silent all this while, spoke. There was anger in his voice. "I've had enough." Duro looked at the single-winged crow flag behind Baron Gertz and frowned. "What? I'm a noble." Gertz lowered his arm and said coldly, "I'm sorry, Captain Duro, but I can't just watch as you snatch what belongs to them." The captives were instantly shocked. "What do you mean?" Gertz walked in front of Duro and looked him straight in the eye. "You return the goods to them. We came out with a mission to sweep through the desert, not to collect money." The leader of the psionics was stunned. The captives were stunned as well. Duro used a few seconds to understand the current situation. "I thought we had a good time working together, Gertz." Duro scratched the back of his head. "Listen, no one likes to work with you," Gertz said coldly. "Freaks." The others' faces darkened. Duro let out a sigh. "I know and I understand. No one wants to come to this godforsaken desert during this season to suffer, chase after and drive away those poor scum, and get pitifully little rewards." The leader of the freaks, who belonged to the Stardust Unit, stared solemnly at the Baron in front of him. "So please, this is a rare opportunity. Don't block me. I just want some compensation." Baron Gertz shook his head. His gaze was cold. "My men have never complained about this." As he spoke, the soldiers of the Chroma family tensed up and surrounded the Baron. The leader of the freaks fell silent, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He placed his hands on his hips and took a step forward. His right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. His thick left arm trembled. The members of the Stardust Unit, including the Freak Squad, also took a step forward with hostile expressions. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Thales watched this scene in surprise. Logically speaking, both sides were ordered to clean up the desert and welcome me. But based on the current situation, it might not be a good idea for both sides to work together. Among the captives, Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. "Damn it! We're caught in the middle again." At this moment, Tormorden raised his trembling hand. "Your Grace, actually, you don't have to do this for us. But Baron Gertz did not buy it. "Shut up." Gertz refused immediately. "This is not for you, merchant. It's for justice and fairness." He stared coldly at the gloomy Duro. "For the creed we've protected for thousands of years." Duro looked as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. "Are you crazy? You're still playing this game in this day and age?" Duro opened his mouth and exchanged a few glances with his subordinates behind him. But Gertz continued to stare at him coldly. Duro's breathing quickened. "All right, 30%. Duro looked at the pile of goods in the distance and gritted his teeth. "You can take 30% of this batch of goods." Gertz chuckled. "What?" The Baron sneered. "You want to bribe me? Bribe Baron Emerit, Faker Gertz, who is under the Count of Wingfort. 40%. Duro clenched his fists. "No more. This batch of goods is not a small amount and you're just a baron." Gertz shook his head. "You so-called regular soldiers of the royal family are also part of the army. But you just don't understand, do you? About what we fight for. About responsibility and glory." His words made the atmosphere even more tense. Duro took a deep breath. "Listen, I know you're unhappy that we let that orc escape today and you lost your battle achievements. But listen, don't cause trouble. There are many important people watching." "Trouble? The real troublemakers are people like you." Gertz did not back down. "Count Chroma often told me this. I'll say it again. Return the goods to them." Duro stomped his feet violently. 50-50. He pointed at his feet in exasperation. "That's my bottom line." Gertz snorted and laughed. "My God. I can't believe it. Even now, you still want to use money to avert disaster and keep the peace." Baron Gertz sighed and said, "The king's power is too great. Under his wings, which he cannot see, there will always be maggots like you who will erode the foundation of the entire kingdom. This is the meaning of our existence. The nobles must check and balance the king's power, and will start with the domineering army under him." Thales watched them go back and forth, but there was not much substance to their conversation, and there was not much in common. He felt that it was a little strange. Gertz, could it be that this vassal of the Chroma family is an idealist? But in the current situation, the eruption of a conflict between them is not very optimistic for the captives. Duro fell silent. "You really know how to involve people, Your Grace. But you won't want to fight with us here because of this." The captain pointed at the sky and said in a low voice, "The people up there, be it the barons or the counts or even, they will not be happy." "You're right," Gertz answered him coldly. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I think so too. Then, do you want them to be happy?" "Freaks." Duro's expression changed. The two groups of people placed their hands on their weapons and stared at each other with murderous intent. 60%. Duro stared at the other party fiercely. He had already unsheathed his weapon by an inch. "If they can't accept it, then let's fight." Gertz stared at his opponent quietly. A second later, the Baron smiled. "Deal," Gertz said smugly. His hand left the hilt of his sword. "What?" The captives were all stunned. "Deal?" The captives, who had just watched in astonishment as the Baron rejected the other party's bribes in a righteous manner and were worried that Gertz's impulsive actions would implicate them, were instantly dumbfounded and speechless. Even Thales was surprised for a moment. Duro spat on the ground fiercely. "Bah, greedy enough." But Gertz just turned around indifferently and mounted his horse. "Remember 60%. My flag-bearer will confirm it with you. I'll wait for you in front. Happy working with you, Captain Duro." In the next moment, the Baron and his subordinates galloped away together. "These maggots." Duro stared at the Baron's back with a contemptuous expression. "Nobles? They're practically vampires crawling on the kingdom. Constellation was destroyed because of you." The captives stared at each other, speechless. "Don't just stand here and get in the way. Hurry up and disappear. Also, don't cause trouble." Duro, who was in a bad mood, waved his hand impatiently at them. "We're the kingdom's army. We have to protect you. We're very busy." The captives turned around stiffly and left. Thales looked at the departing Baron, then at Duro, who was sulking. A few seconds later he let out a long sigh. He stopped himself from taking a step forward, held back the words he was about to say, and turned around with the others. No, Thales shook his head quietly. No, the sky was getting darker. As the cold wind rustled, the people in the merchant group walked to their respective camps with complicated emotions. They packed up the remaining luggage and corpses. The Stardust unit watched them strictly to prevent them from taking away too many goods that were already lost. But Dante's great swords were gloomy and gloomy. Honestly, among the mercenaries, Louisa closed the eyes of Palka's corpse with an expressionless face. She said hoarsely, "I don't think Tormodin will pay us anymore. At least he won't pay us enough. He'll have a good reason to shirk his responsibility and even blame us. Palka, Kant, Haken, there are so many casualties, everyone's compensation." Louisa could not continue speaking. Dante's great swords fell silent. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Dean sighed, took Kant's great sword from his hand, and pushed the big man into the sandpit he dug. "I'll think of something. Now let's pack up our things first. We need to be skillful in packing. Don't let them stop us." Mickey punched the sand hard. What was that just now? The Baron Bone Man glanced at the cavaliers in the distance, who were searching everywhere. He could not hide his anger. That group of... Dean shook his head, but did not speak. Thales, on the other hand, sighed. "Welcome," he spoke in a hoarse and rather listless voice. "Welcome to Constellation." Chapter 386. Compared to the journey they took, the merchant group's return journey was much more peaceful. Forget about the orcs and desert bandits. Aside from a few corpses beside a few supply points, they did not run into a single person at all. They rarely even saw animals. But everyone knew why this was so. Once they thought of this, many of them felt troubled. As always, the merchants kept their distance from Dante's greatsword and stayed at the back with their 8 empty camels. Their furtive glances hid indignation and resentment that were difficult to detect. The mercenaries, who were left with only a few people, walked with tired steps. They pulled 2 camels and led the way in front. None of their war horses were left. The only 2 camels they had were temporarily borrowed in the name of safety after Dean argued with the merchants. He even threatened them with his sword. Dean and Mickey walked at the front, dragging their tired bodies and gloomy hearts to identify the way home. From time to time, they would discuss the location of the next supply point. Old Hammer had not recovered from his injuries. He leaned half his weight on the camel and coughed laboriously as he moved forward. He looked like he would fall at any moment. Louisa walked behind him worriedly, ready to catch him if he fell. Quick Rope followed behind them gloomily. He looked troubled, and at the same time he lost interest in telling jokes and promoting his business. The atmosphere in the entire team was quiet and depressing. Death and blood had destroyed the relaxed and happy atmosphere the mercenaries once had. After experiencing ambushes, battles, casualties, and extortion, it was as if the happy team would never return. In this situation, the prince could only remain silent. He tightened the crossbow on his shoulder, pulled up the scarf to shield his face from the sun, and consciously walked at the end of the mercenary team. After fighting side by side against the orcs, he was much more familiar with this team that had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, perhaps because the Constellation Cavaliers had gotten rid of most of the threats, or perhaps because their misfortune was finally over, other than the endless yellow sand under their feet and the scorching sun above their heads, there were no other accidents on the way back. As the journey grew longer, every time Thales stepped on the sand, he felt something strange. The ground under his feet seemed to have come alive again, and with every step he took, it would tell him the direction and the terrain. So, finally, on one of the days when the sun was setting and the team moved forward quietly, Thales paused when he climbed a sand dune. The mercenaries in front of him stopped. Louisa exhaled. There was a complicated feeling in her voice. No one spoke. "What's wrong?" Thales caught up to him and asked cautiously. Dean turned around and said, "We're here." Thales paused. With an indescribable feeling in his heart, Thales raised his head and looked at the bottom of the sand dune. He stared at the seemingly endless horizon of the desert. The youth was stunned. Fortress. A fortress towering in the desert. No, it was more than one fortress. It was the fortress group. They were countless fortresses of different shapes and sizes that extended beyond his field of vision. They appeared behind a seemingly endless low wall, sandwiched between several thick and large dunes, at different distances from each other, with a great difference. Some fortresses stood alone in the wilderness, far away from other fortresses of the same kind. Some fortresses were closely stacked together, pressing against each other. Some fortresses were built in the style of sentry towers, pointing abruptly at the sky. Some fortresses were squarish, with earthy yellow stone stairs between the different levels. Some fortresses had many corners and were thick, clearly meant for defense. Some fortresses were wide, short, and looked more like residences. Some fortresses were more than 10 meters tall, standing out among the sand dunes. Some were 1 or 2 stories low, as if they could only be used for drying clothes. Perhaps it was because of the sandstorm, but the color of these fortresses matched the sand. There were even traces of fire and smoke in many places. From afar, they looked like a pile of clumsy building blocks on the beach. Thales swore that if it were not for the plants that stretched out between the fortresses, if it were not for the foundations that appeared under many of the fortresses, if it were not for the double-crossed silver star flag that fluttered high above the fortress at the front, if it were not for the wooden barricades placed around the low walls, if it were not for the bustling figures moving back and forth between the fortresses, he would have thought that this was the remains of an ancient desert city. Blade Fang's Dune. Dean looked at the familiar place with a complicated gaze. Blade Fang's camp. Blade Fang's Dune? Thales shook his head in amazement as he sized up the man-made buildings that suddenly appeared in the desert. This is... Dean patted Thales' shoulder. After you pass this huge camp that can sustain the lives of a few thousand people, you will no longer be stepping on yellow sand if you head east for another day. Congratulations, Wuxia. The great desert ends here. Thales nodded. It ends here. Thales sighed slowly as he stared at the fluttering constellation flag in the distance and sensed the sense of direction that had reappeared in his heart. The merchants caught up to them. Many of them cried tears of joy when they saw the familiar scene in front of them. I knew it. Tormodin heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was immediately filled with worry. But our goods. But his expression quickly changed. Hey, Big Dean, we are very grateful for your escort along the way. To be honest, you are the best guide and bodyguard I have ever seen. Really, if it were someone else. But as you can see, we have bad luck on this trip. We have lost everything, and there will be some problems with cash flow. So, we might have to wait for a while before we pay the rest of the money. Dean's expression darkened. He stared at Tormodin coldly. The mercenaries' gazes also turned cold. Wait for a while, Mickey said softly. Then why don't you wait for a while in the desert as well? We will send you back when your cash flow has arrived. Tormodin's smile immediately froze, but he reacted quickly and turned his head away to avoid the bald mercenary and the barren bone man's gazes. He turned to look at Louisa. I am not reneging on my debt, and I swear on the reputation of the Tormodin family that we started our business as lenders. Back then, even the Jadestar royal family borrowed money from us. We are the most trustworthy. Thales raised his eyebrows. Tormodin's eyes darted around. He held the camel's reins tightly, as if he was going to ride it and flee the next moment. I'm just saying that you have to understand us. My dear Louisa, think about it. Your father, old Dante, is such a good person. He helps the poor and the weak, and he is kind and charitable. And I have been friends with him for so many years. Do you think I will renege on my debt for this little bit of money? His face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia as he looked hopefully at the female captain. Louisa fixed her gaze on him, and in the end, she exhaled in resignation. Forget it, don't use the trick of "I know your father" anymore. I never expected you to give me the money anyway, Louisa muttered and shook her head. You should think about how to get past the guards. The blockade order is still in effect, but we are entering the camp at this time. The moment Tormerton heard the words "forget it," his face lit up. I knew you were a good person. The pot-bellied merchant was elated. He seemed to want to pat Louisa's shoulder, but his arm was slapped away by Mickey halfway. Don't worry, we have already bribed that greedy freak. He said that no one will make things difficult for us. They soon found out whether Duro's words were effective or not. Duro, the guard guarding Bladefang's camp, stood in front of Tormerton. He looked at the merchant group, which had nothing left except for 10 camels, with a face full of suspicion. Did he say that? Tormerton nodded obediently. He smiled wholeheartedly, as if he was very familiar with this place. Yes, Brother Duro is very close to me. When he comes back, he will know once he asks. We don't know about the blockade order. The guard frowned and sized up everyone. Is that so? Are you very close to Duro? Tormerton waved his hand and laughed. Of course, we met on the road. We even drank together. Before we left, I gave him a lot of good stuff, and he insisted on sending soldiers from the Stardust unit to escort me back, but I refused. Quick Rope widened his eyes and turned his head to give Thales a surprised look that said, What the hell? The guard nodded with a straight face. He then turned around and whispered into the ear of an officer with a higher ranking. I have a bad feeling about this, Old Hammer whispered. Louisa frowned a little. Why? Old Hammer shook his head and pointed at the soldiers who were guarding in front of the barricades with hostile expressions. Because I think I recognize them. They are not. Before he could finish his words, he saw the officer nod. The officer strode forward and sternly gave an order to the Constellatiate soldiers present. Take them down. Tormerton's face turned pale in an instant. The officer pressed his hand against the weapon at his waist coldly. Disobeying orders, going out without permission, and even bribing the army. You are really audacious. The mercenaries looked at each other in shock. Tormerton waved his hand anxiously as he stared at the dozen soldiers who pressed their hands against their weapons and surrounded him. But Captain Duro said, I don't care what that freak said. The officer said sternly. He pointed at the Constellation flag above his head. This is Constellation's land, and we are a sacred army. No one can bend the law for personal gain in the face of the law. Tormerton seemed to have turned into a helpless kitten in an instant. He was at a loss and full of grievances. But, Duro, aren't you together? The officer frowned. Who the hell told you that we are together with those freaks? He took off the shield behind him and knocked hard on the picture on it. Thales narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see that there was a huge and terrifying skull on the shield. It had 4 black eye sockets. This isn't that. Do you see it clearly? This is the 4-eyed skull. The officer said proudly and contentedly. We came from the ruins, and we are soldiers from the Fakenhas family. We are not the same as those bastards from Williams. Tormerton was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the unfamiliar skull and muttered, That's right. The 4-eyed skull. Dean sighed quietly. Thales thought more about it. The people guarding Bladefang's camp are the direct recruits of the Fakenhas family. That means that their commander is at least... You have 2 choices, the officer said arrogantly. Pay the fine or I will send you to the prison of bones. As the merchants wailed in fear, the soldiers of Constellation closed in on them. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, while Thales clenched his fists. He wondered which of the soldiers was the highest commander. At this moment, Colin! Old Hammer's voice rose. Small Nose Colin. The righteous and stern officer was momentarily stunned. Who? The officer with the small nose looked around in puzzlement. Who's talking? It's me. Old Hammer sighed and walked out of the crowd. I served under Lord Mon together with you, and we were even ambushed when we were squatting in the pits together. He did not need to continue speaking. Hammer! Small-nosed Colin widened his eyes. Old Hammer smiled awkwardly. The mercenaries looked at each other and sighed in relief again. A few minutes later, the merchants entered Bladefang's camp dejectedly under the escort of the soldiers. Their camels were led away by the soldiers from Fakenhas' family as a fine. Dante's greatsword stood on the other side and quietly waited for the result of Old Hammer's negotiation. "Oh, my sunset!" Colin smiled as he watched the 10 camels being led away. He patted Old Hammer's shoulder and spoke in the western desert accent that he was used to. "Hammer, how did you become a seller of swords?" Old Hammer sighed. "It's a long story. Have there been any major operations recently? Why were the soldiers from the ruins and Wing Fort recruited at the same time, and they even entered the desert with the regular army?" Thales's interest was piqued by these words. He listened attentively with his hell senses. Colin rubbed his hands. "It's also a long story. In short, it's not just them. Over the past 2 months, Bladefang's camp has been filled with recruits from all over the western desert. Brave Soul's Fort, Wing Fort, Lycanon, and even New Offering Land. Many of them are nobles or noble soldiers who can bring their own horses. Even the Skull Guards and Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers are taking turns to enter the desert." Old Hammer frowned. "What happened?" "I saw them chasing after orcs in the desert." Colin shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I guess the Baron Bone people or Grey mixed breeds are moving east again because those who enter are basically cavaliers, and we who have 2 legs. Are they collecting tolls here?" Old Hammer stared at the 10 camels and Tormerdin, who was about to cry. Colin spread his hands and did not answer. Old Hammer sighed in resignation. "But these 10 camels are all these people have. Don't hammer, don't plead for them. You pity them, but who will pity us? The regular army is paid by the king, but what about our rewards? We can't even buy a ball of yarn." Colin sniffed in dissatisfaction. It's already September. My family's mill is going to start work soon. My term of service has long passed, but I don't know how long it will be before my brothers and I can go back. One of my brothers in the same team is about to give birth at home. But you're too greedy. The merchants will protest. Will the nobles in the camp have any objections?" Colin scowled. He was clearly not in a good mood. "Listen, Hammer, you haven't been in the army for a long time. It's different from the Desert War. Bladefang's camp is no longer managed by the Fakenhas family." The small-nosed officer waved his hand. "Now, this is the territory of the regular army of the royal family. Usually, the profits belong to those brats under Williams. There aren't many places where we can take advantage of them. If it weren't for the regular army going on an expedition and not having enough manpower, do you think we would be able to stand here? So, who cares if they protest or not, we'll just take whatever we can. After all, if anything happens, it'll be William's problem." Thales listened to these words and fell into deep thought. "Listen." Colin put his arm around Old Hammer's shoulder. "For the sake of the past, I won't make things difficult for you. I won't take the mercenary tax either. But when you go back, remember to send a message to my father. Tell him to keep an eye on my wife. Don't let that cripple from the village in front of the house do anything to her." Finally, with Old Hammer's comradeship, Dante's greatswords entered the city, or rather, the oasis camp that occupied a large area in the desert. When they passed through the boundary formed by low walls and barricades, they were greeted by a crowd. It was a crowd that Thales had not seen for a long time. They rubbed shoulders against each other, and there were shadows everywhere. "You're new, right? Go and extort money from others. We're not white pigs." Dean coldly pushed away a man who looked drunk. When the man fell limp, he kicked him in the stomach. "Dante's great swords? Have you heard of them?" Thales watched as the man got up from the ground and walked into another alley while cursing. There, a group of fierce men looked at them with malicious intent. "I thought you died outside." One of the men rubbed his fists and laughed. "Baldy, and my beautiful but thorny little flower. Louisa, when are you coming to sleep in my bed? I guarantee it'll be more comfortable than Big Dean's bed. F*** yourself." Louisa expressionlessly gave him the middle finger and continued walking forward. The man laughed loudly. "I'll give you a piece of news for free, Baldy." He picked his nose. "It's very chaotic here recently. Don't provoke, big soldier. Maybe there's some nobles' personal guards." The bald mercenary frowned when he heard that. Dean turned his head around and said to Thales, "Follow closely. Don't get lost. You don't want to be alone in Bladefang's camp. These people are scarier than orcs." Quick Rope nodded fiercely behind him. Walking on the streets between the fortresses, Thales looked around in surprise and anxiety. He quickly understood the characteristics of Bladefang's camp. The architectural style here was not even as orderly as that of a normal Constellation village, but it was as chaotic as Dragoncloud City's Shield District and Eternal Star City's Lower City District. There were people coming and going between the yellow sand and gravel. Because the roads between the fortresses were uneven and varied in width, it made the place look even more chaotic and disorderly. The style of the people on the streets was completely different from the Northlanders and the Constellations Thales had seen before. They were light and shaded, and many of them had their heads covered. And if one added sound to this picture, dragon-kissed land velvet, which even the king can't enjoy, only 2 silver coins per bundle. Do you want to know the story of your life? An authentic descendant of the Baron Bone tribe, the beloved of the desert god. Your fate will be divined for 6 copper coins each time. Hey, handsome boy, don't you feel lonely sleeping alone at night? Do you want to see my face? Why don't you look at my legs? Yes, I'm a man. Hey, that's not right. If you don't believe me, come and touch me. Which part of my body is worse than a woman's? Hey, you've already touched me and you want to leave? Come, look at my pecs and fists. Look at the brothers behind me. Say it again. Are you going to pay up? 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 Do you really want to kill someone? Do you really hate someone? Do you really want to sleep with someone's wife? I, Mailer, the experienced mercenary who has seen countless bloodshed, will help you kill someone for 10 gold coins. He guaranteed that he wouldn't make a move in the city. His methods were clean, and he would dispose of the corpses neatly. You can pay the deposit now, and the rest will be paid after the mission is completed. What? You're saying that I stole your wallet? Damn it. Do I look like someone who would steal from you? Look again. Is this your wallet? That's right. It is. I've never stolen. This is daylight robbery. F***CKU. Believers. Lambs. The calamity is coming again, and Dark Night will return. Only believers will live. Go to the Dark Knight Temple now and watch the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of Renaissance's Queen must be told. There's a chance to get an unexpected reward, right? You're not allowed to act this? Hey, you heard wrong. I'm talking about the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of a Nation's Queen must be told. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, sob. You can't interfere with the freedom of art. Dark Knight will return to save us. Put away your weapons, put away your weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, axes, bows, shields, spears, and hammers. I don't care if it's second-hand or newly made. I don't care if it's for military use or for personal use. What if the camp is sealed? Merchant Billy will help you. Go around the desert from the east and avoid the patrols. It's absolutely safe. Comfortable camel caravan. Go straight to Saradukedom. 1 gold coin per person. Merchants peddling their wares along the streets. Mercenaries carrying swords. Adventurers in a hurry. Prostitutes who practically exposed all their body parts. And, of course, there were also groups of soldiers. The entire journey was bustling with activity, and it was very lively. Dante's great swords habitually squeezed through this strange and varied crowd. From time to time, they would use fierce gazes and rude actions to scare away a lot of people who were eager to cause trouble. According to Mickey, it was Thale's white pig appearance that attracted a lot of attention. If they were not fully armed, there would have been more trouble. They finally turned around a fortress with a window and arrived at an empty space that was not as narrow and blocked off. Dean stopped and said solemnly, I have to go to the garrison house and look for Frank. He needs to know about this. I'll go with you. Louisa's expression was gloomy. After all, I'm the captain. Dean nodded. Mickey glanced at Dean, then at Louisa. He sighed and said, Then, I'll go get rid of the extra equipment. Then let's go to my home and meet up with Simon and the others, Old Hammer continued. We can also help Wuxia ask about his family's whereabouts. Thales was taken aback, but before he could say anything, the mercenaries dispersed in a show of tacit understanding. He was dragged by quick rope and followed behind Old Hammer. They turned into another secluded road. Let me tell you, Quick Rope sighed and said, You don't know how scary this place is. The first time I came here, I met a beautiful lady, and in the end, life is unpredictable. Wuxia, you have to cherish your life. For example, Thales smiled in an unpleasant manner and looked at Old Hammer for help. When Old Hammer heard this, he smiled. Without hesitation, he interrupted Quick Rope, who was about to start his business. It is said that in the beginning, there were only sand dunes in Bladefang's Dune. There was no camp until a long time ago, when a merchant group spontaneously built a fortress here to rest. As the number of people entering and exiting the desert increased, the number of fortresses increased one by one. When it was as big as a small town, a king of Constellation or a duke of Western Desert conquered it. Obviously, the location of this place is too important. Bladefang's camp might have been given to many families, but most of them perished because of the war and the invasion of the desert. After the Bloody Year, this place became Baron Williams's fief, but he was not a vassal of the Fakenhas family, but a direct vassal of the king. I used to wonder if he could get enough taxes from this fief, which doesn't even have arable land. But obviously now. Old Hammer looked at the strange people on the street and shrugged. Thales nodded. Bladefang's camp is a famous chaotic place. There are plenty of opportunities, but there are even more dangers. Old Hammer sighed. With nostalgia and sentimentality, he said to Thales, Many criminals in the kingdom were sentenced to be exiled here. Some went to the prison of bones, some joined the suicide squad, and those who survived became the citizens of this city. I don't know whether I should call it the city's residents. There are also the farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers who have nowhere to go who can't make a living in the area. During the war, this place was even more exaggerated. Thales walked up a slope, and the noise around him suddenly became much quieter. Then, behind a round barricade, he saw a very high tower. It was 20 to 30 meters tall, slender, and towering. It seemed to be standing in the middle of the empty space between the many fortresses, but it was far away from the other buildings, making it seem especially isolated. Thales could not help but notice that there were very few people around the tower. The people who were originally shouting all sorts of things became strangely silent when they walked past it. They turned their heads to look in other directions before they left quickly. It was as if they were afraid of something. Thales narrowed his eyes. He saw that the highest window at the top of the tower was sealed shut with wooden strips. A tall building with few people. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. That tower is really tall. Is there someone important living there? The teenager asked curiously. Old Hammer followed his gaze and looked. His expression immediately darkened. No, the nobles never live there. I guess Baron Williams isn't there either. That tower is called Ghost Prince. It's been so many years, no one would dare to live there. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. What prince? I know. Quick Rope was beaming with joy. There's a legend in Bladefang's camp. There's something ominous in that tower. Shoo! But Old Hammer cut him off sternly. 18 years ago, during the Bloody Year, the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs once attacked Bladefang's camp. At that time, I was serving here. The veteran's expression was tense as he pointed at the tower. Before the camp fell, a noble prince, the king's son, a real member of the royal family. He wasn't some prince from a fairy tale who came to the west and served as a garrison in Bladefang's camp. He lived there in the tallest tower in Bladefang's camp. Thales' heart tensed. He stared at the lonely tower, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. On a dark night, the prince came from there, from the tallest window. Someone pushed him down. Thales was stunned. He stared at the window that was sealed shut with wooden strips at the furthest point of his field of vision. His gaze slowly moved from there to the empty space at the bottom. A chill immediately surged in his heart. I heard the rest of the story from others after I retired. Old Hammer exhaled slowly. It was said that King Kessel caught the murderer after the war. As punishment, he locked the murderer and his accomplice in the tallest room. Then, he lit a fire from the first floor and burned upwards. Quick Rope exhaled and pursed his lips. Quite a number of people could not stand the fire and jumped down from the window to pay for the prince's death. Whether they were burned to death or fell to their deaths, the screams and wails of the prisoners disappeared within the first hour. Old Hammer's voice became cold and mournful. But the fire burned for an entire day. The strange thing was that the tower still stood tall. And the most mysterious thing was that after the fire was extinguished, there was not a single burn mark on the outer wall or the interior. Quick Rope pursed his lips and nodded as Old Hammer explained. His gaze was solemn. Thales fixed his gaze on the tower. When he saw that it was undamaged, he felt his skin crawl. From then on, all sorts of strange things happened there, from singing in the middle of the night to ghostly figures at the window, to faint screams and wails, and even the sound of fire burning. Even in broad daylight, the Baron had to seal the window. Some of the nobles who were stationed here did not believe in evil and wanted to live there. But Old Hammer shook his head quietly. All the people who lived there died in the great desert and never came back. They did not even manage to take their belongings with them. So everyone said that the tower was cursed by the prince's death. Old Hammer tugged at Thales, who had unknowingly approached the tower. His expression was unpleasant. From then on, the locals called it the Ghost Prince. Quick Rope shook his head and clicked his tongue. Thales stared at the gloomy, deserted, and desolate tower in a daze. Ghost Prince. Who? The teenager asked in a daze. The one who died there. Which prince? Old Hammer shook his head. I forgot. The veteran's expression was tense. I only saw him from a distance when he entered the camp. That prince was very handsome. He was even prettier than a girl. Very handsome. Thales gulped. A name from a long time ago rose in his mind. The Ghost Prince. But what's the use of being handsome? Old Hammer snorted softly. He stared at the empty space under the Ghost Prince, and his gaze was unfocused. That night, I was one of the first patrols to arrive, and I remember very clearly that beautiful prince. He sighed slowly. He landed face first. Chapter 387. With complicated feelings, Thales left the ominous Ghost Prince Tower. The chaos and noise in Bladefang's camp suddenly returned to his ears. I'm guessing that the sudden lockdown caught quite a number of people off guard. And the soldiers. Old Hammer exhaled. The entire camp is more chaotic than usual. Of course, it's not usually peaceful either. Thales shuttled behind Old Hammer and Quick Rope. He laboriously squeezed past 3 men who were arguing with each other in different accents, sent away a blacksmith who was trying to sell him a rusty combat sword, politely avoided a woman with heavy makeup who wanted to lift her skirt at his thighs, and cleverly avoided a group of ruffians who were hiding in a corner and observing in the dark. When they saw a newcomer approach, they would approach him in a drunken manner. But when he saw a timid child beggar extend his hand to him and sigh as he tried to take out a few Northland copper coins, Old Hammer stopped him. Don't. If you show your sympathy now, there will be 7 or 8 people who will target you later. Bladefang's camp is no longer what it used to be. Old Hammer stuffed Thales' money bag back into his luggage and looked around warily. At the same time, he patted the weapon on his body. A few years ago, after Blood Bottle Gang withdrew their forces on a large scale and left Bladefang's camp as it pleased, the people in the gang no longer follow the rules. They have no bottom line in their actions. They will strip you naked and sell you off, and you won't even know who will be responsible. Quick Rope's face paled. He seemed to have remembered something and mumbled a few words softly. Old Hammer's words caused Thales to be slightly stunned. Blood Bottle Gang? Old Hammer nodded. When I was still in the army, this group of ruffians who called themselves Blood Bottle Gang controlled the underground here. They were very powerful. They colluded with the local nobles and were brothers with the higher-ups in the army. 1/3 of the people who lived in Bladefang's camp were under their protection, be it smuggling goods, black market transactions, street security, or prostitution. Many people who left the army and had no place to stay would go to Blood Bottle Gang to make ends meet. But 2 or 3 years ago, when we returned to Bladefang's camp, Blood Bottle Gang's power was not as great as before. At least they restrained themselves a lot. Old Hammer snorted softly. I heard that they were taught a lesson by an opponent who was fiercer than them in the mainland. They suffered great losses, and even their prestige here was affected. Thales was deep in thought. Accents from all over the continent mingled together, and even unfamiliar languages from afar would occasionally appear. All sorts of businesses and transactions came and went, and the currencies of many countries were used in a mixed manner, causing Thales to once again have a new impression of this desert frontline. The three of them walked through the dusty streets. After passing by a fortress, a building with a strange style appeared in front of them. From a distance, it looked like a huge bowl that was flipped upside down, but it took up a lot of space. It was comparable to Sunset Temple in Eternal Star City. It was like a giant had casually built a huge sandstone building block in the desert. This semicircular building did not seem to have many connections to the outside world. The mottled and rough curved walls were covered with tiny holes that could only be seen clearly with a squint, allowing the sunlight to penetrate and the sand to invade. From what Thales could see, there was only one narrow arched door on the wide outer wall, and it was guarded by a team of fully armed soldiers. The inside of the arched door was dark and indistinct, and he could not see clearly. It gave off a dark and ominous feeling. Thales was puzzled. Was this a bunker or at least a military structure? Or was it the commander's residence? Then perhaps he could see it here. Oh, do we really have to take this path? Quick Rope's dejected voice rose. He covered his head and did not look at the building. Don't complain. Old Hammer did not even turn his head around. This is the fastest path. What do you mean? Thales pointed at the semicircular bunker that looked like a coliseum in puzzlement. That's... Quick Rope let out a strange sigh. The prison of bones. The place you don't want to go the most in the world. As he stared at the group of guards, Thales froze. The prison of bones? Old Hammer nodded. The place where the felons of the entire western desert and even the kingdom are exiled. Thales seemed to have understood something. He knew this place. When Constellation was first established, the unfamiliar wasteland that bordered Extet in the north, the great desert in the middle, and the small countries in the south was a veritable nightmare. As a newly conquered border of Constellation, most of its territory was uninhabited, and the borders were filled with dangers. It was attacked by sandstorms all year round, and the terrain was not suitable for living. Aside from the fact that the Fakenhas family was conferred titles due to meritorious deeds, there were many historians who believed that the Fakenhas family was sealed in Western Desert as a form of punishment in disguise. In truth, it was a reflection of their terrible relationship with Tormund I. Only the noble suzerains who were exiled to this place due to their crimes would unwillingly settle down there. Year after year, day after day, Western Desert Hill became what it was today. During this period of time, the cruel prison of bones added color to Western Desert Hill's arduous journey and fierce reputation. No one knew when it started, but when the usual sentences were no longer suitable for the criminals who had committed heinous crimes or were highly controversial, they would usually be exiled to Western Desert, to Bladefang's camp, and imprisoned in the infamous prison of bones. They would serve their sentences in a new way to atone for their crimes. This would not only save the judge and the local prison trouble, but also provide free labor to the difficult Western Desert and even Bladefang's camp, relieving the heavy pressure on the Western front lines. Do you see the parts on the ground? Those small windows? That's the white prison in the prison of bones. Old Hammer cast a sideways glance at the ominous building to avoid the guard's scrutinizing gaze. The people imprisoned there are those who have been convicted locally, and their crimes are light. At least they can see the sun, and they only need to do hard labor to atone for their crimes. Quick Rope did not interrupt, which was rare. He only stared at the oppressive prison of bones in disgust. But the white prison is only a small part of the prison of bones. Most of it is the black prison built underground. There are countless deep caves that never see the light of day, and they are specially prepared for the serious criminals who are exiled from various parts of the kingdom. The more serious their crimes are, the deeper they are imprisoned. As the black prison progresses downwards, the number of criminals will decrease, and it will become more dangerous. Once they enter black prison, there is no other way for them to leave other than joining the suicide squad, charging at the front lines with their lives on the battlefield, or acting as bait. Thales stared at the foundation outside the prison of bones and imagined the scene below. Old Hammer sighed softly. Of course, it's not easy to find a suicide squad. The slots are also very tight. After the Desert War ended, there are not many places that need suicide squads. Once they lose this chance, the remaining people in black prison can only wait to die of old age, leaving behind white bones for the unlucky ones to step on. That's how the prison of bones got its name. Let's go. Quick Rope frowned unnaturally. He looked a little uneasy. This place makes me nervous. Old Hammer patted his shoulder. When Quick Rope first came here, he was once tricked and sent to white prison. I guess he had a deep impression of it. Thales looked at Quick Rope in surprise, but Quick Rope only pursed his lips and did not answer. Thales wisely stopped asking questions. He averted his gaze from the mysterious and deep prison of bones. They left the area of the prison of bones and went around the corner of a square fortress. So, where are we going? Old Hammer shrugged. My home. Thales could not help but be stunned. Your home? I thought you said that your home is in the ruins? Old Hammer chuckled and shook his head. Oh, I'm not talking about my home, but anyway, you'll know when we get there. Quick Rope winked slyly, making the confused Thales even more perplexed. But his puzzlement did not last long. After crossing another dusty street, they squeezed their way through the crowd and arrived in front of a 3-story oval-shaped fortress. The front door was wide enough for a carriage to enter. It's here. Quick Rope patted Thales' shoulder. My home. Thales raised his head curiously and noticed that there was a huge wooden sign hanging in front of the fortress. There was a vivid picture of a wine glass carved on the sign. Wine was spilling out of the glass, and it swayed slightly with the wind in the desert. The moment he saw the sign clearly, the prince's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. There were 2 big words carved in the center of the wine glass. My home. There was a row of small words carved under the sign. Humans will die, orcs will fall, the queen will pass away, but we will never close our doors. It began in year 38 of the calendar of eradication, Queen Erica's last wine glass. Thales did not know whether he should laugh or cry as he followed Old Hammer through the door. What greeted his eyes were more than 10 wooden round tables that were placed haphazardly. The place was filled with the sand and dust unique to the desert. All sorts of customers and tavern ladies came and went, toasting each other and making a lot of noise. From toasting songs to the sounds of dice games to quarrels and angry shouts, almost all the sounds came at the same time, and it was very lively. Old Hammer ignored Thales' surprised gaze. He pushed aside 2 drunk men who were about to fall under the table in a familiar manner and stuffed a copper coin into the chest of a waitress who blocked his way. Under her aggrieved gaze, he resolutely pulled his hand out and went straight to the bar counter. I've always wanted to do this, Quick Rope whispered to Thales and cast a glance at the hot waitress. But Louisa and the others said that I didn't have enough strength to pull my hand back. Maybe they have a point. Thales thought in his heart as he watched Quick Rope follow Old Hammer's gaze. Simon. Old Hammer sat at the bar counter and said to a gray-haired middle-aged man who was drinking by himself beside him, We're back. The middle-aged man turned his head around and revealed a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. Someone said that a merchant group entered the camp despite the blockade order. Simon cast a faint glance at Quick Rope and Thales, who also sat down. I was worried that it was you. Old Hammer shrugged. Obviously, your worries have come true. How many? Simon said softly. I mean, how many people did they lose? Thales noticed that he was already quite old. This topic caused Old Hammer and Quick Rope to tremble at the same time. How did you? I've been in this line of work for 20 years, Hammer. Before that, I was a soldier for 10 years. Simon exhaled deeply and swirled the wine glass in his hand. I know how people look when they lose their comrades. His words seemed to have a magical power that isolated them from all the noise in the tavern beyond this corner. Old Hammer and Quick Rope were silent for a long time. Affected by them, Thales remembered his experience in the desert and the ending of the greatswords he had spent a short time with. He felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. The gray-haired Simon did not continue. He heaved a heavy sigh and turned to the bar counter. Tampa, give this man a strong drink. A fierce-looking man with a knife mark on his neck responded and walked out from behind the bar counter. He grabbed 3 bottles of wine casually, and with a technique that Thales could not see clearly, he gathered a glass of wine in the blink of an eye and pushed it over. During the process, he automatically ignored Quick Rope's slightly expectant gaze and even glanced at Thales coldly. Simon pushed the wine glass towards Old Hammer. How many? Old Hammer gulped down a mouthful of wine and shook his head as he hissed. He slammed the wine glass on the table and exhaled indignantly. Quick Rope answered gloomily by the side. 6. Simon sneered. Who else survived? Old Hammer's expression became gloomy. Louisa, Mickey, and Dean. Simon did not speak. His gaze was fixed on the wine glass. By the way, this is Wuxia. As if to liven up the atmosphere, Quick Rope coughed. The lad we saved on the way back. Truth be told, he helped us a lot. Wuxia, this is Simon, one of the people who stayed behind in our group. Thales, who was sizing up the magical tavern, took a deep breath and tried his best to force a smile. But Simon clearly had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with him. We lose one, we replace another, one dies in battle, and a new one comes. It's always like this. The person who stayed behind in the mercenary group stared at the almost empty wine glass and mumbled, The fate of mercenaries, is it? Old Hammer shook his head. He was not in a good mood. No, Simon, Wuxia isn't. But Simon did not let him continue. Come on, boy. It's time for an internal meeting. The person who stayed behind waved his hand and put away the fleeting sadness in his eyes. He held Old Hammer in his arms. Tell me the details, and wait for Dean to come back. I think Dante's greatsword will soon welcome a great change. They left the bar counter. Quick Rope's gaze moved. Me too. You stay here, Quick Rope. Old Hammer turned around and pointed. Take care of Wuxia. It's his first time here. But Quick Rope spread his hands with an aggrieved expression. Thales, who was feeling awkward, smiled in return. As he watched Old Hammer and Simon walk up the stone stairs, Quick Rope arched his shoulders and retracted his hand, which was halfway through his outstretched arm. He sat back in his seat in disappointment and said in a low voice, All right. Thales could not think of anything to comfort this newbie, who had not been accepted by the core of the group. He could only sit uncomfortably on the spot and think about his next step in silence. 6. A hoarse voice came from the noisy tavern. Thales and Quick Rope looked up and saw the fierce-looking tavern owner wiping his wine glass. At some point in time, he had arrived in front of them. His skin was dark, and it was obvious that he was a local who grew up under the scorching sun and sandstorms. After the lockdown order was implemented, the number of soldiers who surged in was beyond imagination. At that time, I thought that maybe someone was going to learn a lesson. Quick Rope curled his lips. Don't, Tampa. Not now. Thales frowned a little. He had a vague impression of this name. The tavern owner named Tampa snorted softly, but he did not shut up. You have 10 experienced, fully armed professional assassins, and a newbie who looks like he can at least make up the numbers to intimidate others. Tampa ignored Quick Rope's protest, and the speed at which he wiped the wine glasses became faster. Those who can survive in the desert are very smart. As long as Tormodin is willing to pay some toll fees, the desert bandits and exiles won't pay such a high price to eat you. Quick Rope exhaled in pain and laid his face down on the bar counter, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. We met the gray bastards, Tampa. Many, many gray bastards. Tampa's hand stopped wiping his wine glass. A few seconds later, just when Thales thought he was going to say something, Tampa suddenly bent down. When he stood up again, there was a wine glass in front of Quick Rope. Drink it. It's the best Northland rye from the north. Tampa raised a bottle of wine and filled Quick Rope's glass with an expressionless face. Trust me, this is the only way. It's very effective. Quick Rope stared at the wine in front of him in surprise. But just a second later, the slightly dejected Quick Rope grabbed the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Just when Thales wanted to find an excuse to slip away, the tavern owner suddenly gestured at him with his chin. So, Quick Rope, who is this pretty new girl? Your girlfriend? *thud. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.